Hello and welcome to the Global Esports game for the Singapore Qualifier. My name is Atoma and joining me today will be Leonard Lee, and we'll be doing South America for you guys with teams from Brazil, Cuba, as well as Paraguay. The winner here will be representing their region and going up against the winners from Europe as well as Southeast Asia, which are Great Britain, as well as Mongolia. Yololi, how are you doing today?
Well, let's be honest, Atoma, it has been an absolute blast, especially when I get an opportunity to cast with you again. I think it has been 2 months now since I last cast with you. A quality Dota 2 game, and what a better way to start it off our grand reunion here in the Global Esports game 2021 for the Singapore scene. And by the way, guys, if any of you who has just joining this stream for the first time to support your favorite teams or any of the fans of the current team that's been playing for this event for today, Global Esports Game Singapore qualified by it's actually going to be by GEF here. It is an Olympics of video games here. We have Dota 2 women's as well, PS 2021, and of course the casual Street Fighter 5 coming to you hot in December 17. Better write that down in your schedule for sure, Otomo, because that's a massive and quality games coming to you guys.
Yeah, and all this will be at the Sentosa Resort, and there will be also the GF Con, which is a convention for art, culture, fashion, food, as well as basically everything that you like in terms of esports will be there. So, Leonard, have you been playing the new patch of Dota 2? I remember you were saying, man, Marcy is too weak, you know? She needs a bit of a buff, right?
Weak? That's a lot of bollocks coming from you, Atoma, especially here. But seriously, Marcy being one of the few new releases, it's really, I mean, I guess you could say I did sort of predicted that potentially Marcy might be coming into the Dota 2 scene, especially since they started bring in Davion skins for Dragon Knight as well. Would it be surprised if they suddenly bring the most ever so beautiful Marcy into the scene? I'm really excited for it as well. When I saw the trailer back at TI10, I said that's the one. That's going to be my hero. Regardless of what lane I'm going to bring her in, she's going to be the one.
I do like how mobile she is, as well as the fact that I don't think we have many heroes that just do punching, you know, which is kind of cool that we have this sort of fighting hero that doesn't have any weapon, right? By the way, we are also another thing that we want to mention is that the schedule for today will be Brazil versus Cuba, Paraguay versus Cuba, and then finally Paraguay versus Brazil. We're going to be doing a round robin for these three teams, and the top two teams will advance to the finals tomorrow, where they go against each other in the best of three. Winner represents their region. So yeah, there's a lot. You get to represent South America. That's a big deal for you.
It's also a really big role as well to represent your region against the rest for sure. I mean, like Otomo mentioned earlier as well, for South Asia we have Mongolia to represent them, and of course for Europe or EU in this case, of course, is the Queen of England itself, Great Britain.
By the way, yeah, speaking of the Queen of England, you know, we have T Governor, who's one of the casters. I think he's like 7K, 8K more. So he's actually playing for Great Britain. So he's representing himself for that. By the way, in terms of the teams today, I believe that two players from Team Hokari will be playing for Brazil. They are Analog as well as RDO. So we got big names in this. You know, we got some pretty big names that are playing for the pride of their nation right now.
I'm a little bit concerned as well. Just looking, just not only from the names that you mentioned as well, just looking from the lineup in this lobby as it is, I'm just saying Brazil seems pretty solid, maybe a little bit more solid than usual here. But I'm not going to cut out Cuba just yet. I mean, Cuba in the past, even from our past grand history itself, they have been able to really know how to, slip the carpet under most of their major countries' feet here.
I mean, the thing is, when you go into these tournaments, because I remember I was doing IESF last year, and we had a team from Dubai, and they had Attacker, like the Kunka Spamber, was playing for the team. The team didn't win, but you might have like a superstar for any nation playing, you know. Yeah. And since it is very national, you can't have players from the rest of Hokari. It's just these two because they're the only Brazilians on the team. They're playing for Brazil, so it's kind of interesting that you can't have a full team that's mixed of people.
Man, it's just really crazy to me. Every time, especially when you which of course Otomo was kind enough to bring me onto the casting for this event as well, and I hear all the big names, all the big regions coming to the mix as well, and also at the same time as he was introducing me, or at least letting me know who we're casting for, I'm saying, yo, this is some crazy international event that Otomo really brought me here, and it feels great, but also at the same time I'm also feeling a little bit itchy, you know. It's like.
Am I ready for the big stage? You know, well, this is they were describing to me. They're like, "This is the Olympics of video games. Are you ready?" I'm like, "I guess." You know, I'll be happy to do it. Speaking of Dota, how's been the pubbing going on? I had actually 3 wins today, which is surprising because weekend Dota is always a bit iffy.
Okay, I'm gonna be flat out honest with you. Ever since Marcy came out, I haven't touched except that one pub game with a couple of friends. I have not touched rank or anything else because I'm so afraid that I'm gonna as it is. It's really difficult for me to maintain my Divine 3, and with Marcy into the mix and how overpowered she is, despite the slight nerf that Ice Rod and that Valve was really quick to fix, I still think she's quite solid.
She
I
is.
haven't touched any rank game at all.
What? No wonder I keep inviting him, and I get to the this user has blocked you from inviting. I'm like, what the hell?
Block you.
Yeah, block
Since
me.
when?
But yeah, Marcy's great. I love how the people are finding a new way to play. We already see people going armlet just to combine it with her E and her R ability. Some people are like going, oh, you gotta get phase boots because she attacks so fast. Some people say, go power tread so you can maximize the heal. And it's very fascinating. She's been playing in every role. I believe she's most successful as the mid laner though. She has a 57% win rate there. Her second most successful is either as an offlaner or as a position 4. And in terms of the safe lane, because they don't specialize if she's a carry or a support in the safe lane. Either way, in the safe lane, she's only like 51% win rate. So it seems like she's a tempo hero, off lane, mid, or maybe position 4.
Yeah, it's really great, and it's also I wouldn't say like you couldn't really see her too much in the jungle, but I just feel like her kit doesn't really allow her to really flash from the jungle compared to like the other flash carries that we know here in the Dota 2 scenes as well. But tempo maker definitely for sure. You guys want to play post 5? I think it's also pretty viable as well because I've seen people playing Aether Lance while making full use of her
grab,
her grab, right?
Depose, I think it's called Depose, right?
Yeah, repose.
I've seen people like they posted the videos where you can grab people out of Chronosphere, out of Black Hole, where you're like, hey, you just grab, you're like, come out, let's go.
And the crazy part about it as well, like if you have sufficient vision on the high ground as well, you can also pull someone over as well. And it's absolutely it blows my mind because I'm like, the guy's in the Roshan pit. You can't do that to him. That's not right.
I'm glad that we have her. I also thought Dawnbreaker was a great hero, but I feel like I like Marcy's style more. She's more mobile. She's cool. We're getting a lot of mobile heroes, if you notice. We got that with the Hoodwink. She's got tree moving. We got Marcy now who can jump. We got Dawnbreaker with her axes. So we're getting a lot of mobile players coming out.
Man, it's what I always say back in TI10 and even for his voice line as well. Dota 2 is a beautiful game, ever growing, ever improving.
By the way, the lobby is up and we are in the draft right now. And I agree with you. Brazil looking crazy stacked. I have this Overwolf and we can see some of the rankings coming out. We got RDO and Analog. They're top 50 in their region. FCR is top 150. Whereas Cuba, not quite the same. So I mean, Brazil looking really stacked. Like we said, they look really stacked right now.
RDO, Hokari, definitely going to be excited to see what they're going to be able to bring up to the table here. Although, yes, there is that cause of concern because of the fact that whether they're able to, don't get me wrong, both of them playing together is always great. But whether they're going to be playing, whether the synergy is just as great when they're playing with these 3 additional players, which is going to be Tokyo, KG, and even Is here.
To be fair, though, the same thing applies to Cuba. Most likely, these players aren't all on the same team as well. Yeah. So they were also meeting for the first time and being like, oh, hey, like, who are you? We have to make a team together right now.
Monkey King is going to be the first locked in for the side here for Brazil. And then the thing is this, right? Interesting as well. Like always, normally the first pick in the drafting is always going to be like either the priority role or definitely your win conditioning role. You're not sure whether MK is going to be that kind of the win conditioner. But the fact that we saw the Mars being banned now, I'm not too surprised at seeing Monkey King going to be one of the few picks. I just didn't expect it to be the first one only.
The thing is, we saw Monkey King. Monkey King, I believe, was one of the most popular picks in the TI.
Oh, yes.
And the thing is, right now, most teams that are looking to play, they'll be like, okay, let's just see what the TI meta was, because a lot of what was good there is still going to be good right now. And Monkey King, we've seen him as a support and we've seen him as a carry. Very flexible hero. So, I just think that it's a pretty solid pick. But by the way, are you being disconnected or is that just me?
Am I being disconnected?
Have you disconnected from the game? I've disconnected twice so far.
Oh no, so far I haven't been disconnected. Honestly, I'm quite surprised as well. I have the most terrible Wi-Fi around this time, but thank God nothing of that happens. But I hope yours is gonna settle very soon.
I hope so too. Actually, make sure everything's all right. But yeah, Grimstroke coming out. Grimstroke recently received a nice change. His Inkswell used to last for 4 seconds, now it lasts for 3. So the stun comes out a lot sooner. Many players were sort of saying, oh, with 4 seconds, like, by the time the 4 seconds comes out, it's like the stun is never going to be in time. So double support looking like coming out from Cuba with the Snapfire as well as the Grimstroke. I wonder what combos they'll be trying to put in with the Grimstroke here. And Brazil, they're going with the Lina. We've seen this hero be very flexible. Well, I say flexible, I mean, she's always playing the mid lane, but she's really scaling now. She has all this physical damage. She goes the Silver Edge, the BKB, the Boost of Travel, and she just brings people down thanks to that insane damage from Fiery Souls, 30 damage talent, and she scales amazingly into the late game.
And so with the addition of the mobility as well coming from these two heroes, I wouldn't be surprised if they just decide not to focus on farm too much. Just a little bit getting more on those tempo, playing a little bit more around that mid game here. Maybe we're gonna be seeing a lot more games coming from the Lina, really depending on what kind of lane she's gonna be receiving later on here. But the one that really threw me off it was the fact that I'm seeing a Techni's ban here for the second option here for coming from Brazil.
I think that Brazil, to be fair, like they are the stronger, like on paper at least, they seem like the stronger team. So the way to beat them might be that you cheese them. You know, you take techies and Pudge or something like that, and you just hook them into mines. So maybe Brazil's like, all right, you know, we know on paper we could beat them in a normal draft to draft. So let's just make sure we ban out any cheese heroes that could beat us. So I mean that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Brazil has a completely different idea here. But Grimstroke is going to need a combo. I wonder if they're going to give them something like the Doom to work with him. That's obviously the most popular combo here, but we can also see like a Beastmaster wouldn't be so bad either.
Okay, the thing is just if we have to compare like between the options that you listed as well, I think the Beastmaster is definitely going to be a lot more better compared to the Doom here. Don't get me wrong, Doom is pretty great, but then again you're gonna be putting that Doom against the Monkey. I mean, not to say that the Doom can't go to the mid, but either way it's Doom against the Lina or Doom against the Monkey. Like it's honestly to me it doesn't feel like any idea. But the Beastmaster, like you called it as well.
You called it better. I was like one of them. You were like, no, I want Beastmaster. I was like, all right, man, I'm sorry. But Beastmaster, yeah, he's pretty good because you can put him. I mean, either you put him with a Snapfire or the Grimstroke, both are fine. So it's a pretty good pick. Brazil just picking real fast, going for the talent as well as the Enchantress. They're keeping the Monkey King as a flex because we know Enchantress is 5 and it's probably mid. Titan is probably going to be off lane. But Monkey King can be the carry or can be the position 4. Again, this hero was very popular in both positions during TI. So teams can be like, yeah, you know, which one do I want? And Beastmaster, he does counter Monkey King thanks to the flying vision from the Hawks. So if you're going to be countered, I'd rather be countered as a support than as a carry. So, and remember, of course, Wild Axis cuts trees. I believe Snapfire's Cookie cuts trees as well. So there is a lot of tree cutting going on.
Oh, now they really need to decide how they're going to be really stopping the Snapfire. That ultimate that's going to be coming in, it's going to be quite painful as well. Like initially, that's pretty much why you saw that Fog Band coming in from the side here of Cuba, getting rid of that Night Stalker because they just really wanted to get to the back line. It's also really great at shutting down that Grimstroke. Although yes, it's not really as fun. Like I mean, right, because we haven't seen the Ursa pick just now. Maybe if we saw the Ursa pick maybe later on, maybe the Night Stalker may not be an option. But the Night Stalker can be quite
interesting.
Yeah, you say?
Sorry, I cut for a second. Yeah, I was wondering what the Tinkerband's gonna be. It's pretty interesting because you have the double laser. And you continue, please.
No, I was just saying for the fact that the Night Stalker is just really great at getting to the back lines, and especially with the new talent tree as well, does makes it a lot more painful and easily able to shred that Grimstroke pretty early on.
Still wondering what Cuba's gonna go with for their mid laner. There's there's a Viper, which is kind of good for the break. You are up against both Tiger as well as Monkey King, so being able to break them is very good. If you can get that going for you. Solid laner as well. And yeah, I kind of think that Viper may not be so bad for Cuba.
Viper. If we're revolving around just trying to get rid of this front line, then yeah, Viper seems a really optional. She's also a really great lane dominator as well, and lane harasser for that mid. But I feel like they do want something to really just try to melt down this Enchantress, because let's be honest, that ultimate can be quite the nuisance as well. And you really want to try to catch this MK and Lina, trying to keep them in check as much as possible. Because you got a lot of AoE from the ultimate from the Snapfire. You got a decent initiative with the Beastmaster ultimate as well. Ursa is definitely going to be in the front lines, guaranteed here.
But the thing is, another thing that makes Viper pretty good, in my opinion, is the fact that you can do the double Viper strike, which is kind of nice, and it's going to be the Monkey King. It's going to be the Monkey King support. You need a hero that... You want a hero that can go Silver Edge, but Ursa's not really a big Silver Edge carry maker in this game. So, and by the way, the Viper is even better now, because now you have the evasion from PA you stop.
Oh, tough call. 5 seconds down to the cloud. We both locking in with Viper?
they have 50 seconds. I'm kind of... I feel like it should be Viper, or it should be some sort of very heavy magic damage hero, like maybe one of the spirits. But I'm feeling like the Viper pick might be the one you want. You just break the PA, break the Tide Hunter, break the Monkey King, solid front line, works well with the Grimstroke for the double Viper strike. I mean, we'll have to wait and see here. What else did they go with? And it's gonna be okay. Not bad at all.
I guess in a way you get a little bit of that tempo. I guess you could say a little bit of that more aggressive tempo setup for that mid game, because like I mean you do have the Tide Hunter to really fast, and then that's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, the Raw is great from the Beastmaster, but that's a little bit more of a single target compared to Tide Hunter, which is like massive AoE there. So you got a little bit of a boat, you got a lot more sustain. Ursa's gonna be able to sustain a lot more in the fights alongside with the Beastmaster, because that's a lot of decent amount of news coming out from Lina as well.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, I like how much frontline Cuba has, because you look at Brazil, like they have no one who can just jump in the back line and kill someone. They have RDO and Monkey King. They do both have jumping abilities, but reaching a Snapfire, who's basically a siege cannon from far away, is going to be very difficult. If Grimstroke can get the ultimate off, he can get double torrent, double X mark, double roar. It's pretty solid. I like Cuba's draft. I just think that Brazil's so strong that it may not be enough to win just with a good draft.
Oh, this is gonna be tough, really tough as well. And the craziest part about it is, like, although yes, we are sort of comparing the composition here, but in the end, it really comes down to who makes like maybe one too many mistakes, especially once we get to that mid game lane. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of a lane dominance coming from the side here, since there is the existence of the Snapfire here. The lane is never gonna be fun. Dealing against an Ursa also not gonna be fun at all. That's like a natural, because as it is, you're gonna naturally like right click. You're gonna be right clicking someone in the lane itself. So going against Ursa in the long duration fight is never gonna be fun.
Yeah, but the team fight is from Brazil is also, it's not. I mean, it's pretty decent because you have Tide. Tide is always great stuff, but apart from that, they don't really have anything crazy good. Wukong Command is good, but then again, it's a Monkey King, so his Wukong Command is not gonna be the best. We'll just to see how that goes.
And with the boat as well, just gonna allow the team to just really out tank the damage coming from Wukong Command, because I mean, it depends on how well fed this Monkey King is, but most likely even the most earliest of team fights, I don't think MK will have like the necessary amount of damage to really clean things up with the Wukong Command alone. I think it's gonna be a lot more dependent on this Lina to really at least do as much damage as possible, while MK just sort of is gonna be more of a supporting role here when it comes to damage for that early engagement at least.
I guess if you're Cuba, their tower damage is pretty good as well. Like if they can go out fast, they do have the Snapfire with the little Shredder. They have Beastmaster as well, who's notorious for his ability to take towers. So that's pretty good if you can get these two guys going around for you. On Brazil's side, their tower is a little bit less. The tower push is just a little bit less impressive.
Hilarious.
Let's wait and see though.
Split pushing also, I wouldn't say like it's the best. I mean, it's just like it's pretty decent, but I mean, compared to the side of Beastmaster, it's a lot more different here. Oh, it's a tough game, but Atoma, this is of course the first game of our first BO2 between Brazil and Cuba. Really excited to see how it goes. We're still currently paused here, so thank you so much for everyone for your patience here while we worked out the kinks here. But honestly, Atoma, now here comes the big question. Usually you're the one that throws me on the fence here, but it's now my turn to return the favor. Which team, which country or region is it going to be here?
I mean, it's not like that. It's just that.
Okay, which one you like better?
On paper, Brazil does have the more experienced players, you could say. That's just the fact of it. But it could be anyone's game. Cuba does have a pretty impressive. I didn't think Detroit. I know I've seen this name before. I've seen the Chaos Knight might also be pretty impressive for us. So their draft is pretty good, decent team fight. I like the snap fight, I like the Kunkka. You know, it looks. I mean, it could go well for them. Oh, smoke breaks. Here we go.
Early engagement. The thing is that they're going to be taking a couple of attacks. The enchant does slow things down. Going to be allowing the Wukong to take a couple of free hits in as well. Didn't really go for the passive, but it's totally fine hit. Although nice tree cut it to force to go for the stun here, but that's not going to work out because there's a little bit too much CC and slow coming in from the side here, and Brazil is going to be securing first blood for the side.
Ouch, you know, but that's the benefit of the Monkey King, by the way, with the jump. He gives you so much vision. That's going to be the thing that made him, like, that propelled him to popularity. We saw him when he was first played by Tims for Boom Esports. He would just max the jump. You can farm a bit of creeps. You can just go around the map. And, yeah, level 1, we say the Beastmaster is pretty good against Monkey King, but you don't have the Hawks, you don't have the Axes ready.
Games on, couple of attacks, unable to secure although yes, each team will be able to secure their respective bounties as well. Couple of attacks, ooh, that's the gush. Gonna be taking a couple of hits in, but Die Hunter, let's be honest, you don't want to take too many hits from that other side. But then again, KMCDC gonna be respecting a little bit for the fact that the MK is sort of on the way. Gonna be quickly getting back to the lane so he doesn't really miss out too much of that lane EXP. That's the gosh, that's the minus armor and the slow. The monkey not too far behind to really assist as well. Couple of body blocks, they want to really allow it to get as many hits as possible. It looks like KMCDC. Ooh, the Fairy Fire comes in for the save. But sadly, the gosh is gonna be the one to have the final say here.
And already a 1,000. By the way, they actually got 3 bounty runes for Brazil's side. Unfortunately for them, they were not. Yeah, the Ursa, he was clicking, and it was like, nope, I got fast fingers on FCR. Still, it is Ursa against 2 melee heroes, so if he can get a couple of hits going, he might be able to, like, win the lane.
Oh yeah.
Plus, you have the slow from the Grimstroke, you have the stun from the Inkswell. So just after a couple of I expect the top lane to go a little bit better for Cuba moving forward if they can just get a few levels on their heroes.
Yeah, and also just to add to that as well, the movement speed gain, that bonus from the Inkswell as well, that's gonna elevate KMCDC, or at least the Ursa, a little bit more better, because I think the most toughest time that I think most right clickers always have to face is the fact that they're never close enough or never in a good position enough to get as many hits as much as possible. So that bonus movement speed and additional for a stun to follow up with that does allow us to get a lot more hits than usual, and most likely will actually be leading to some of the deaths too.
Another thing that, by the way, you mentioned that, but an interesting part of that is that Ursa did not start with an Orb of Venom. Usually, if you're going to go aggressive with like what you just said, you would have an Orb of Venom just so that you can actually land the hits, because yes, I got like a 12% slow along with 12% movement speed bonus from Inkswan. Suddenly, you can really catch someone. But without the Orb of Venom, it's a little bit harder for the Ursa. Earthshock helps, but you'd rather have something for your auto attacks. And meanwhile, bottom lane, RDO gets a kill on Detroit.
It's so unfortunate as well, because the Enchantress, as long as she has the mana as well, that first skill is always going to be landing most likely as well. And the thing is this, Otto, at the same time, she's also one of those few supports where she can just casually farm in the jungle as well. So I guess you could say there is some form of EXP leveling for herself, although the patch did dictate you're not going to be able to earn as much. But for a support for a solo EXP lane, I think that's totally fine, right?
Yeah, definitely. And just the aggression coming out from the Enchantress, she with her. At bottom lane is going tough for them. I thought it would be a little bit better because you do have a Beastmaster with Snapfire, but Beastmaster is going for the Wild Axes build, something we haven't seen. Most people would go for, max call the Wild, max under Beast, and go with that. Maybe you have to put a value point in Axes just because you're up against a Monkey King. Yep. But very odd to see it being picked so early. Like level 1 Axes it's strange to see that.
I guess you could say maybe he sort of resolved himself for the fact that there's no absolute way they're going to be able to farm efficiently, especially from normal means as well. Maybe he's just hoping to use those double axes to farm, because I guess the Enchantress is getting a little bit more harassed than usual. And now another time he's going to die for the second time in the lane.
It's such a tough lane. Like, and you get into the hits, the top 3 all over his side, and like Kunkka's kind of doing okay. Like he at least he's not that far behind, but a lot of it is because he is actually farming the jungle creeps, so he's just going. So it's not getting the full value from the creeps he's getting. Like the last hits for him aren't exactly the same as the Lena's.
Dire's courier has been killed.
To be able to pull the creeps back a little bit as well. Although yes, he does has his lead. He should be able to get out of this situation safely as well. Does manage to get a couple of stacks. I think if the Tiger was actually in position, that might be a dead green shot. He does get in place, but sadly not close enough to really get the full amount of damage, especially with the anchor smash. Oh, gotta be careful with this one.
Sorry, 1 second, just reconnecting here. So
yeah, I'm having that issue too, by the way.
Right,
I just see it.
Like it's pausing. It's a bit strange. I hope the stream is okay. But yeah, I'm definitely having a bit of issues here.
Oh, the real connection, man. It's 1 minute we're in game, another minute we're not.
But look, man, what they're doing in the bottom lane is just insane. Look at Enchantress. Enchantress, look, she's just getting the Snapfire out of the lane purely with creeps. It is very impressive how well this Enchantress is playing the lane. I mean, this is kind of what you expect, but 3k advantage in 4 minutes, you just never see this.
It's really hard as well. Like, and the thing is just like if we're just talking about like Snapfire and Enchantress, then maybe Snapfire still might be able to win the fight. Ooh, nice gosh, he's able to be jumping into the fight. Nice center setup for the stun. And going to be able to connect with the follow-up with the light strike array. We'll be able to finally get the kill. That's a big one here alongside. That's a mid laner, by the way. A mid laner for another mid laner. A grand lead here on the boost of EXP. That's going to be able to give him the necessary level advantage. But on the top side again, I think Ursa a little bit of a overcommitment for that lead. Maybe he thought he had enough stack damage on top of that Tide Hunter, but still underestimate a little bit of that damage coming in.
I was watching the fight happening, and it just seems like there's a bit of a disconnect here, because you can see like Brazil super on point. You know, the gush, the monkey king's right there, loss of physical damage. Cuba side, they're both fun as well as KMDC. Oh, the mid lane action.
Oh man, that's absolutely so necessary. Great initiation, great catch as well. There's absolutely no way this Kunga is going to be able to get out of this situation, especially since he doesn't really have that bolt. However, the Phantom, one final right click is going to be able to, will be able to kill out the Phantom before the Phantom finish him off ever so slowly. So unfortunate as well. But that's going to be another kill for the side of Brazil. It's 9-0, Otomo. 4k goal lead. And we're looking at literally, if I'm not, yes, 6 minutes in game here.
I mean, like, we're looking at, like we were saying, Brazil, like, they have a better pedigree going in here. That's just how it is. It's like the rosters, these are players from Hokara. You got the ranked 24 player in South America play. Like, this is a very impressive draft. And they're showing it. Like, Cuba, they're not chumps at all. They're just, this is like, if you are not at the top of the game, this is a very difficult team to go up against. And there you go. Ravage comes out. They're going for the Ursa. He's dead.
He's dead for sure, and so is bottom lane as well. Beastmaster is going to be falling down in soon, and it's dead.
They're diving tier 2s. Holy crap!
Because they absolutely can. There's so much slow. And Sean, there's even the dagger as well coming from the PA, and also with the leap, bonus attack speed on top of that as well. There's absolutely no way this Beastmaster is going to be able to run away. There's no absolute slow. I mean, yeah, sure, he has to slow for the boss, but how long can the boss sustain from that?
He's got the poor guy's got 10 CS. The PA isn't tripling him. She's quadrupling him with more than 45 CS. The top lane, they're going to try and kill Ursa as well.
It is rough. It is a really rough lane. Maybe things might be a little bit more different now with the TP coming in from the Snapfire. Then again, didn't really get too close. Inkswell not going to be committed as well because the Monkey King will still have the ability to fade away. Nice timing with the stun, but sadly they don't have the capability to chop down that tree just yet.
Almost. Maybe this.
Shredder? Couple attacks, Inkswell does manage to connect on the Tie Hunter as well. Decided just buy the necessary amount of time. And they know this Tie Hunter doesn't really have the Ravage as well. But then Enchantress getting a couple of free hits in with the bird as well. Nice timing with the stun. That's gonna be giving a couple of crits here and a guaranteed kill on top of the Ursa for God knows how many times now here. Monkey King giving the necessary amount of information, but he doesn't care. He wanna make sure the Tie Hunter sustained by finding the Shock of Fate. We'll literally rewrite the Tie Hunter's fate here. But the damage has been done, and finally Cuba is able to obtain the first kill here in the game. Once again, towards the bottom side, once again, a beautiful gang. A little bit of assistance coming in from the Kunka as well. But then again, before he even get the kill, the Beastmaster will fall to the hands of the PA once again. And without the bolt as well, the Kunka has literally lost all form of damage to be able to output towards his PA.
Oh my! Like the Enchantress is CS right now. This is kind of like, this is just a thumping here by Brazil, looking so good right now. RDO with 5k net worth in 8 minutes.
Well,
I feel the same. Like, this is just, you really don't see this very often. This is how good Brazil is.
It's an absolute thrill because like I always, for me, I've been casting a lot of like more in the local scene here. I mean, sure they are great, but I never get to cast like this kind of opportunity where it's just like absolute quality. Not because not because it's like overly different in performance. Don't get me wrong, Cuba is great, but Brazil is just doing it better. That's the problem here.
Let's see. What? I mean, they've already taken 2 towers, and if they're going to take the mid tower as well, just to close up the map. And this is definitely a team you want to like study if you're playing Dota. You want to go competitive. You can watch this game and be like, oh, like watch how Brazil's like very quickly taking advantage on the lanes. They're turning that into towers, and look at the Monkey King. Like, he's just jumping in. He's providing so much vision. There you go, mid lane.
Nice catch, giving beautiful information as well. Install, although yes, they're going to be backing up a little bit, but it doesn't matter because they do have the Ravage. Managed to catch all 3 of them as well. Spots the Snapfire. He's trying to do his best to outrun as much people as possible, but the Gash is still online. Commits it, gets it as well, and 3 members, 2 support, a mid laner for the count, and most likely the mid tower at the same time. You know, the most crazy thing about this Otomo is the fact that, never mind, before I explain a little bit more, once again, a beautiful dagger, a beautiful catch, a beautiful leap as well. Key MCDC, he's trying to do his best to sustain as much as possible, but there's a little bit too much control, so much crit, so much sustain, and once again, he will fall to the lane here. And Brazil, ever so close to further extending their lead, 19-1, 9k goal lead, and both mid and top tower tier 1s are down for the count.
You know what this makes me think of, honestly?
Oh, what?
It's like, you know how sometimes when you're watching a game at like TI and someone on Twitch chats like, guys, how did he miss that stun? I could play it. This is kind of like, this is the situation. It's like, Brazil's a TI team, and Cuba's like, I mean, again, I don't mean that to matter, but it's like, there's a big difference in skill, and you can see that, like, these are divine players. And like, I believe one of the Cuba players is like top 1,000 in South America and more, but there's just a very obvious difference in their performance. I like how RDO went for the Battle Fury, thinking he's gonna farm when he's just been farming heroes the whole game.
I mean, hey, you know, you can farm heroes with the Battle Fury as well. Cleave more people at the same time. Why not, right? That kind of situation. And now they're even going to further extend the lead by getting rid of the tier 2. Like, it's already crazy to me as it is that not only did they secure that top tier 1 tower first, mainly because they really want to get further control of that jungle. And with that tier 1 tower on that top lane down, they just slowly rotate towards that mid, and it was so easy for them to really pinch her in.
And you can see that they are going to try to go for the bomb tower here for Cuba. Doing this is kind of, it's cool because you know your whole team is together, so that's like the best in terms of their strength. But it means that you're also all getting only one source of creeps. You're all in one lane. Only one guy's gonna be taking those creeps. Whereas you look at Brazil, much more spread out. You got people in the mid lane, people in the top lane. You got Monkey King just farming. It's you're just gonna get so much more gold doing the Brazil strategy basically.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. But then Cuba is, you know, like, you know the term, beggars can't be choosers here. They not only did they lose the lane, but they're also losing in every majority of the team fight as well. But finally this time, they're going to be trying to play that, all right, we have a Kunkka, we have a Snapfire, but let's just try to catch as many people as possible. But look at that, they're in so tall, they're literally so deep into the jungle. But thankfully for a defensive ward, they do manage to spot that TIE Hunter on their tri-brush here.
Alright, I think they're going to go for the Enchanters here.
Ooh, big catch, although managed to find the Monkey King as well. Beautiful silent, let's try to buy enough time. They're going to be fully committed to the board as well. Any kill they get is although it's a small gain, but it's a gain no less. So pretty big for them here. But then again, Fry still wants to try to go for that Ravage though. He's thinking about it though.
It's good that they could do that, honestly. The thing is, again, it takes 5 members holding hands to do this. And so even if Brazil lose the Monkey King, they're very fine with this because they're farming everywhere else. So they're okay giving up a kill like that.
Yes, he's thinking about it, but they want to prioritize a little bit more the objectives here. Instantly, Otomo, 12 minutes into the game, 2 lanes worth of tier 2 towers gone. The bottom one, tier 1 is also gone as well. 19 kills here with a 12k goal lead here. Furthermore, there's even deep warding, there's control of the jungles here, and and at the same time, Ursa needs one. He really needs the point, and he's being denied on every single point of the game here. And now we finally get it a roast at 13 minutes.
They also, by the way, I like that the Grimstroke actually has a quelling blade just so he can cut trees that Monkey King is in. He's like, don't worry guys, I'll get him with my Grimstroke quelling blade if I see him jump. They also have the outpost for the Radiant side. That's a big issue because right now experience matters just as much as gold. If you're behind on levels, you're behind on. Oh, there you go. That's a problem. If you're behind in terms of experience, that means your spells don't do as much damage. You have less stats, and it's tough. It's a tough situation to be in.
What a beautiful game! It's the thing is, it's so cute to me for the fact that I get to see like a level 9 TIE Hunter. Not like usually like level 12. You see everyone like trying to fight for that tier 2 tower in some games here. But seeing a level 9 or at least now level 10, just constantly roaming around deep into the enemy jungle, just like having a total free time in the lane. So hey man, your jungle is my jungle. Everything is ours,
It's smart what KMCDC is doing. He's actually farming the enemy side, and there's a courier. Is he getting? He gets it, but this is something to be worried about if you're KMCDC because now now the enemy knows that you're here because you killed their courier. So yeah, Monkey King immediately shows up. He's like, "Where is he? I need to find him."
Oh yeah, just spot him as well. And the thing is, he can't instant TP because of the amount of stuns and the amount of controls there. And Lina finally spots him out. KMDC is trying to juke around the trees here, but I feel a little bit concerned here because with the Monkey King in the distance as well, there's no hope for him to really juke around the trees because of the amount of information and vision they're getting for this side here. KMDC trying to do an amount of damage, but sadly it will prove to no avail. And another team fight will be happening on the other side. Nice catch on the Enchantress with the bow connection as well, and nice timing with the ultimate coming from the Greens as well. Managed to get the double rolls here. Hopefully they need to try to burst it down as quickly as possible. They managed to get the 2K. Although, yes, they did lose the Ursa, but the Ursa was a little bit overextended, though. But then again, finally, the cavalry has arrived. Managed to clean things out, trade things off here. Although, yes, it was an offlaner for the support here. So I guess you could say Brazil still had the better part of that trade. But, Cuba needed whatever EXP and gold they can gain from any kills that they can get. So maybe a little bit even here, maybe?
I think so too. Yes, you lost the Ursa as well, and in the Snapline you only got the offlane, the support. But when you're so far behind, when you're 13k gold behind, any kill is any kill you get is basically killing like the enemy carry. That's how much the difference matters. So yeah, I think that Cuba should be happy with that. And of course, even though Ursa did die, he was farming the enemy jungle the whole time, so he was at least getting something.
Yeah.
Still have the net worth of the PA though. That is. Yeah. It's like we're like, oh, he's doing well, but he's still half the net worth of the enemy.
I mean, you know what I say, better than nothing, that kind of situation. But I mean, that's pretty much why that getting that tier 1 tower at the bottom lane was a little bit more crucial than usual. Because, sure, getting top tower is okay, but you're only going to have like 3 camps worth of farming. You get the bottom tier tower, especially the Radiance tier 1 tower at the bottom side. Got a lot more options here, a lot more area for the Ursa to really farm here. Although, yes, he still has to play a little bit more safer than usual, but it's definitely a lot more better than the Ancient side here.
Deso coming out for PA, he's going to give them a loft tower push, BKB for the Lina as well. Tidehunter's got his Blink Dagger coming, so we can expect that 3-4 Mana Ravage coming out real soon. I like the Beastmaster went for max Wild Axe. That's just I don't know, that's crazy to me. I've never seen this.
I mean, can you blame him? He can't even get anywhere close to the lane, and if he tries to get in, maybe in range for that throwing axis, there's an enchant coming, or maybe a slow with the dagger. How do you want to die, Peacemaster? How do you want to get slow first? Detroit is literally being destroyed here every time he gets it close here. So not too surprised by the throwing axe.
I thought the Monkey King would be jumping in, but it's very smart.
Ooh, oh my god. Like, it's that damage on the Kunkka. Like, I know he just want to try to clear the waves as much as possible, but every single time his HP just gets ever so low, Ooh, big catch, 9 double roll as well. It does force the Monkey King a lot more into it. Although yes, the Wukong command is committed, but sadly there's not going to be any flaw with it because that second roll, additional roll, did push the majority of the teammate all the way to the back. But again, PA comes in, does a beautiful catch, and the TIE Hunter, big ravage here, catching 5 members, instant buyback for the Grimstroke, but he doesn't have the ultimate. He does have the Ink Cell to try to give a little bit of that movement speed boost for you, but sadly it's going to be no two-way. Nice 4-stab, does give a little bit of sustain, but the Ultra Kill comes in as the dagger will determine Detroit's fate here, as they not only get the 5-man wipe here, but they will also secure the ranks on the bottom side. And it looks like Kuro, he wants that ravage, and RDO will secure it.
He buys a ghost up just so he doesn't feed his death away. Oh my god. Like, that's the this is we call it the OG strat. You dive the fountain, you hope for the best. But I mean, Brazil, we knew that they were, stronger coming in, but I did not expect it to be as they call it, a shellacking of this magnitude.
There's so much dominance. Maybe a little bit more than usual. I think I know you highlighted a lot. I mean, we both highlighted a lot that they're a really strong team. And then the competition wise also we were a little bit concerned, but we never expected the amount of kills, the amount of damage they were able to output. And it's not just like the top lane, the bot lane was happening, the middle lane was also struggling a little bit as well. Everywhere was having trouble.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a good try. This is the only way you get experience is by practice, by playing this level of tournament. But wow, like Brazil. I can imagine other regions are like, let's take notes here. What did they do? They picked Monkey King first. Let's make sure we ban that. Like it's very intimidating to see how well they can play it.
I already can sort of like visualize the Brazilian fans right now in Brazil, like it's as if it's World Cup. Everyone's like waving the flags, watching it from their side stalls here, just like supporting. Hey, clean win, 29-3. Oh my god, it's absolutely crazy.
There'll have to be a big adjustment for Cuba to engage too, but I mean, we'll wait and see. For now, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. By the way, we are going to be showing you some messages for gaming wellness on the screen. So if you guys take your time and read it, it'll help you maybe have a better relationship with gaming overall. For now, I'm Otomo. We will leave, and we'll be back in a moment for Game 2 between Cuba as well as Brazil.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything. This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
And welcome back to the Global Esports Games brought to you by Global Esports Federation. I am sorry about that, I forgot the light. We are doing South America today, Cuba, Brazil, and Paraguay. We just saw Cuba versus Brazil game 1, which looked pretty good for Brazil. My name's Atomo, joining me is Yodoli. Leonard, what did you think of that first game? Was it a bit faster than you expected?
I'm gonna say first, I'm gonna explain to people how much you diluted the pretty good game. I felt like it was an absolute slaughter on an extreme presidential level here. I got so horrified because I'm like, not only the game was fast, the scoreline was 27-5. RDO had a 15-0 kill score, 0 deaths, by the way, and a rampage on top of that. Something is wrong here, guys. Something has terribly gone wrong.
It is important to mention, though, is that Game 1 was being played on the South American server, whereas Game 2 we played on US East server, which is beneficial for the Cuban players, and of course more ping for the Brazilian players. We are going to be doing that switch around per game so each country gets their benefit of the server that suits them the most. So Game 2, at the very least, there will be a big ping advantage for Cuba. They get better ping, Brazil is worse ping, and that might even the odds a little bit.
It's like you're just putting that, you're just trying to have a seesaw, just trying to balance things out, right?
Yes.
So, okay, just slowly push it over, see if it works out a little bit here for the team here. But
at one point you'll be like, Brazilians, you can play with one hand. 2 hands is too much. You're not allowed 2 hands, and you can play with one hand, just the mouse. You can't play with anything else. By the way, if you actually saw that, they had Team Liquid did an event with Asa Butterfield. He's the guy from the Netflix show Sex Education. He was playing against one of the players, and they were like, "Oh, let's make it even. You play Dota casually. I'm a professional. What do you want me to do? No keyboard, no." He's like, "No keyboard for you." It's like, "All right, no keyboard. I'll just play with the mouse," and he still won. So that maybe that's something we need to input into the game.
Man, if only that would be true. But sadly, the Cuba players, they at least want to go out with they want to go out. They want to at least go out big, go out strong. I mean, at least that way they can say like, hey guys, we didn't lose because we will receive a handicap. We lost because they were at their best, and they really were. Brazil right now, the Brazilian team was really at the top notch. They did really cut them some slacks. They weren't like it's Cuba. You can be a lot more relaxed. No nonsense. Absolutely nothing there. So really cool stuff coming from both teams.
They played very well. The draft as well with the Enchantress as well as the PA bottom lane. That was just a lot. Lots of slows. You get a nice creep with a stun or a slow as well, and you can just demolish the lane. Top lane, I was Tidehunter as well as Monkey King. Again, there's a lot of physical damage reduction. And they have a stun with the Monkey King. Mid lane, I thought the Lina versus Kunkka matchup would be a little bit more even, but again, the Lina was just dominating the whole game. So Brazil is they're very strong. They are very impressive. Again, they have 2 members from Hokar playing both analog as well as RDO, and they really showed it in that game.
Oh my god, actually, I feel so dumb because the thought just came to me now after. I mean, yes, it was a crazy game. Everything, a lot of crazy things was happening. I think finally now my mind settled down and I started thinking a little bit, and then I realized now I know why main reason why he went for throwing axes. I mean, yes, one, he couldn't really get to the farm to really lane, but most of the same time, if he maxes out that boar, the enchanters can enchant the boar.
Yeah,
it's a free creep, a level 4 creep with slows. That's one of the best way to support my enemies, right? That kind of thing.
Here you go. I heard you were looking for a creep. There's one right here. I mean, for me, I was thinking it was also more because of to counter the Monkey King, and now I'm thinking, what if it was lag and he needs the axes to last hit? He's like, guys, I'm playing with 400 ping. I ain't last hitting for shit. I'm just gonna press Q, and whatever happens.
Oh man, so many reasons, so many theories. I mean, the fastest way is for us to ask the players here, but we can ask them another day. Tomo, this is going to be the last game here between Brazilian and between Brazilian and Cuba. Of course, guys, it's not best of 3; it's best of 2 round robin. So of course, the teams that has the most wins will be the one to represent South America here. And of course, Brazil, it seems they're really on a high roll here. Not sure how they're gonna do against Paraguay later on, but I think for now, Cuba, they have that one chance to steal that point away from Brazil. But after that kind of performance, but then again, remember we did have a, like as Paul said, a little bit of a server switch here.
Yeah,
Maybe it might be an opportunity.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really hoping that makes a big difference for them. But, and yeah, we also have, we already did Southeast Asia as well as Europe. Great Britain will be representing Europe, as well as Mongolia representing Southeast Asia. So we already have a couple of the regions going out already there. Look, I mean, from what I know, apparently Great Britain did really well. You know, they took. And they actually picked Spirit Breaker, even though T Governor keeps talking. He's one of the players for Britain. He keeps talking about Spirit Breaker. There's nothing there. I was disappointed in him.
I mean, maybe because of the fact that the team just maybe didn't really fit some of that team composition they want to go for. Because like the thing is just like this is not a pub game. Like this is actual teams that actually really worked hard and really researched about it, especially with the recent professional or international strategy, or especially after the recent TIs here. Everyone's a lot more prioritizing whether this hero fits the composition that we want to go for, with the strat we want to go for, whether it's setting up the tempo or playing straight for the late game here, or playing for split push or towers here. Does it fit our lineup? Because if you're gonna end up being the black sheep of the family, then you're out of the choices here, you know?
Maybe we'll see the techies. Hey, because you know Brazil, they banned techies. I think there's like the first round they're like no techies, because techies, maybe that's Cuba's secret weapon. You know, you walk in, you think, hey, let's just walk around the enemy side, boom, you're dead. So I think that's Cuba's secret weapon.
I mean, maybe for sure. And the minute you mentioned techies, I just started sweating. I'm just like, yeah, that is an option, but oh man, that is horrifying.
If Brazil won't to give it to them. Well, I feel sad about that. I want to see techies. Show us techies and Pudge, like, because we were saying that if you are up against sort of a better team, you might have to cheese it. You know, you might have to pick that last pick Huskar or that Pudge or something crazy that can displace opponents, because normal drafting is very difficult to pull off in these situations.
Yeah, but then again, like trying to chase a strat here, it really is. I feel like it's a really like a gambling situation, right? Whether it's really a do or die kind of situation. Whether you make it or it breaks it, that kind of thing. So, and the thing is, it's not many teams are willing to take that gamble. Come on, man. Let's be honest here.
Yeah,
I mean, sure, some can try. I love to see the creativity and the challenge here. But this is global esports games, my friend.
Yeah, let's give you guys a little bit of information since we are still waiting for the draft. This is brought to you by the Global Esports Federation. It will be hosted in Singapore in the Sentosa Resort in December 17th, I believe. Where there'll be also the GF Con, which is a con for art, culture, fashion, manga, food, entertainment, anything would relate to esports will be there. So we're going to have representatives from multiple regions going here. I believe we're like halfway through the tournament. I mean, of the qualifier stage. So we are by the end of this week we're going to have South America. Next week we're going to have another. I think it's North America. I'll have to check the schedule and confirm with you guys there. So. And it is the Olympics of gaming right now. We're going to have other games as well. We have Dota 2 for women, we have PES, we have Street Fighter 5, a bunch of other games as well in the list. I love when you do that. Every time I say Street Fighter 5, you do like, do you play a lot of Street Fighter 5?
No.
You can't do that. You know, he's like, what? You can't do that.
I play more. I play more the original Street Fighter, like the 2D kind of arcade style. I mean, sure, I can get a little bit of Street. I did try a little bit of Street Fighter 5, but I feel a lot more at home when I play the original one, like the very first generation one.
Well, so are you telling me on the weekend I'm gonna find the arcade with like a stack of quarters? You know, just putting a coin in the machine and stuff like that. Is that what you're
gonna see me with the mask as well and a hoodie at the same time, just like with sunglasses as well.
Challenging, like, you know, 12-year-old kids want to play with me. They're like, I don't know you, sir. And they just walk away. But I actually, the last Street Fighter I played was Street Fighter 4. No, I didn't get to play the fifth one, unfortunately. We are in the draft, and Weaver is going to be the first pick for, while Snapfire and Magnus coming out for the Brazil side. Interesting.
Of course, definitely for sure. From the side here, Cuba really respecting the enchanters, really getting rid of it as well. And the vision gain from the Monkey King also removed at the same time. They still really want to secure that off lane. I guess in this way you can I wouldn't say assume that the Magnus is going to be going the off lane. I mean, he has a little bit more of a versatile role here. Can go mid, can go to the off lane, but do remember and take into account as well. At this point, Atome, a lot of my friends, we call it the collapse strat, right? The collapse Magnus, right? Because of what he done during TI, right? And because of what he has done at the same time, there was a little bit of a patch for the horn toss as well.
Yeah.
Now there's no longer a stun. It's going to be more of a slow here. So there is still that brief moment of time for anybody who got caught to actually defend themselves here.
Even like you can actually even use force staff after. Like allies can actually force staff. I mean, like if you're caught and you have force staff, you can use it. If you have any sort of magic immunity, you can do that. So Magnus, if you horn toss people, you kind of have to RP straight away. I think there's a bit of a cast animation. So generally speaking, the collapse strategy doesn't work on anyone with magic immunity anymore. And even supports with force staff will be able to stop it, because before you catch someone, you stun them, you skewer them back. Now there's so many counterplay options because 100% slow. So still at the same Brazil. By the way, you mentioned that Magnus could be played. He's very versatile, and that's true. He could be played even as support if he wanted to. You know, just you max in power for a carry, and you just land good RPs, and that's all you need to do. Cuba side, I like the Tide Hunter. I like the start a lot more this game than game one. Game one they started with both supports. Here they have the Weaver and the Tide Hunter. That's kind of the 3-4. We've seen a lot of support Weaver coming out because the hero just does so much damage during the laning stage. Very elusive. You can get him later on. You get him the Agnums. That's a pretty good save as well. So I like it. It's a better opening by Cuba by a lot.
But you see, that's the problem, right? Like the thing is this. Yes, Weaver support is great for harassing, but the only problem is that if he doesn't get that axe in time, like really in time, I mean, sure, fast axe is always the greatest, right? But like even just the normal timing, you're not able to hit that timing alongside with your team. You just end up like a really random Weaver, just a really random guy there.
Ooh, Rubik, one of the okay. So we know it's gonna be a Snapfire 5 and Rubik 4 and Magnus offlane. We have seen some mid Snapfires, but it wasn't played like during TI, you know, like during TI people were like, no, we're not going to do any shenanigans with the Snapfire mid. It's going to be Snapfire support. But yeah, Rubik, if you steal Shikuchi, great spell. Obviously, Ravage is amazing if you can get from Tide Hunter. Bit hard, but if you can get it, that'll be incredible. So it's kind of interesting to pick Rubik when you have the ping disadvantage, you know, because there's going to be, remember, Brazil is playing on the US East server, which is closer for Cuba. Cuba's comfortable with this. Brazil is further away from it. This is different from the first game. So picking, when you have a bit of ping, picking Rubik's one of the hardest heroes to play with ping. Like, that's how it works.
It's definitely for sure. And also, like, I mean, besides his, I guess you could say Rubik being picked here, it just opens a lot of options, like besides the ones which you mentioned, which is still able to steal Ravage, steal Shikuchi is great as well. But also at the same time, like even back in TI, I mean, this is of course before the horn toss got patched. Rubik was actually one of the few people that can easily counter the horn toss if you're quick enough.
Yeah, I was actually checking about that because people were saying, oh, Rubik counter is because of the lift. If you actually look at the in terms of pubs only, Magnus actually wins more when he plays against Rubik, which I thought was very surprising because the win rate, Magnus win rate increases if Rubik's against him. I was like, what? It's crazy to see, but that's how it works. By the way, Cuba actually has revealed that it's not Weaver support. It's going to be a Weaver carry. They're going to take the Tusk 4 as well as the Mentor Wyvern 5. Tusk Tide Hunter, pretty decent. There's a lot of physical damage coming out from Cuba side. Tankiness as well, with a bit of heal. Decent stuff. I definitely like the Q draft a little bit more than game one.
And most importantly, this Winter Wyvern has so much capabilities here. There's so many abilities you can really try into the lane. Great lane harasser. That's a lot of strength heroes. Snapfire. Now Timbersaw alongside with the Magnus as well, able to harass quite a bit with the Arctic Burn here. But most importantly, when that mid fight does come down, besides the Winter's Curse, there's that heal, that Cold Embrace. That's going to be such a nuisance here. But I think that's pretty much why I guess the Timber Sword started popping up, because it's more magic. It's like more magic damage compared to the physical one here. But the Cold Embrace just sort of mitigates a lot more.
Yeah, one of the things I'm worried about though is that the Timbersaw on the Rubik does a lot of damage during the laning stage against the Weaver, who's pretty squishy. You know,
Oh, yeah.
Weaver Shikuchi is in, he's like, hey, I'm gonna get a couple of creep, and then he gets lifted by Rubik. He gets Whirling Death. He gets Timber Chain. He gets Fade Ball. And zapped in his butt, and he's like, I'm dead. What happened? And Winter Wyvern's heal is kind of useless against that because both of them do magic, physical damage, so magic and pure damage. So I don't know. I kind of liked it a bit more when I thought it was a Weaver 4 because you have Gush as well as Bugs, the Swarm. That's a lot of minus armor for the laning stage. You know, they're just like that's what 4 to 7 I think for Tidehunter, and Weaver every second adds another minus armor. So it really adds up. And the Swarm is physical damage, but it's kind of crazy that they switched the Weaver to a carry role.
Yeah, I guess it's because of the fact that they were just a little bit worried that the Weaver is not going to be able to get that axe at least fast enough, or at least during that, at least towards that mid game. Because let's be honest, sure, early game is fine. You get a lot of damage, you get a decent amount of harass. But when you get to the mid game, what do you carry for your team? Sure, a little bit of damage for security, maybe a little bit of right clicks, but that's without a Desolator or any other damage items for yourself. Maybe an arcane boots. Or maybe actually, no, let's be honest, if you're rushing Axe, most likely no arcane. It's probably just going to be boost of speed as it is. But that's what I'm saying, right? There's nothing really for him to really commit to the team here.
I'm wondering what Cuba's going to go with. I like Leshrac, a band coming out from Brazil.
Oh, yes.
They need one of two things on Cuba's side. They need a Spirit Vessel carrier. They have that in Tuskar. Sorry, not Tusk, just Tusk. Someone once made a tweet. He's like, it's not Tuskar, it's Tusk. Just Tusk. All right, it's just Tusk. Sorry. But they need a bit more magic damage. I was thinking Leshrac's bad, but Zeus is in the pool. I don't know if that's the best. Like, he's been buffed a little bit this patch. I don't know if that's something you want to go for. You know, he's got like, 5 movement speed and 0.1 second stun. What they go with? They go with the Tinker. Good pick. But Brazil, remember, they could take something with some sort of global presence here. They could switch the Magnus to mid, take a Spectre carry to find him, or they could take the Zeus from themselves on Brazil's side. Either way, they need something to find the Tinker. Because right now, like, they have pretty mobile heroes. You know, you got Magnus Skewer, Timbersaw, Whirling Death, and even Snapfire's ultimate can help you find the Tinker because if you can throw it in the trees, you can get. But you need something a bit more, like, definite. And I think either Zeus or Spectre could be something to go with, and just rotate the Magnus however you want.
What about the existing spirits, though? That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I think Voice Spirit is out there. The spirits are always good, but really, there you go. You're Ember Spirit. I was gonna say of the spirits, you take Ember Spirit for sure. Storm Spirit was the least popular in terms of TI. Ember Spirit was the most expensive. I think he had something like a 60+ win rate, and he was one of the most popular mids. So very good call that they do go for the Ember Spirit.
It's like the thing is, I was still like thinking, I'm still hovering for the fact, like, because I was thinking like what's going to be the priority for Brazil. That's why I just mentioned spirits instead, because I'm not sure which. I mean, definitely not Earth Spirit, but between Void Storm or Ember here, like what is going to be the main priority? But I guess in this case, I guess you could tell for the fact that there's already a decent amount of magic damage. Although yes, they could definitely be sending the Magnus to the safe lane, but maybe a little bit more physical does reassure them a little bit as well. So I guess Ember does fill up that role a lot more better compared to the other existing spirits here.
Kind of weird to see a carry Magnus, by the way.
It's been a while, actually.
Remember when they get drafted, we were like, "Oh, it's gonna be off lane Magnus," and then Timbersaw came out. Neither one of us said, "Oh, yeah, Magnus could be mid or carry," but I was like, "Oh, it's off lane. I mean, it's a carry Magnus." Yeah, the thing is, if you look at Brazil's side, you got Timbersaw, who you need magical or physical damage to bring down, or a Spirit Vessel. And you got Ember Spirit, who needs stuns that are like instant, like Shadow Shaman, you got Lion, you got Rubik, something that is an instant stun. You look at the Cuba side, they got neither of these. Ravage takes a while to spread out. Tusk, good luck catching Ember Spirit with a snowball. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Have you ever seen that when they go back to the base and the snowball just rolls slowly?
Rolling, right? Eris is gonna be like, "Where are you going, friend? Where are you going?"
No, usually I'm in the snowball with him. I'm usually in the snowball running the guy. Like, dude, no, I don't want to go. Winter's Curse is probably your best stun, but it's your ultimate, and that's difficult. The good thing about Cuba's side is that while they do have some catch from Brazil's side for the Tinker, it's not as good as I'd like it to be. And if this Tinker player is insanely good, he could 1v5 this. We saw this happening in PSG LGD versus Team Spirit. I believe it was Game 3 when Nothing to Say had a Tinker. and he just he rolled over them that one game. So maybe this could happen for them as well.
Ooh, no, I love the positioning of coming in from analog. Instantly just standing there alone, just trying to go for the warding. Instantly just breaks like 4 smokes at the same time, or is it all 5?
By the way, but he's gonna lose his ward for that. So that's kind of it does get denied. That's all right. But it's Detroit.
Definitely not having a top time. Nice one with the ice wall as well. Does deny their only means of escape. No choice. Had to pick up. Has to literally forgo the second skill and have to go for the skewer. The literally skewer the safety. And because of that, that's gonna give an opportunity for Brazil to take first blood. They anticipated it and they almost thought they're gonna be the one drawing first, but that didn't really go according to plan here. And looks like they're still also gonna retrade back the wards.
And that's unfortunate because Cuba, they had a chance to deny it. But they instead want to take out the sentry. It's like, that's tough. But they are going to get 3 bounty runes for Cuba's side, which equalizes the first blood death that they had. It's like, yeah, you get first blood, but you get 3 bounties. You basically almost the same amount of gold that you get. You get like 600, the enemy gets 200. They get first blood. That's an addition like 300-400. So it comes out as a very even start. The ward does go to Brazil's side. Remember, that means that because it wasn't denied, you get the full EXP. If you deny the ward, you only get like 25% of it. So that is the issue for the one thing that happened so far is that Brazil won the ward trade.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about this Otoma is that although yes, it's sad that the Madness couldn't really get the empower for it, but he is going toe to toe with a range hero as well. So he still has, I guess you can say, a little bit more damage priority compared to the Weaver.
For sure, and of course, the Quality Blade bonus is double, and KMDC is gotta be careful there. I think they did remove the Sentry Ward, and nice job by Wyvern. But again, we talked about this. We said the Weaver very squishy. You Shukuchi in and you just get blown up. So something to worry about here. Not as bad as if it was against Timbersaw though.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Bottom lane. A couple of harass coming from both sides. A lot of mana has been coming to the side here from KJ. But as long as the thing is in this mindset, just as long as he just like forces them back a little bit, will down just low enough for IS to really go for the burst, because eventually he's gonna be able to nuke them down, and it's only level 2 as it is.
Yeah, it's very smart for Brazil to switch lanes. They wanted Timbersaw up against the 2 melees. They're like, if we put Timbersaw top against Winter Wyvern and the Weaver, he's gonna suffer. But we put him bottom, he goes and he whirling does both of them. That's so much strength lost for them. They are both strength heroes, so they really can't deal with the whirling death. So, like, very high understanding coming out from Brazil, and already taking the top 3 spots in terms of last hits.
Oh my gosh, Sally not going to be able to get the benefits of the farm here. Drag the creeps in, at least keep it away from the tower as much as possible. At least getting into the harassment. However, Shukichi just 2 seconds away, and he's going to be able to chase down their friend Via here, but he's going to be able to evade and survive a little bit more longer than usual. Coming back to the mid lane, casual farms, although yes, Ember Spirit is definitely having a little bit more benefits of the last here. 12-9 here. Not too bad. I mean, I guess you could say it's a little bit more expected here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, again, it's like you mentioned it, melee versus range. Melee has the advantage in terms of last hitting because you're closer. There's no travel time for your attacks. The Quelling Blade bonus is double for you. It's just so much better if you double skewer.
That's big. That's big as well. Sally not damage to really follow up to finish up our dear friend KMCDC. But I think that he's already applying so much damage as a level 2 as it is. And the Fate Bolt is not gonna end. Don't get me wrong. Yes, the Arctic Burn hurts. It does hurt over time, but the Rubik's also like equally trading back the damage here. They at least try to mitigate back, or at least try to send them a message for the fact that you wanna harass my teammate. I'm also gonna do the exact same thing.
I'm wondering if Aku 5 should just go top. Yeah, we're seeing a Timbersaw bottom. I don't think he's actually gonna make a difference here. There's like he doesn't actually do, and there you go. He's gonna go top straight away.
Oh, good time as well. Snowball does manage to climb, but he's going to be focusing a little bit more on Taylor Core here. Then again, nice lift. Does force back, buys in the necessary amount of time. But Shukichi is going to be committed as well. And that's going to be an easy pick off here for KMCDC towards the top side. Great timing with the TP and the rotation as well. I guess you could say not only were they a little bit overextended there, but also they really needed to get that space. They really need to give KFC-DC a little bit more of an opportunity. Well, looks like Detroit is also going to have a one-way ticket back to the base here. 1-for-1 here. But then again, it is sort of a support for an offlaner here.
Yeah, but I think if you're Cuba's side, you also need to prioritize winning any lane. Like, you can't just say, all right, guys, we're going to lose all 3 lanes. You know, it's like, bottom lane's lost. There's no way to salvage it. You know, Tusk and Tidehunter against Timbersaw and Snap. Like, you're losing that one. So you're sending the Tusk top. He gets you a kill, gets you some farm on the Weaver. That's okay. You trade 2 lost lanes for a win in a lost lane. That's a good trade for you. And mid lane, Tinker is doing pretty solidly. 16-6 to the 18-6 by the Timber Spirits. Like, remember, in game 1, at this point, Brazil was 4K ahead in terms of net worth.
Oh, sure. Do you want to comment? Ooh, sadly, FCR not going to be able to find the necessary tree to grab on to continue in with the chain here.
I think we can expect Titan to just go jungle. You can see him; he's actually going. This is smart. Just you max out the Anchor Smash, max out the Kraken Shell, and you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna lane, because there's no way you're gonna win the lane anyway. So you can see that Titan was actually jungling, and it sucks to leave a lane empty, but now you have guaranteed farm on the Tidehunter, whereas before you had guaranteed feed on the Tidehunter. That's just not as good.
But you see, that's the beauty about heroes like Tidehunters, right? Like, yes, if the lane is lost, there's still always the jungle option for you. And the thing is, Tidehunter is also the kind of hero where, I mean, sure, yes, items are important for almost every hero in the game, but he's the kind of hero where, especially for the mid game, the EXP feels a lot more better compared to the rest of the game here.
Sure.
He's tanky enough to really just walk into the fight. He doesn't necessarily have to blink into it.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. Like, the hero he's built to self-sustain himself, basically. You know, he has so much damage mitigation. He's so tanky that just getting levels is gonna. You can see he was 7 CS, now he's 13, slowly recovering, and he just goes back to the lane when he feels like the lane's safe for him. And you can see, like, Timbersaw, he's solo in the lane. Titan is also in the lane with him at the bottom side. Meanwhile, Analog taking a bit of damage here. Tinker, I mean, I was still a little bit behind in terms of CS, but forcing the Ember Spirit to go back to base and getting a free farm for like a few seconds is going to help him recover.
Like few seconds, like 4 at most, guys. 4 seconds at most.
True, but it helps. And we got TP.
Ooh, great initiation as well, along with the ice wall. So this force KG a little bit back there. I don't think he's going to be able to live the fight for another day for sure, but they will be able to find Aku 5 here, and most likely even TS4 at the same time. This is Analog at the same time, but Cole and Brace just come in as well. Don't really have the amount of magic damage, but finally the Fade Ball does come on, but they're not going to take any more risks as the Tinker is going to be coming out in exactly 5 seconds here.
I like how he just they're like, are we going to go for him? Are we diving? They're like, wait, like the cold embrace is gonna end. Oh, RDO though, might be no trouble here. They are gonna go for it here.
Ooh, nice timing. Gonna be hitting a little bit of his. RDO is actually trying to hope he can get the final few hits, but nice timing with the ice ball does split in between. Force the Maxes a little bit more distance from KMCDC, allows it to get a little bit more of that range. But looks like Aku 5 is gonna be the one that have the final set, get the last hit. Towards the bottom lane, Detroit, unfortunately, going to be dying for a few more times here. But he's totally fine. As long as KMCDC is alive and farming well, he only needs the EXP. So he's totally fine dying. I mean, it's not fun. It's not fun, but he's fine.
I mean, it's like if you're going to lose, if one of your cores is going to die, you definitely want to be the Tidehunter. Because once you get level 6 and Ravage, you're like, yeah, that's good enough. I'd like to get more, but at least I have level 6 and Ravage, and that's useful. Can we click on the Tinker? How close is he towards his Blink Dagger? Still 700 gold away. We won't expect it till at least a 10-minute mark then, unless he gets a few lucky kills.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a tough time as well. And the thing is, it also, like, his goal actually sort of retracted back a little bit since that initial gank that actually shut him down a little bit, not too hard, but it did slow down the Blink slightly. But he's still going to be able, like you said, still going to be able to get it towards, should be able to get it towards the 10-minute marker, especially.
By the way,
yep.
KG is so good. He stands next to the ward, he takes a rocket to the face, and he's like, guys, there's a ward here. I know because the rockets hit me. There's no way they can hit me if there's no vision. It's like very impressive play. But here they go. Aku 5, you need to be, oh dear. Nice dodge.
Quick side Simon snowball this coming, but he does not want to take this fight head on. This is a level 6 Timbersaw as well. Did you really want to take too much damage from him in FCR? Trying to find a prime opportunity. The Ember is also not too far behind. Analog is just trying to find a prime opportunity. Throws out the ultimate, getting ready that whirling death to really try to steal the deal here. But the Fable is going to be the one to steal the kill away here. They're waiting on top of it. They do have the number advantage as well, and the magic damage. They're totally fine camping on top of this win on TS4 to secure the kill. That's 3 members. 3 massive members, a core, 2 supports. While then again, KMCDC is still alive and well, but he is slowly suffering a little bit as Magnus is getting a lot more points on that shockwave.
Yeah, and the last thing is just so much better if you're Magnus. You know, you got that level 1 in power. You like he's got what, over 100 damage. Weaver just can't match that. Even he's trying, but he just can't. And Thailander is level 6 though. He does have the Ravage, so you can't go for big team fight top lane. They are going to go for RDO here. Snowball comes out, but this is going to be the tough part. Is that you can't actually. Oh, RP comes out instead. They might be able to get the killer. He does screw him away, and the bugs are still on him. RDO is gonna live just barely, but they do lose the Tusk. In the meantime, for Cuba side, now gonna be the only loss as well because they are gonna be losing. Looks like the Witch Wyvern, and yep, he loses his life. Close to getting the Magnus, but Drake got the Tidehunter though.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, need I remind everyone again, it was an intentional 3-man gang for the Magnus, and they still never got the kill on the Magnus at the same time.
When does he have time to make these stacks? Do you see the stacks in the triangle? That is insane. Like, look at that. What's that? A triple? A quad? That's a quad. That's a 4 stack. And look at that. That's a triple stack as well. He's gonna try and stack it again. This is the Rubik with Shukuchi advantage, by the way. Max level Shukuchi. Is he gonna stack it? He does.
That's a 6 stacks, by the way. 6 stacks on the small camp, so an additional one for the ancient one.
Is it 6 or 5? Either way, it's crazy.
No, it's 6. I'm counting. I see two satyrs. I see an Ursa. I see 2 trolls. I see 1 centaur. That's 6, baby.
We can count up to 6. We can, we're good at counting. But I'm surprised Cuba took the fight top against RDO. Oh, that's unfortunate. And they do lose the Tinker as well. Tinker, does he have the Blink Dagger at least? Because if he has, what the hell?
Oh, I mean, they just want to get whatever they can. Ravage, they couldn't get the Magnus on for sure, but at least they can definitely get the Snapfire. But you see, the thing is, that's a really big information game for the side for Brazil again. No Ravage, and that was the only thing that Analog was really afraid of as well, because there's absolutely no guaranteed stun on the side except for the Ravage. I mean, sure, there is the Snowball, but like, it's not like a guaranteed stun, that kind of thing. It still needs to connect for the to really pop off.
Exactly, right? Because like if you snowball into Ember Spirit, like it's not, even against Timbersaw, you're not landing yet. And by the way, even Magnus with the skewer, like snowball's so bad this game. There's literally no one. You even got Shukuchi on Rubik. Oh dear, can you actually? Oh, they guessed wrong. They thought Rubik was gonna go there, but he did not. Still, there Rubik. He's being snowballed.
Managed to evade away from the snowball, past the Shukuchi once again, and that's pretty much it. There's no other form of vision. But then again, he just saw the reveal. It's right into the ultimate for the Snapfire. Definitely gets it for sure. And totally sure he still want to see if he can get a couple of more here. Since he did notice for the fact that the rest of the squad here, or at least the main cores coming from the side from Cuba, is slowly prioritizing a little bit more on KJ. Takes the cookie, tries to fall back, then slows it down, but here comes the skewer coming from RDO, fall out with the RP, so much damage from the shockwave. They don't have the level to really out-tank the damage here, and instantly, it's gonna be a full 5-man wipe for the side here of Cuba and Brazil. They're looking forward to not only securing this tier 2 tower, but also to further extend their control in the enemy's jungle.
I mean, you can say about this game is that Cuba's doing better than game 1. I mean, like they just got 5-man weaponry. Like this is better than game 1. Game 1 was worse. Game 1 was a lot worse than this.
There was like breath of life for Toma. There's breath of life.
We do. I mean, the thing is that Ravage top lane, like you said it at the time. You're like they use Ravage to kill Snapfire. It gives so much information to the enemy that hey, we don't have Ravage. Like we just used it on a Snapfire. So. And you can see, like, right after Brazil was like, yeah, take the mid-tier 1 tower. We want it. We can do whatever we want. And by the way, shout out to... I'm not sure how to pronounce Rubik's name, so I'm just going to say Rubik. He, with that Shukuchi, perfect vision on the Tinker for the Snapfire cookies. Then he was able to kill the Winter Wyvern by himself. Just insane plays thanks to that Shukuchi.
It's so crazy as well. Like it takes a lot of confidence for it. By the way, beautiful chains is coming in from Analog. That's buying the necessary amount of time. He is trying to evade away into the Centaurs, but with so little HP, and let's be honest, there's absolutely no escape for him. So that's gonna be a death here, and another beautiful kill pickup on the side of Analog.
Winter Wyvern's still level 5, by the way, so no Winter's Curse. That's one of the things that the problem is. There's no actual amazing right-click hitter on Brazil's side. Like, if you look at their heroes, they don't have like a PA or an Ursa, someone who would. Oh dear, here we go.
Oh, they are on the hunt. They are definitely trying to find the team, but does finally gets him as well. A couple of ultimates hit. Does manage to connect. The snowball trying to mitigate as much as damage. Colin Braiters comes in at the same time, but they still managed to get the kill on the Tinker. Big kill, big setup. Ravage comes in, doesn't manage to get the cash on Analog, but he does have the DD here, and they have to respect that. But he did have a safety net here with an additional remnant at the back line, so he's still going to be able to escape for it. One Snapfire for three more members of Cuba here, and most likely even a fourth one as well.
The level difference is becoming absolutely insane right now. And okay, is he gonna be fine? KMCDC gets dusted, but just gets zapped in his butt. But it's not. Is it gonna be enough? Oh my lord! The humanity, you know. Think of the children.
God save the queen, ladies and gentlemen. God save the queen.
Brazil.
Because the queen is crying.
Now the queen is happy. Great Britain's already there. You know, Great Britain's already gonna be in Singapore.
Oh yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah.
I mean, it's a very tough situation for if you're Cuba. So, like, you want Thailand to get a good ravage. You get Tinker in the backline throwing a few rockets, and oh dear.
Ooh, nice. Cuba does force him onto the high ground. I don't even think he has to blink dagger as well. So he literally, the only way for him to really get off that cliff is just to TB back. Not sure what they're totally fine, but nice snowball does get that Thailander off the cliff. Maybe it actually force him into his death at the same time, because it does connect into the whirling death. And once again, Winter Warrior sent to the high ground, literally as they pray to this totem before they pick him up, thanking for that beautiful sacrifice offered by Cuba.
I love when they put him on the hill, and I was like, "Oh, king of the hill!" You know, the Tusk was like, "No, come down. I'll snowball you into the timber saw." You know, our best friend. Oh dear, and looks like Chaos is gonna have some problems here.
Chaos trying to do his best to evade away as much as possible, but the Snapfire instantly just remove any forms of option or even a chance to really juke away. So that's gonna be another pick of I think Tinker just died one too many times, and it's really sad to see. But finally, at least a little bit of a saving grace. Winter finally has that Winter's Curse. At least it might be able to do something here, but he's still just level 6.
Even then, like, whoever you curse, the other two people aren't gonna be attacking. Ember Spirit's not amazing, right? Like he's decent physical damage because of Sleight of Fist, but he doesn't. You know, he's not like Troll Warlord where you know the guy really hits hard. Same thing with Magnus. Same thing with the Timber Saw. These guys, their damage comes from their abilities here. So even no matter who you Winter's Curse, it doesn't matter. And oh, Rubik, he's like, hey buddy, oh, it takes Swarm. I don't think he's gonna be happy with that. I think he really wants Chikuchi.
I mean, definitely. I think that was really the main goal here.
Yeah, like if Weaver went straight for him, he might have been able to kill him if he knew, like, oh, he stole my bugs instead of my Chikuchi. Oh well, it's too late now.
Too late, buddy. That's going to be the activity picking on the side of IS. Snowball just going to try to buy a little bit more time, but I don't think he's going to be able to evade away. Ravage just comes in. They wanted to try to save a little bit, save the Tusk, or buy a little bit more time for the Tusk. With the Curse just finally comes down, but there's not going to be any connection on top of any of the members at all, because literally Analog, his main goal is the back line. He doesn't care what's going on in the front. He wants to go straight to the back door for the Tinker. He gets it. He shuts him down, and majority of the amount of damage it has been mitigated and removed from the game. There's no more big ultimate. There's no more Tinker. There is the Weaver, but he just doesn't have enough right-click damage to really pick on all of this majority of the strength heroes in this game.
I love every time the Ember Spirit dives on the Tinker. We see Winter Wyvern use the Cold Embrace on him, and it's like, dude, no, don't, no! And you see the Mortimer's Kisses raining on him, the double Chakram, the Flame God, and you're like, I don't think you're helping. You know, you just killed him for sure. It's a very tough game to play if you are the Winter Wyvern. Aghanim's coming out for Brazil's side. Like, look at that, 98%. That's pretty nice, actually.
It really is, and the thing is, like, I wouldn't say like the drafting is bad because of the fact that like we mentioned before, Magnus can go. It has a very versatile role. He could literally go anywhere in this case here. They were still, I guess you could say, when they went for the 4th pick with that Winter, they were still hoping for the fact that maybe they were still going to go for the right clicker. But in the end, seeing the Tinker, they prioritized a little bit more differently. But on the other side, IS getting a big kill. That's once again does put him to Godlight as well. KFCDC trying to buy a little bit more time. No choice but to commit the backtrack as well, because he did get caught out. Dust is committed, but looks like Analog is not going to take that risk to dive under that tower.
They still have decent damage on the Cuba side. Again, remember, they have Tinker and ORDO. This is the guy you want to keep your eye on. Where's he going?
Ooh. Oh, what an RP, but Sally, that literally that skewer is not going to be able to connect to the Tinker, but they still get the Tinker no less, and then Winter at the same time. The damage is a little bit too much, Otoma. I think they're way too far ahead in levels. there are also a lot of different items and a little different levels for the items as well. Maybe one too many items aside here for the rest of the members of Brazil. I think Cuba's just not able to sustain it.
I think that they have like a 23 level advantage on Brazil's side. We were seeing in the draft they're like ahead by 23 levels. And by the way, remember again when we talked to oh wow, that's pretty impressive. Can he get the kill here? No detection. Oh, so let's see the sea chains on.
Oh, they managed to get it, but nice. But no just have to come in to discuss it. I mean, there's no better time to really use it as well. At least they managed to save KFCDC. They're even going to be committing the Ravage as well. They have to get this kill. They cannot afford Anal to get away, but he has the Remnant. And instantly, not only did he out-tank the majority amount of damage and also force a majority of the skills here, he's still able to get out of it casually as well. Nice lift, force him back. Aku's fire, I guess you could say he already sort of resolved to his fate as well. Not bothered going to be trying to go for the snowball because that's just only going to delay the inevitable.
Very soon, it looks like that Rubik might be overtaking the Winter Wyvern in terms of net worth, which will like Laser is picked by the Rubik. That's a great nuke to have because of course you get the miss chance, but Rubik also amplifies the damage by a lot. He's got all the Aetherleds as well as his Arcane Mastery for huge cast range. So it's a really good spell to have if you are the Rubik. I mean, it's good for the damage. You still want Shikuchi most of the time. Oh, look at that, the double chakra.
Oh, he's dead.
I like how he kills him from like downtown. You know, he throws a double chakra, he just walks away. He's like, I don't really care. I know he's gonna die.
Cool guys to look at explosions, right?
Other just TP's out to safety. Oh, Snapfire, kisses, and sorry, Aku.
Aku's 5 gonna die for another time. Haze is gonna be stolen away.
Did you ever watch the show Samurai Jack?
Oh yes.
Every time I read Aku, I'm like, hey, it's from Samurai Jack. Probably, I think.
I mean, it's gonna be such a perfect line. It's gonna be a perfect lineup if only Brazil had a Juggernaut and just call themselves Jack.
There you go. But they also remember. I mean, I don't remember much of Samurai Jack. But I remember there's an episode where there's this big Irish guy. Oh my god, double kill. There's this like big Irish guy. His wife was kidnapped. He's like a Viking or something.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, maybe we need an axe for that. That would be like a cool big. The axe was just wearing the underwear. You know, not with no clothes on.
By the way, finally, after multiple sieges and of course multiple kills on the side and multiple deaths on the side of Cuba, they're gonna be able on the side of Brazil to be able to secure the mid tower, most likely even the racks as well. I think even with the Tinker coming, I don't think they're gonna be able to do much either way. There's no Ravage, there is no Winter's Curse. We see Audio going to be pulling off a little bit of a simple, simple scare, just simply blinking to the front line, try to force them back. But again, KMCDC, he also understands for the fact right, that even if he comes with the base, there's nothing much he can do. What he can do right now is just try to farm as much as possible, especially since he already sort of confirmed the number of head counts in the lane itself.
I mean, if you are Cuba, I mean, you're hoping. Oh, the KMCDC.
Oh god.
I mean, this is the problem with the hero. He's just so easy to push. Oh, double RP, baby!
Double RP, managed to catch the Tinker and the Wyvern at the same time. Could have been perfect. A counter initiation coming with the Ravage. If only they had a little bit more damage, then maybe this could be a nice game-changing fight. But sadly, that story is not going to be available here for Team Cuba, as they are lacking in so many in that department. Detroit trying to sustain, trying to hold on, but looks like it's going to be beyond godlike for this Analog with a double kill here for the team. A beautiful initiation from the Macros, a beautiful setup and follow-up from the team members from Brazil. And looks like they're going to be further solidify their win in this game before not only taking the midnight, but most likely trying to end this game.
It's I mean, they're just going straight for the throne. They still, I mean, they have the Winter's Curse on for Cuba's side, but it's such a bad spell this game because there's just no one to really curse. I mean, I guess the hope is that you can sort of catch a 5-man curse so you can land the Ravage after. A nice smoke here, just going back in. Who are they going to catch? They do catch Hector 5. He's dead. No, you don't need Jack to beat this Aku, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping for you live. I'm like, what the hell? That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, it is a pretty good one as well. And I was also thinking about like, like if this was the multiverse, this is the one universe where Aku doesn't really need Jack to really die in this case here. Well, looks like the GG is the call here, coming from the side here of Cuba here. And Brazil, Atomo, will literally solidify and earn a casual 2 points for themselves in this first best of 2.
With this, Brazil basically guarantees themselves a spot in the top 2. We are doing a round robin between Brazil, Cuba, and Paraguay. So in the top 2 will play best of 3 tomorrow to decide who is going to advance and represent their region. And Brazil, being disadvantaged doesn't make a difference. Like they basically have 2 offlaners with both the Magnus as well as the Timbersaw. It doesn't make a difference. Like they just played it crazy. 19-0 on Analog, 14-0 on FCR. RDO 4-1-20. Pretty bad. We were expecting 20-0, but what can you do? Just an absolute dominating performance from Brazil. Cuba, they do have a chance for a rematch if they can beat Paraguay in the next match. Like they have to go at least something like 2-0 to advance, but it's a tough call. It's a tough call for Cuba. Well played by Brazil, though.
Yeah, really well played stuff. Of course, kudos to Cuba to going head to head with Brazil for sure. But I guess you could say it was definitely a little bit of a difference or a different tier of gameplay coming in from the side here, like, especially coming from the side from the Brazilian team. Like if you notice as well, like. If I had to give an example, a very clear example, it's probably going to be like, for example, RDO with the Magnus. He just sort of told himself, like, okay, this Wyvern is not going to be in this lane all the time. It's just going to be me and the Weaver. I have the melee advantage. I can deny him a lot more better. So in other words, I don't necessarily have to max out my empower. I can focus a little bit more shockwave. So in other words, I am sort of trading hits, whittling him down, and at the same time giving that sense of paranoia for the fact that I can jump on you and catch you whenever I want to.
Another thing is that he started out with Skewer level 1, which you think is a big disadvantage because he used it to escape. And it didn't slow him down at all. Like, it just did not matter. Mid lane, I thought the Ember Spirit versus Tinker. Like, when you mentioned the Spirits was going to be picked on, I was like, yep, he picks Ember Spirit. I was like, yeah, this is going to be a bit difficult for Tinker. But if he can get that very fast Blink Dagger, you get a nice Ravage, you throw rockets, you got damage. You got some team did work. They have no way to kill Timbersaw. They had no way to catch they had no way to catch the Ember Spirit, no way to kill the Timbersaw. The Winter Wyvern pick was just terrible this game. Like we saw every time we see Cold Embrace, we see Starfire's Kisses right fall on there. I'm like, oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Anyway, this is gonna be game 1 though. We are gonna take a 10-minute break and we're gonna come back with Cuba versus Paraguay. Very important match for Cuba's chance to stay alive, basically. They must do well to stay alive. Paraguay, they just have to win 1 game, and that might be good enough for them. I'm Atomo, this is Yoli, and we'll see you guys in hopefully 10 minutes. We are back to Global Esports Games, brought to you by the Global Esports Federation. I'm Atomo, joining me is Yoli, and we just finished Game 1 between Brazil and Cuba. Brazil took it 2-0, and now we're moving on to the next series between Cuba and Paraguay. Cuba needs this game to stay alive and make a chance to actually go up to the finals tomorrow. Leonard, how are you doing?
Well, we had a really fantastic first BO2 of the day between Brazil and Cuba. I'm definitely having a lot more fun since not only am I given the opportunity to cast for this global esports game, and of course Dota 2, one of the best game I've ever known in this entire world, but I'm getting to cast this wonderful game with you again, Otoma. Like I said, it's been 2 months, I think, since the last time we casted Dota together. So it's great to be back in the saddle and with you alongside me as well.
Every time you flirt with me, Leonard, I must remind you, I am married to a woman, so your chances are pretty slim. Just gonna say, your chances are pretty slim.
It's okay, man. I already know I lost that chance, but that doesn't mean I cannot get the opportunity to be the godfather of the kid.
The hope is still there. Cuba is starting off with the Monkey King. Interesting flex pick for them. We saw that they did that with the Weaver in Game 2 against Brazil, where they opened up with a Weaver, and we're like, oh, it's gonna be flexible hero, but turned out to be the carry. I like seeing Monkey King. I like seeing the hero. I feel the hero seems like is always very fun to watch. The flexibility is pretty good now. He did receive a bunch of nerfs to both the cooldown for his stun and his leap by 2 seconds. They're pretty long cooldown. Like his stun's cooldown is like 20 seconds or something, which is kind of crazy. Because imagine if Crystal Maiden or Lion had a 20-second cooldown on Earth Spike or Frostbite. Like that's crazy. Paraguay starting off with the Tiny though, flexible but generally accepted to be the carry. Just too strong, Did receive pretty substantial nerfs though. A lot of the tree grab numbers were reduced. The talent also gives less damage, and his best friend Lycan has also been nerfed quite a bit. So Paraguay took solid hit. Sorry, not Paraguay. Sorry, Tiny took solid hits this patch.
He definitely do, but I still think he's still a little bit. I wouldn't say like he's completely. The Valve didn't really completely shut him down. He's still a little bit more viable in the lane. But seeing that first pick coming in for Cuba with the Monkey King, honestly, there is something that saying just popped in my head, Otoma. That's pretty much monkey see, monkey do, and especially experiencing it firsthand from their initial first BO2 game against the Brazil team. Wouldn't be surprised they definitely picked up a chapter from their book for this game. But their second follow-up is going to be the Sand King here. I mean, definitely for sure. I guess you could say that sort of guarantees the offlane, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have seen a support Sand King before, but it's very rare.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I feel like it's a hero that should be a decent 4, just because the stun's so good. You just need the Blink Dagger to make plays, lots of good damage, but generally accepted to also be the offlane. Monkey King, I think you want to go in with the idea that it might be a carry, because if you pick heroes to counter the Monkey King, if it turns out to be a support, you counter the support. But if it turns out to be a carry, you're like, yay, we countered the carry. So that would be an interesting way to go for. I wonder if Tiny grabs the 3 Monkey King instead they got. It would be so cool if he's still standing on it. Monkey is like, oh my god, I'm standing onto the tree. But unfortunately, it does not work like that. But they do have Tiny. They do have the Dawnbreaker, pretty tanky duo, by the way. Dawnbreaker, not only she amazingly tough to bring down, she also has a global heal, which Sand King, he doesn't really have burst damage. He's got good damage, like the 3-second gap that he does, the stun with the epicenter, but he doesn't exactly have massive burst damage. So Dawnbreaker feels really good against him.
And the thing is this about this, I mean, besides the versatility in the laning, because we have seen even in the past, even Thompson decided to bring Dawnbreaker into the mid lane and also wreck a couple of games with it as well. But like you mentioned, it's that global presence that Dawnbreaker really brings to the game that just makes it so superior, right? Because sometimes in a casual 2v2 fight, which normally most people think is a 2v2, can quickly turn it around with a quick ultimate coming in from Dawnbreaker, and it ends up becoming like 2v3, a quick reverse sweep. And don't forget, when she does land down on connection, an additional stun also pops up at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, she's a pretty tough girl. That's all it is. Paraguay, by the way, banning the Lifestealer as well as the Ursa. So they are very confident that this Monkey King is not carry. Because if there's no way they're going to be banning him if they thought, they got carry, let's just ban more. Very interesting that they still consider banning these heroes out when it's a flex pick.
Yep.
Either way, Cuba's got good stuns, by the way. Good long range stuns. You got the boundless strike as well as the burrow strike. Lots of strike stuns there. So you can bring it, like, hold a person down for like 4 seconds easy on Cuba's side.
Yeah, and also
Ooh, silencer.
don't forget it as well. Like, despite all the safe lanes being banned out, if they really want to try to contest against the monkey, should it go to the safe lane, there's still Mars in the pool as well, and also a viable off lane option for the Zaire for Paraguay here if they choose to go for it too.
I wonder what Paraguay is going to be thinking of. I do like the silencer ban because obviously when you're Dawnbreaker, like the moment you press R, he presses R, and it's the worst feeling in the world. I find it very interesting because today I tweeted about how good silencer is in this patch because I think I have like a 75% win rate with him.
I read that, by the way.
It is so good. There's like the amount of damage he can do with just the Q. It's insane, and you can later on scale. You can get him the shard. The shard bounce is amazing because you steal intelligence from both when you use the glaives. The shard for silencer allows you to hit one person and bounce off to one nearby hero. So you can farm with it faster. You can hit 2 heroes with it very easily. So it's super good. And Paraguay deciding, yeah, silencer's too strong, and they ban it out. I like it, but I would have loved to see the hero. And who did they go with? Dark Willow. Cool. Oh, there you go. This is a support Sand King. And a support Monkey King. Or a mid Monkey King.
Oh man, I guess you could say in this time, like, QS probably just saying like, psych! It's totally flex. Probably not what you're thinking. But we're just seeing with a couple of bands as well. I guess you could say they sort of like you said, mentioned earlier, sort of already predicted for the fact that, okay, Monkey King is probably not going to be that core. But the thing is this, right now you have a Savannah, you have a sort of a flash farm at the same time. Where will the Tiny still be going for that core lane, or is it still going to go to that mid this time?
I feel like still gonna be a carry most likely. One thing I'm interested in though is there's 4 melee people on Cuba, and it's a good mix of physical and magical damage. But I think it's a lot more magical early on with the Sand King as well as the Darkseer. So, oh, there you go. I love this. I was gonna say like they need a guy who can somehow reduce damage. First, the Underlord greatly reduces the damage from spending Monkey King. He can build a pipe. He can build a Greaves, get you armor, magic resistance. Like they needed this Underlord pick. I was thinking maybe a Centaur also with the damage mitigation. Kunkka with his ultimate. They have the heal from Dawnbreaker. It's nice, but you need a bit more. And this Underlord pick is great. So it's gonna be the offlane Underlord. Dark Willow and Dawnbreaker are the 5-4. Tiny's gonna be the carry, but it's gonna be like there's a lot of flex still from Paraguay's side. Even Cuba could be offlane Sand King, could be offlane Darkseer. I'm feeling much better if it's an offlane Darkseer and a 4 Sand King, but this 4 melee lineup, I don't like how melee it is. You know, I want some range coming out here.
Also, the thing is a little bit unlikely. Maybe towards that mid side, we might see maybe a like Lina to really try to amplify a little bit of that magic damage, because I feel like not only do they have 4 melees, but they're also lacking a little bit in that magic department. So a little bit of nice early nukes will be perfect also at the same time here, or maybe even a Pugna here, especially since now the partner got a little bit of that buff from the blast here.
Yeah, 100 extra cast range. It used to be 400, then it was 450. Now it went from 455. That's a lot of cast range bonus for. Oh yeah, for Nether Blast. For Paraguay, I kind of like the draft quite a bit because you have the Underworld in the front, pretty hard to burst down. You have the Dawnbreaker heal. You have like tanky front line with heal with Dark Willow, an aura coming out from Underworld. It's pretty good. But Cuba side, they just need some sort of range, something that helps them. They do have great team fight and stuns from Cuba's side. You got the Stormhammer, the Burst Strike, the Mountless Strike. You got the Vacuum, you got the Wall. There's a lot to like on Cuba's side. But they have, who are they going to go with? It should be something range. I wouldn't be surprised. Like I wouldn't be shocked. You said the Lina. I like the Lina. Even something like a Sniper, just something in the backline. Who are they going to go with? They go with Ancient Apparition. So is it gonna be what, a mid Monkey King or a mid Sand King, something like that?
I mean, I remember, like, I'm not sure whether I sort of forgot whether during one of those patches whether they did tweak a little bit on that AA talent again. But I remember at one point at one of those patches, everyone was thinking like, hey, this talent tree does feel like AA can actually run mid because of the talent tree itself here. But was there any other tweaks after that to really change that talent tree, or is it still the same one?
No, it sounds received not a rework, but definitely like a couple of changes in the previous patches. Ice Blast, not Ice Blast, sorry. There you go. I like the invoke pick. His Cold Feet received a change where the break distance increased by an extra 200. So that was kind of fun at level 15. But there has been changes. I'll have to go back to the patch log to check with you. But it is going to be the mid Sand King, by the way. It's going to be the offlane Darkseer. Monkey King is going to be playing the position 4. It's going to be the 5 Ancient Apparition. I like the Ancient Apparition pick a lot. Because like you look at Paraguay, you're like, oh, Underlord can get some aura, some magic resistance. AA really removes that. Like all that heal you were thinking of getting for Underlord just doesn't feel as good anymore. Still, after seeing the two teams play, I think I'm gonna go with Paraguay's draft for now. I think the 4 melee is just too much from Cuba.
It's a little. I feel like it's still a little bit of a gamble here because for the fact that like if you think of it this way, because if Cuba is able to gain a lead, or at least this 7 gets or at least KMCDC is able to get a lot more farm compared to Mars user, I still think he's going to be a little bit more dominant here. But then again, coming from the side of Paraguay, there's a lot more tempo setters, especially for this Invoker. I'm going to be looking forward for the fact that we're going to be seeing a lot more. Like the scary thing about the Invokers is the fact that like he has that potential to actually entry into the jungle, like the kind of thing. He has enough burst damage, just enough level to really burst down anyone in the jungle. And we're going to be often seeing like the supports going for the stacks here, especially going to be for Savant. Couple of pickoffs, couple of denies. Maybe we'll be able to find the Savant in the jungle at the same time. Big pickoffs as well. But like I said, it feels like a lot more tempo dependent here coming from the side of Paraguay, which they really need to win here.
Prepare for battle.
You have good heroes to be tempo with. You have the global presence from the Dawnbreaker. You can have Sunstrikes or even the Vessel build coming out from the Invoker, which is really good. I think he's probably going to go for it just based on his starting items. What does he have? Yeah, he's got that. He's got the 2 circlets as well as one of the mage things. So he's going to make a null talisman. The other one turn into an urn because there is no dispel on the radiant side. That's usually the thing that I mean. It's like I don't think I want to go urn if they have dispels, but they have no dispels. You can go for urn for sure.
Oh, Detroit also got to be careful with. I mean, not much skills to debuff here for the side here for on the side of Cuba, right? For that tornado. I mean, I spot iron shells, the armor from the Savant.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, and that's pretty decent. Like Iron Shell, remember Iron Shell with the Aghanims gives you 350 HP. So being able to so if you have a tornado against it, that's pretty good. I don't think you remove the Jingu stacks though, so that's gonna be that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. If you can remove Jingu stacks or even the Ursa's Fury Strike stacks, can you imagine like how many times people are just gonna buy like an eel or something to just debuff? It's like, hey, you have one too many stacks. Let me just eel you just to remove it entirely.
I find it interesting that Yules does not care about stats resistance. I always find that very interesting because every other ability or item. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, Detroit, you are so mean. He saw the Monkey King, he's like, hey, she's gonna eat you. Oh god. By the way, if like Aku died from that, he'd be like, you jerk. How could you? Nice, just a good bit of harass there coming out from Aku 5. Reminder that Cuba needs to win, like, sort of both of these games, because then if Paraguay even wins one game against Brazil, they're going to qualify if they go 1-for-1. And you can see that Alu with that Starbreaker, so much damage from the Dawnbreaker or level 1, just because it hurts so bad.
It's really is ridiculous, and the thing is like it's also really great to really fight her head on. Sure, I mean I guess you could say it is sort of quite easy for some people, for some of the heroes in this game to really evade away from a skill as it is. Like you really have multiple choices, right? Either just like get out of the range of it, or just like walk forward into it as well. At least that way you can sort of mitigate away from the stuns. You still get hit by the damage though, but you at least will evade away from the stun. I think that's like one of the few scary things about that skill.
By the way, I have a confession to make about Dawnbreaker.
Right.
I used to think that when you press Q, she just uses it like in the direction she's facing. Like you press like Mirana Leap, you press E, she just jumps in front of her.
No.
So I used to think of that. Then one day I was moving my mouse and I realized that whenever I move my mouse because I have quick cast, she'd do it in that direction. And I realized, oh, this is why I have a sub 50% win rate with this hero, because I had no idea how to use her Q before. Yeah. So I learned this recently, and I'm a little embarrassed by it.
Hey, I mean, it's, Dota's a beautiful game. You get to learn. It's a learning curve at the same time. But, ooh, gotta be careful, Alu. Gotta be careful for that one as well. Double Iron Shell on top of the Jingle and a couple of crits and slow. Might be a little bit of too much of a hole coming for the side of Alu to really out-tank that one.
What does Alu have, by the way? I mean, I know he has Starbreaker level. Oh, wow. Okay, there's just no other items. It's just the Fairy Fire. Pretty cool.
He went in with full regen, by the way. He went in with Tangles, Branches, Salves, and now the only thing remaining is just the Fairy Fire here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're struggling because they are still doing pretty well top. Just I thought they'd be able to zone out a little bit more. Bottom lane though, Underlord's having fun. He does have that Atrophy Aura, which is fantastic for getting lasses because you get so much bonus damage. I miss the days when it gave you permanent bonus damage though. That was a lot of fun.
Oh man, don't remind me, man.
That was the best time ever. Oh, look at that, Detroit taking the damage. And is he gonna fall? He does. Good coming out here for Paraguay.
I guess you could say he a little bit underestimated a little bit of the new potential coming from Tiny as well, and pairing alongside with the Dawnbreaker too. I think he thought he could at least try to sustain it as much as possible, at least try to mitigate some of the damage. But sadly, Anima just had a little bit one too many. Oh, nice tree break at the same time. Nice save with the vacuum, but the damage has already been done as well. A Qualifier trying to evade away, but Arima, all he had to do is just one hit with a tree, and he's out of contact and literally out of the game.
That's crazy. I love when he hit him. I was like, oh, he's gonna live because he'll take 2 hits. But like, he just chunked like 20% of his HP with 1 hit. That is insane to see. But yeah, I mean, I was saying little 2 minutes ago. I was like, I thought Paraguay would win top a bit more. Then they get 2 kills. I'm like, all right, well, that's sort of what I expected when you have the Tiny, the Dawnbreaker. A lot of stuns, 2 tanky heroes, just a good amount of damage coming out there. So it's top lane. Oh, they are gonna get a bit kill bottom though. Return kill for them. But at the same time, they are getting decent stacks. You can see Dark Willow, she's stacking the triangle. How many stacks does she have? I think at least a double stack coming out for them. So even though they gave a kill to the bottom lane, Underlord's still farming pretty well for himself.
Yeah. And the thing about this as well, like I love the idea they actually decided to put the A on Savannah as well. Ooh, nice job with the trees. They're going to be stunning him for a good amount of time as well. There's still the Celestial Hammer also still in check for them to really commit as well. But here comes the Avalanche on top of the toss. Sadly, they didn't really manage to do it. No, ooh, the Celestial Hammer though. Enough of a burn and enough of a nuke to really secure it around. And let's be honest, do not forget, let's be honest. Sometimes we tend to forget because of how slow the attacks be coming in for the Tiny, but he does hit pretty hard.
Well, I mean, that's why you go Echo Saber and Silver just to do like that big opening burst. And you were mentioning like I was surprised that he was able to kill Monkey the first time with that big whack from his tree. But trees are heavy, so if you're carrying them, you must be pretty strong.
It's gonna be really tough as well. And then, and I was also I was mentioning before, I really like although yes, it's definitely gonna be an Ancient Apparition 5 post 5 for sure, but it just works so well against the Underworld as well, because although yes, his passive does reduce physical damage, but it doesn't really work too well against magic damage. And Chilling Touch, let's be honest, AA, if you ever see an AA that just doesn't really max that Chilling Touch, there's something really wrong in that game.
I'm surprised to see Sven taking 2 points to the Stormhammer. Most of the time you see 1 point and they take more points than Warcry because it helps you jungle. When you go from camp to camp, the Warcry movement speed adds up. It helps you along with the Mask of Madness. So I'm guessing that maybe he wants to be a bit more active. It is unusual though, it's very unusual to see. The Darkseer taking Vacuum early on also did not pay off because he was taking Vacuum, it doesn't help you, where if you had a bit more points than Surge you could run away. Invoker, he does have the Urn, he does have 2 Null Talismans, that's some extra magic damage. He is going to go for that Quas Wex build, so we can expect a very active Invoker coming out in this game.
Yeah. No, I think the fact that, I guess he went for the Vacuum at the same time because for one, maybe he had tried to do some form of damage in the fight, but most importantly, I think it's just to really try to save Aku 5 here because of the fact that he didn't really anticipate that Celestial Hammer can actually break a lot of the trees. Good cash, good nuke with the Starbreaker. That's instantly 1 core out of commission there. Aku 5 still trying to evade to save his life though. But Arima, although yes, unfortunately couldn't really fall out with that amount of damage since it still is currently still on cooldown, but it looks like the Hood of Defiance is finally going to be bought on the side here from ADN. He's going to be able to sustain a little bit from from the magic damage and keep him alive a little bit more longer delay. But a Starbreaker max range stun to lock it down to allow the combination of the avalanche and the toss, despite having a little bit branch of HP. But Rima, like I said, he hits like a truck without whether he has a tree or not. He's gonna be able to knock him out of the park.
It's crazy because I was looking at Alu, like both times he was able to get the max Starbreaker range on. It's very experienced player with the Dawnbreaker. Also, he has 1 point in the Luminosity. I see some players decide to skip that, but when you're up against a melee duo, you're gonna get those right clicks on, so you might as well get it because it gives you a little bit of extra sustain. The crit is nice as well, especially if you can time it with the Starbreaker. So just very impressive performance by Alu so far. Top lane has been very active for Paraguay, but the other lanes have been pretty quiet. I wonder if that'll be something that'll change soon, though.
I think right now everyone's just really trying to prioritize the farm. I mean, especially from the side of Paraguay. I mean, I understand that, yeah, sure, the ball lane is a lot more... It's having a lot more harder than usual, especially since the Chilling Touch is... Because it's a really low cooldown, they're constantly pulling out the pain on the Underlord. We even saw him, like, die once, or I believe just once, maybe twice, if I'm not mistaken.
No, just once.
Oh, just once, yeah. He just died once, so he started playing a little bit more safe until he got that Hood of Defiance. But even with the Hood of Defiance, he's still prioritizing a little bit more on the farm, going towards that jungle as well. Especially once the lane gets a little bit too far forward.
Can we look at the jungle, the dire triangle, for a second? I think they have stacks there, and I think Monkey King is going to try and take them. And oh, there's a stack there, Monkey King.
So beautiful.
Yeah, Monkey King, he's hanging out. He's like, let me get some of that experience. I like it.
Gotta be really careful as well. But then again, ADN does know that the Monkey King is there, spotted the animation. There's Kinchi that really coming for the support. The stun does manage to connect as well, and even the tree to drop him down. But then again, here comes the Grand Knight itself, Kinchi, trying to see if we want to try to follow up with the team here. Oh, sorry, not Kinchi, KMCDC. Want to see if we can try to follow up with the team here. Always try to save his teammate. ADN's slowly pushing the way, and this is gonna be the
good tornado.
Evoker coming in, managed to catch him down. Stun does connect. Will lock him down for a couple of seconds. Hopefully they'll be able to find him. There goes the skills. There goes the root. It's a 90 time, and that's gonna be the death of KMCDC, the man who tried to save his Monkey King here. But sadly, he's gonna be paying his life for it.
And during this time, the Chaos is farming, so he's gonna be close to that Blink Dagger. But this is sort of if you play a lot of pubs, it's one of the problems when you have a farming mid versus a tempo mid. The tempo mid's making space, the farming mid's just farming, and you kind of would like it if you could get a bit more space around the map. And oh, is he gonna Detroit? He's trying to dodge that hammer, and he does. Yeah, it's very awkward when the Invoker's running and making space and Sand King's farming. Yes, Sand King needs to get that Blink Dagger first, but it costs you a kill on a death on this Sven, your carry. Despite that, though, Cuba isn't ahead in terms of net worth, signing the 10 minutes in. But this is a juicy stack they're going to take here.
Still, all these stacks going to be a little bit safely secure on the side of ADN. I am still having that cause of concern because remember, like I said before, Invoker is just really that kind of hero. Although yes, he doesn't really need that assistant, but he can just solo entry into the jungle whenever he wants to. And although yes, there's no aggressive wards so far though to really check things out.
That's true. I mean, this game is much slower pace compared to what we saw in the Starbreaker this time. But can he actually get a kill? Alu, it's a lot of damage. He's a Fairy Fire, barely makes that alive. Also, the same thing with Destroyed there. Both heroes just and looks like Destroyed is going to be losing his life though. That Urn pickup. Like if they didn't kill Sven bottom, he would not have Urn charges. He would not have been able to kill the Dark. So it's very. Dota's crazy how the snowball things happen. Sand King can't make space, which means the Invoker can kill bottom, who gets the kill on Sven, which means he can get Urn charges to kill the Darkseid top, and that's crazy to see.
Anyway, here comes a nice tornado as well. Constant is going to be coming in alongside with the Urn of Shadows, but then again, nice timing with the Burrow Strike. We're going to be able to mitigate away and also ensuring that he's not going to lose any mana from it.
Arima, they want to go for this kill here. And alright, they do that the bounce like, but it might have been a bit too soon, and it looks like KMCDC was not ready to join him, so that, a bit costly there.
It really is, but the thing is just like, even for the side of Sven, like he instantly sort of like, especially since now this is way past the 7-minute marker, he just started prioritizing in those farms, getting to the jungle, getting those natural neutral items for his teammate. But he got the engagement and the quick quick teleportation coming from the side here for the Underlord, trying to defend this first tier tower, but then again they managed to spot Detroit all the way to the back line. Nice vacuum into the walls there, followed by the A blast. Managed to connect at the same time. The Stars Groundbreaker was trying to commit the ultimate, but nice timing with the stun does deny him from the ultimate, and even the massive AoE stuns from connecting there. It looks like the Brahma Maze is going to be able to catch the Sand King. He's trying to evade away, but with the vision that they sort of set for themselves, it's going to ensure the Sand King's death for the side.
And they took mid tower as well with Invoker. I mean, Paraguay is playing very controlled Dota, by the way. They're not as aggressive as we saw the Team Brazil play, but they have a very good handle of the game. Yeah, they're only 1k gold ahead, but it feels like they're more, right? Like, you get that feeling like they're 1k ahead, but the way they're playing, the way they're like taking maximum advantage of everything is very impressive so far. Yeah, but Aku5, is he gonna be in trouble? Does get the tower though. Oh, he cut the right tree. Well done.
Good find, good catch. Doesn't really have the Bramble Mace as he already sort of committed as well, but I think the Thorn Crown is going to be slowly coming off cooldown very soon. But that's not going to be needed as well, so since he's literally stuck between the trees here. Absolutely no way to run away. And at the same time, even if he tries to jump into the trees, there's still the Celestial Hammer in the hands of the Dawnbreaker here. So literally no way for, or no chance for him to try to go for the escapes here. Just sort of literally cemented his life and possibly his death as well. It looks like even the Darkseer is also going to be joining him in the nice timing, nice connection with the multiple rows on top of the Sunstrike here. But ADN is going to be the one to secure the kill here.
Can we maybe switch to seeing the net worth graph? Oh
wow.
not too bad though. It's surprising to see the Monkey King is so far ahead, by the way. But he was able to secure the top tower by himself. Like, he jumped in, he cost him his life, but well worth a support's life to get that last hit of the tower on the support himself who died. So you can see, like, yeah, he died, but he was able to get good gold. There's the other people that are a bit worrisome. Sven keeping up in farm, but Darkseer is having a pretty tough game so far. And Invoker has the Hand of Midas, so he's going to get that infinite scaling. No, I'm so rich! I literally have this... my hand turns things to gold. Intermission is going to go for that 4-staff. Pretty decent item. Darkseer get almost I say almost 600 gold to that mech. It'll help for sure. They definitely need that extra sustain. But meantime, they might run into each other here, and Monkey King does walk into them.
We're going to be able to find a majority of them as well. Trying to wait for the nice time with the Wukong command. Nice connection with the Sun to really follow out to try to maintain them in the mall as much as possible. Bramble Maze also being quite the nuisance. Jumps in, but his main goal, although yes, as much as he wants to pop the Wukong command, he really wants to try to give that vision to spot things out. Couldn't catch the Invoker, unfortunately, but they will be able to get a nice consolation prize for themselves. Any kill they can get is sort of a gain for themselves here.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's a good kill for Cuba, obviously, being able to control their jungle like that, not losing anyone. And Monkey King, this is the advantage he provides with a lot of vision. And there's no Beastmaster, there's nothing against him that cuts trees easily or provides flying vision for him. The one thing is that maybe with the Cataclysm later on, Sunstrike, Cataclysm, these can provide vision, but it's pretty hard with the Sunstrike only. You need Cataclysm to actually find him.
Ooh. Spots up the Savannah, going back to the triangle, but sadly enough, there's just not enough space because there's just so much control that Paraguay is already sort of dominating into the side. We even start to see a little bit more aggressive warding on the side here, but looks like they're going to try to defend this tier 1 bottom tier 1 tower. They did spot the A, but they want to find a little bit more better. They did have no choice but to make do with the Darkseer, almost get the kill on Detroit. He tries to run away, but Idiot at the very max range of the root gets him before he can even get away, right after he popped the surge as well.
I'm surprised we've seen such an inactive Sand King. I believe he's what? He is... is he? He's not 6-0, is he? Oh, top lane.
We're still trying to find an opportunity. A big cash on that. That's going to be the core as well. KMCDC, he doesn't really have any other mana since he gets burned away. Invoker almost trying to get away through the trees, but the final hit and on top of the bonus damage that he get from himself will be able to secure the kill on the Savannah. Mad cores are being called off all across the map here, Otoma, and I'm getting a little bit concerned because, like I said, it's all about that tempo. It's all about that capability that they have for that lead. But nice timing with the ice blast into the wall. But sadly, there's no damage to really follow up with it. Where's the Sand King? Where's the Savannah? No one is there to back it up to really cement that win, or at least cement that round.
Yeah, I'm very... Oh, well, Sand King's here right now. Maybe he'll be able to do something, but he needs to be out. You can see Invoker. He is he's only been involved in 4 kills. That doesn't seem like much, but Sand King has done no kills, and he's your mid laner. So it is like they are really losing a lot of map control because the Sand King's farming and the Sven's farming, and you do not have enough with just Monkey King, Darkseer, and AA when you're behind to take fights. And that's why Paraguay is winning. They're bringing the Tiny with the Shadow Blade. They're bringing the Invoker who's invisible with the Vessel, and they're able to take these fights. Cuba, all this farming is costing them. I think they're going to go for a group smoke, and maybe that can give them like a victory. They're not that far behind. 4K gold is not a huge like disparity between teams, but you need to start doing something here.
They're trying to find the opportunity as well. They are going once again. They're hoping that the fact this time this smoke is going to be able to connect. Can I, my dear amazing observer, could I actually check out on Darkseer? I really want to see how long is that cooldown for that ultimate for that wall. 20 seconds. So okay, so 20 seconds, and this, although he has the smoke, by the time they want to try to look for someone, the smoke is actually going to run out as well. Not sure whether they have an additional smoke in hand, but they do really need to try to get this catches, because so far, if you notice as well, Otomo, great combinations, skill combination landing with the eyes in the wall. Just unfortunately there is no real follow-up for it so far. I think right now, by the time Cuba find that nice placing here to connect and get that nice follow-up with those skill combinations, I think we might see a potential team fight.
Oh, there we go. They need to find the Sand King. He's kind of been caught. They find a beautiful Sunstrike Defining Vision here, and I think they're going to be losing the Sand King, and they do get killed. Tough situation for the Sand King, man. Remember, this is their farming mid against a tempo mid, and
it gets a lot more harder as well, because if you think about it as well. But nice, we're gonna go for the quick 45. The TP comes in there. Here comes the Bramble Maze, although yes, a little bit too greedy, as he thought he could try to sustain as much as possible. But here comes the cavalry as the TP comes in from ADN. The wall does come down, but it's a Van. He's just constantly being locked down, constantly being stunned. But the Thorn Crown here, he couldn't even pop the ultimate in time to take the fight. But even if he did, his rest of his teammates is currently out of position, and the crucial member here to really start the fight, or they try to hope to turn the fight around, Sand King is not anywhere near. He's actually dead as he got caught off guard at the bottom side. It looks like Detroit, my friend, you can try your best, but I think you're gonna die here. But nice vacuum onto the cliffs here. But I think the damage has been done. But he's gonna surrender himself to the ancient. But the vessel damage, the tick damage is just too strong. And ADN Invoker is still gonna secure the kill on Detroit.
I mean, despite all this, Cuba still has a very good shot, because we've noticed they've actually been landing pretty good vacuums. 2-3-man vacuums into walls have been common. They just need to follow it up with Boundless Strikes, Burrow Strikes, Stormhammer, something. Most of the time we're seeing these 3-man vacuum walls into Ice Blast, and it's like, 30% of the enemy's HP is gone, but then Paraguay just wipes the floor with them. So, oh, by the way, did that Nether Shawl? I believe that is a Radiant Nether Shawl, not a dire item.
Yeah.
Actually,
free picture.
It's like thank you. It's a free item. It's gotta come down to Sand King. Sand King he's got to get the burst right. Like he's been farming the whole game.
I mean, hey, look at the bright side. At least this time, just now from the last fight towards that middle lane, they have 4 men instead of the usual 2. But alongside Brosh are going to be able to connect on top of the Dawnbreaker here on Lu. But that doesn't really what they want to try to go for. And Sand King, he died and he got caught off guard. He didn't know how many people is going to be there. Although yes, another beautiful wall, another beautiful 3-man vacuum. But the rest of the damage, where's the physical damage? Where's the magic damage? Nothing is really there to really follow things up. And like I mentioned before, Otomo, the more, like I said, this game is really going to come down, especially for Paraguay, how many mistakes each one of these 2 teams is going to make to allow either one to allow them to elevate. And sadly enough, Paraguay has already punished Cuba one too many times here. And with a nice catch once again, Detroit is going to be having a nice, beautiful golden ticket all the way back to the fountain.
It's honestly, it comes out to the way that the draft have played. Like Sand King went for the Blink Dagger, and he wants the Boots of Travel before he farms. That's very he's got them both now, but that is a lot of gold invested just to be like, hey guys, I can fight. When we saw that Invoker, once he got the earn 800 gold, he's straight away like, alright guys, and it's not like that he's not farming. He's got the Midas. He's second highest net worth. It's just he's been farming heroes. Dawnbreaker has been absolutely stunning job in the laning stage with the multiple kills with the Tiny, who is now like Giga farmed. He's in Chad mode.
Straight up chat, my friend.
Just straight up chat, you know. Still, this is something. They have the ice. Sorry, the ice blast. They do have everything available on Samsung. Can they do this?
And that's just why I just love the positioning coming in from the side of Luki. He's in the position actually to break out the necessary amount of smoke. But nice timing by Sally. The ultimate is not going to be able to connect at all, but it doesn't really matter. Aku's fire is going to die for the second time. But finally, the epicenter comes in on top of the wall. And now here comes the ultimate coming in from Savannah. But Sally, the God Strike. Sally, like I said, this Arima is currently a straight up a Chad. He also had the double damage on top of him at the same time. Although yes, it finally did run out at the very end, right after the fight has ended. Although yes, it did seem beautiful. They still managed to melt down the Dawnbreaker and even the Will at the same time. But you know, the thing about this Otoma is that, you know, fighting against a Tiny is the kind of thing where I wouldn't say Tiny is a glass cannon, but Tiny is really the kind of hero where if he's in the lead, he's just gonna snowball all the way, that kind of thing. And oh no, Sankey tried to go in for the steal a second too late. Maybe if he was a second earlier, he could have gotten the steal with that burst strike stun. But in the end,
it was a good try. Like if you should try that.
A good attempt.
But I like how Ancient Apparition is not using the hat. He has a fluffy hat that gives you 125 HP. He's not using it. He's backpacking it. And what you were saying about Tiny is it's so true. He's one of those heroes that when he's ahead, he's so strong. When he's behind, not as impressive. And oh dear. Looks like maybe my friend's taking a little bit. Hey, welcome back there, Leonard. As well as coming out here, they did lose this event already, and looks like I suppose it just doesn't make a difference this game.
There's really nothing they can do, and let's be honest, Tiny just is fantastic at wrecking structures. Great at whacking heroes, great at whacking structures as well. He's literally everything you could ever hope for, especially when you're in such a lead, and managed to punish Cuba one too many times as well. And I think because of that, right now, that's pretty much why we're seeing the current kill scoreline 25-5. 15k goal lead. I think at this point, like, although yes, finally, I guess you could say Cuba is finally grouping up here, but I think it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, we can see even when they like landed their spells, they're barely doing any damage. And oh, okay, this is wall.
Dude, I love the parties coming from Arima as well. The wall does come down, get a little bit of a copy, but Arima just focus on getting rid of his own copy first, because if that copy is allowed to just free hit the majority of the members, it can do quite an amount of damage. So great prioritization coming in from the Tiny, but in the end, great attempt for that defense, but Sally is not going to work to no avail. They're lacking in levels, they're lacking in items, they're lacking in damage as well. And let's be honest, and because of lacking the damage, there's so much tankiness, there's so much strength coming out of Arima. There's just not enough damage to go out to really melt him down. Maybe if he's alone, maybe if he had no assistance from his teammates, then it could be potential. There could be potential, but right now he seems like literally like a level 5 raid boss at the moment.
The problem is that the only way to kill him is if they had the underload on their side, because that's percentage damage. Because look at it, he's got 18 armor, 3000 HP with a BKB. It's like there's just no way to kill the guy. So, like Paraguay, they want to end this game. They're just going top, taking the towers down one by one, just going straight away for the mega creeps. They don't want to waste any time. They just want this game to be over, and they see the DD ruin, and I like how they're questioning. They're like, "Is it faster if Invoker takes, or should Tiny take it just so he can, like, the time it takes for him to go and take the DD ruin and come back? Is that too much time to waste? You know, like that. I'll just go get it." He's got like what 400 damage, and he's got Alacrity on him as well, by the way, from the Invoker. So, oh, wait, look at him hit the buildings. I want to see him hit buildings. Look at that. Look at what is that? 6 hits? What the hell?
And his animation is so fast. The tree doesn't look as solid anymore. It just looks like he's using a broom, like the end of the broomstick to just really try to whack this building.
It's like, no, just go out of my way. I'm bored. Okay, it's 600 damage. It's 600. Look at that. I want to look at the towers. There you go. Look at that. It's 4 or 5 shutting towers.
It's so funny to me as well because of the fact that no one wants to go in because no one really wants to get hit for it. But this time, Dawnbreaker's ultimate is going to be able to connect since he's distancing himself a little bit back into the back line here. But again, substantial amount of damage coming from the wall. And the Tiny Illusion is doing the works here. Literally melting away the majority of the teams here. But then again, a quick BKB. He tosses out, I love it. He tosses out a Coup 5 out of the Wukong command to remove the ultimate entirely. I mean, it wasn't really a menace, but it is quite the nuisance for some of the members here. But a quick buyback coming from the Underlord here. He does have the ultimate and the TP as well. But even so, there's still the tier 1 mid tower, so it's gonna casually allow him to casually walk down to the lane, because right now all the major ultimates up from the Radiant team is currently on cooldown, and there's going to be absolutely no resistance as long as the Tiny is still alive. They did lose the Dawnbreaker, they did lose the Underlord as well and forced the buybacks, but they didn't really kill the main damage healer. If they don't kill Arima, it's still going to be a free building here for the Dire side.
Can you imagine if they did that like 10 minutes ago, that combo? They just, because when they did that combo, I thought this was like just dropping very fast, because it was perfect. It was epicenter, ice blast, it was in the vacuum wall, like it looked really good. But they just waited way too long on Cuba's side to start doing this. Now that it's like Arima's unkillable. He's just taking towers one by one. They have mega creep, so there's just no comeback potential. You know, Cuba could use this time to sort of like sit and talk like, guys, you know, let's think about our game plans for game 2, because this was just, it was a strategy, like big strategy mistake, farming so much on the Sand King. But Paraguay, man, they played like they're beating Cuba by the same margins that Brazil did, but the first 10 minutes looked very even. But Paraguay always seemed like they were in control of the game.
Oh my lord, just instantly one toss combination, and the Sand King is just literally out of commission as well. KMCDC wants to try to go for the fight. He just pops the BKC, tried to pop the BKB, but he just knows there's absolutely no way he can really take this fight. Instantly goes for the throne, and Paraguay in his first best of 2 between Paraguay and Cuba, they're gonna secure this first win for themselves, 30-7 here.
What a game! Like Paraguay, I mean, if we look at the graphs, you can see that they were even first 10 minutes, but they felt very like ahead. Like, yeah, look at that, the first 10 minutes, barely any lead, but then Paraguay just snowballed off like crazy. I thought like Alu was MVP because he won the top lane so well for his friend, for the Tiny, but ADN created so much space, Arimo farmed so well. Didn't see as much of the bot lane as I thought we would, but man, Paraguay looking very strong. That matchup against Brazil looking like it's gonna be on fire.
You know, like just from the graph itself, I wanted to just put those hidden markers. Like at this point of time, it was a 2-man wall and an ancient apparition, and then at this point of time, there's an additional member, and finally towards the end, you had the full 5-man. But seriously, like you mentioned as well, from that ultimate combination towards that top Rex defense, I think that was exactly what we both were sort of envisioning when we saw the drafting, when the game sort of started, because we did expect it supposed to go that way. We sort of expected it was supposed to happen that way, but not sure where it really went on. Not sure whether it was the comms, decision makings here, or maybe a little bit of underestimating the team, because the team was also slowly, I guess you could say, also farming a little bit as well to get at least those timing, to get those items to hit those timings as well. But you know, it's definitely like an eye opener here for Cuba.
Another thing you have to think about is what's sort of the mental strain that Cuba will be going through, like from now on. Because remember, they just lost, they lost against Brazil pretty handedly. They lost against Paraguay pretty handedly. Like, and remember, the next game they have to win, and then they have to hope Paraguay loses both matches against Brazil for them to force a tie, for them to hopefully win that match to go to best of 3. Cuba's in a back. Like, you cannot say their backs aren't against the wall. Their backs are in the wall right now. That's how bad it is for them. But we are going to go for like an 8-minute break. We're going to hope for hopefully Cuba will be able to recover. Want to make sure that we'll be sharing some tips for gaming wellness on the screen, and we'll be seeing you guys after the break. I'm Atomo Yildi. See you guys in a few minutes.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
And we are back to the Global Esports Games. My name is Atomo, joining me is Yoli, where we just saw game one between Cuba as well as Paraguay. Paraguay took that pretty convincingly. Now Cuba is one game away from being out of contention. This is a round robin, and every team plays up against every team. Paraguay with 1 win, Brazil with 2, and Cuba with 3 losses. So It's gonna be a tough one. Yoli, what do you think Cuba could be doing this game that might bring it back for them?
I think for a start is really just trying to like okay, don't like I get it. Don't try to be analytical about the game between Brazil because
Yeah,
I think the Brazil team was literally another level or another tier of its own there for Dota 2 gaming here. But just try to analyze from the game which they had with Paraguay because
yeah.
I guess it's a little bit more Paraguay is a little bit more mellow, a little bit more diluted. If I had to say,
Dilute is a strange word, but yes, I thought they were
okay,
definitely a lot more mellow. They definitely
yeah,
felt slower paced. That doesn't mean
yeah.
they're weak, but they are definitely slower paced.
And definitely slower pace, but most importantly, the fact that you can definitely tell that Paraguay sort of like from the drafting itself. Like, there's not. I mean, sure, there's a little bit of counterplay, but it's
Mm.
still more revolving around the fact that okay, we picked the Tiny. That means Tiny is gonna be our main core. Sure, he can switch around, but the general idea is still gonna be Tiny. So let's try to bring someone in to try to set that tempo, or at least to lead up to that tempo to
Yeah,
when the Tiny finally comes online here. And I think it's just Sand King. I think they just sort of need to realize that when you have so many alternate like wombo, I guess you could say a wombo combos
for
opportunity, like a vacuum into the wall, ice blast, burst right into epicenter here. That's like an instant, like no matter like doesn't matter how tanky you are, early game transitioning towards the mid game with that kind of that kind of magic damage, no one's gonna be able to sustain the band. It doesn't really matter what kind of hero you're playing, really. But that
yeah,
just didn't really happen.
that's sort of the thing I was also thinking about as well. Is like when you are waiting so much for your time, it's sort of like that. You know that player in your pubs, the Magnus player, who's like, "I'm gonna RP when it's 5 man."
Yeah,
I'm not gonna RP for 2 man. I'm gonna wait for 5 man. So the game is like 30 minutes, and they RP'd one time. You're like, dude, if you had RP'd like 3 or 4 times earlier, we would have gotten more kills. Yes, it would have been a 5 man RP, but we'd have gotten kills that snowballed us. I felt the same way with the Sand King in game one between Paraguay and Cuba, where Sand King was like, guys, wait for my Blink Dagger. Wait for my Boots of Travel. Wait, I need my Yule Scepter now. It's like, dude, just do the combo because as the game goes on, you're gonna have less time to do it. If you do it at 12 minutes and then do it at 15 and then do it at 20, you have done 3 times. But if you wait until all your items are there, the game's over at that time.
I
So
oh yeah, you were saying sorry.
yeah, so that's what we saw Paraguay completely capitalize on this. They saw ADN. He was like, "Yeah, I'll just take my Invoker with my Spirit Vessel, just run around the map and make space," and that worked for them. And that's something that I feel like Cuba needs. They need a bit of fire in them to say like, "Let's go get kills right now with our mid laner."
I guess you could say the right word to actually explain what was sort of lacking in for the team for the Cuban members here, or at least the Sand King in particular, their mid laner, is possibly his priorities wasn't really straight. He didn't really have the right priorities at the time. Like when the team
Yeah,
is when a fight is happening, or when there's like an invasion and an invasion that's coming down. When I guess you could say like even an invasion, right? Like when you see an invoker coming down to the bot lane to go for the gank, that kind of thing, right? Although yes, Savant is not that strong, but you have an A in the lane. You can, and you really see the Doxy already TPing down for the defensive, for the defense for that tier 1 tower. And although yes, Savant may not have the damage, but the Stormhammer, which by the way, he added a little bit more points than usual, so it
yeah.
still can be quite viable for that fight. Just an additional burst on epicenter could really turn that fight around, but that just never happened. Just more farm, more like I said. I want my Bling Dagger. I want my Boots of Travel. I want my Arcane here. Or my Edellands here coming in. All comes down a little bit too late. I think if the Cuba team starts thinking of what went wrong with the priorities, I think these next games against Paraguay might be a little bit more better.
By the way, we are waiting for the teams to get into the lobby.
Okay.
Some of the players are still not in the lobby, so we're waiting for them. Just in case you guys are wondering. But yeah, going back to what you were saying about the game, yeah, it's Sven. He took more points than the Stormhammer, and they actually got kills in the lane. They killed Underlord one time. Now they did force him into the jungle, to be fair, but they were able to farm up pretty well with the Sven, and just it's not enough. Like they just needed a bit more fire for them. But moving on, what we're looking at, the patch still seems very much the TI patch. We haven't seen people sort of go and be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna pick Draw Ranger as a carry." It's still a lot of Monkey King. It's still a lot of Tiny. We haven't seen the Tiny Lycan combo yet, though. But that might be just a PSG LGD special that we're not seeing for this tournament yet.
hopefully I get to see I hope to see that kind of strat here for the tournament as it is, because I've been seeing a lot of that a lot of competition in the pub games though, never ending. Even with the nurse, even with the couple of nurse or some of the items here, like the helmet of dominate, like for the helmet of the overlord here, for example here, but people still buy it because like although yes, it's a little bit more expensive, but but the item is not dead. It just means the timing for you to like use that item is just gonna be a lot more longer. That kind of thing. You're only gonna get the
Yeah.
item a little bit more longer than usual. It's not like you're never gonna get it. It's just a lot more longer.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing. I thought Dawnbreaker was a pretty good pick. I liked how Paraguay was able to play with the Dawnbreaker in that game. Very good in the laning stage. Was able to really control. Like they were up against the Monkey King and up against the Darks, and I was surprised. I thought that they shouldn't be able to get that many kills because I'm like, oh, you got Monkey King, he's jumping around. You got Darks with Surge, but he didn't take Surge until level 4. He took Vacuum level 2, and then he took Ion Shell at 1 and 3. What this meant was that whenever they catch someone on the dire side, especially in early levels, it's like that's it. That person's dead. So maybe they'll have to fix their draft in this game. And speaking of draft, the draft should be ready. So we will be going to and seeing what their teams are picking right now. And we're very early in the draft, by the way. I like oh, the draft is ready again. Like that. Well, very early in the draft.
Well,
the draft is really ready.
It's what I mean. It's never. It's not to say it's bad to be too early. It's always great to see what's going to be the potential first ban. Because normally so far, I think even for the tournament for the day, we have always been entering the draft, and most of the time, the first 2 bans has already been selected, or maybe even sometimes ended up being the first hero pick is going to be selected for this game. But this time, Paraguay starting off with the winter here, going to be denying. There's a lot of reason why you would ban the winter. Besides the team fight, the counter initiation with the winter's curse, the lane harassment here, I feel a potential like a sudden pick is going to be coming out from here. That's the reason why we see the winter being banned out here.
Yeah, it's surprising to see them ban the Winter Wyvern of all heroes. Like that must mean you're going very heavy physical, and you really can't that means that the Cold Embrace and the Winter Scourge, both of them are counters to whatever draft you're going for. You're going for like something like a PA and like Slardar and like a carry, like a mid monkey, like a lot of physical damage. So that's what you want to make sure you get rid of. Team Cuba though, much simpler. They say, you killed us with Tiny, no more Tiny for you. Tiny bad, Tiny gone. And they do take away the Monkey King as well, which I don't believe that Paraguay used, by the way. But it was a Cuba pick in games 2 and 3, I believe. Their second game against Brazil and their third game of the day, which was against Paraguay.
I may be a little bit too early with the assumption here or the prediction here, but but for some reason I feel like a Void is going to be coming out for this kind of line here. Ooh.
Faceless or Void Spirit?
Faceless Void.
I think that Faceless Void, I don't think he got any changes this patch, but
nothing at all.
Yeah, but the thing is, his Chronosphere cooldown is still a bit long, and that's a problem because when you took him as let's say like in a 1-for-1 Faceless Void against PA, Faceless Void against Spectre, Faceless Void against Troll Warlord or Tiny, he loses. He's not as strong as them. He's not as tanky as them. He's not the same frontlining hero type as them. So he relies a lot on Chronosphere. But Chronosphere's cooldown is very long, and it used to be that you can get Aghanim Scepter, reduce the cooldown to 60 seconds, and that was very useful. But now, you just don't have that option. So he feels like he needs to be paired up with a TA who can also, pseudo carry as well. He can't carry by himself.
Yeah, I mean that's why I say it was a little bit relatively early to that prediction, because when I saw the Tiny band along with the Monkey King alongside with the Mars and the Winter, for some reason that Faceless Void just came into my mind. I was just like, this is actually a pretty not bad. But hey, we like after, of course, I read your Twitter. By the way, I read your Twitter post about about the silencer thing. I absolutely love it. Arthur also started emphasizing a lot about it as well, highlighting everyone should really read it, because that's just how good the explanation you made and really pointed out about the silencer. Such a nuisance. You don't really. I mean, sure you can get that 1 point in glaive, but you just really want to make use of that curse that he had for that first skill. Absolutely significant amount of damage. Big AoE as well.
And it's of course a great counter against the Bane, because Fiend's Grip is now no longer a factor. That is the biggest deal, because you just don't want to get him to get that 6-second Fiend's Grip. You're like, oh, is he Fiend's Gripping you? Let me just press this button called R. It's just like global silence. Let me get rid of that. Loving the Cuba's opening. A bit low in terms of the instant stuns. You only have the Clockwork Hookshot, and Battery Assault is not really the easiest stun to land if you're around creeps or something like that. But I like it. It's aggressive. It's strong. Good damage. Good mixture of pure and magic. And there's some physical, but it's not much. But BKB piercing with both of these, with both their ultimates. I like it. I like the Cuba's opening very much. Silencer is also one of the better heroes to have against Tidehunter because when you steal his intelligence with glaives, he can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Arcane Curse and Last Word kind of useless against that, but you can just put a couple points in glaives and just punch him in the face and he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, pretty much as well. And the good thing is about Clawboy as well. Also, he also sort of received the other title of support killer as well. Like he doesn't really necessarily need to get the cloak shot. Like if he's in range, his movement speed as well is relatively fast as well. Gets in close to the Bane and anything else. Sure, if the Bane gets the Nightmare off in time, maybe he could sort of save himself. But sometimes if he catches him off guard, I think he's still going to be able to shut down the Bane or any other soft support that's going to be selected on the side here from Paraguay.
Another thing is that these are also decent force staff builders for both, which I think Cuba kind of needs. You know, like it feels like the previous games I'm seeing Monkey King walk around with like an orb of venom, a magic wand, and boots, and I'm like, okay, like that's fine.
That's cute. That's cute.
It's adorable, but we need real items. But Team Cuba, there's one thing that's a problem with opening up with both supports is that you tell very early what your lanes are going to look like, because now Silencer is a decent laner, and Clockwork is also a pretty decent laner, but they definitely need like heroes with them that can secure kills. It's not like if you have a position 5 that's sort of like a disruptor, or position 5, maybe not disruptor, but like position 5 like a Light or Crystal Maiden, where they provide a lot of disables and they just need damage. These guys need more disables to get kills with them. Like you need a offlane Mars with the Clockwork, you need a carry Slark with the Silencer. You need more to get kills, and Slark is banned.
It's slowly coming down to the wire, and we're also slowly lacking some also the field selection in the field. Luna's going to be. I was about to mention Luna, but then again, there is still Terrorblade in the pool here. But the thing is, do you want to go for the Terrorblade option here?
I mean, the thing is, if you pick it, I think that it's too early to take Terrorblade for at the 3rd pick. It should come out as like sort of 4th pick.
On the 4th pick, yeah.
Because if you pick it for Cuba, Terrorblade is very tanky against physical damage, but you're up against Tidehunter with Ravage, Bane with Phoenix Grip, so you're up. There's like a good amount of disable, and you get a bit more magic damage on Paraguay. You get a Leshrac or a Zeus or a Voice Spirit. That Terrorblade is going to be eaten alive. So you might want to wait. I feel like Terrorblade's a 4th pick here, not a 3rd pick. You can't 3rd pick him. Cuba's side, though, they might take an offlaner here. Some hero they can work well with the Clockwork. I feel like Viper's not bad in this game. Like Viper seems very solid to me.
You get a good amount of break. You're also able to have a really nice lane domination as well, harass either way, and also most importantly, quite versatile whether he wants to go to off lane, mid lane, at the same time we were seeing the safe lane as well. Honestly, let's be honest. Ever since although yes, we a lot of our international casters has been emphasizing for the fact that yes, some of the Dota heroes started becoming a little bit more flex, a little bit more versatile here.
Yeah.
Then suddenly out of the blue, Sumail just decided to say, "Let's go Leshrac safe lane, guys. Leshrac carry." That instantly just cement for the fact that alright, guys, we can go wherever we want.
Basically, yeah. Axe did receive a decent-ish buff this patch. His Battle Hunger used to be 12% all levels. Now I believe it's 12, 13, 14, 15%. The slow as well as the speed boost. So before, if you Battle Hunger one guy, you basically get something like there's a 24% difference. Now there's a 30% difference at max level. Still, Battle Hunger is the spell that usually gets maxed last for most players. So I'm interested to see if they'll change that. But I do like it with the Clockwork. It is a slow work. You combine it with the Berserker's Call, Cogs, Barrisol. There's a good chunk of damage coming out from the Cuba side and control. And there goes the Lina for Paraguay's side. I like it.
Yeah, it's definitely fine with it as well. And even if the global silence was to be committed in the fight, I believe Lina should have the necessary amount of stack on that fiery stacks here to really get the necessary attack speed to really start picking up. Because I believe this Lina not gonna be good. It's definitely not gonna be magic forces. Not gonna be magic focus. It's gonna be a lot more of that physical one here.
Paraguay doesn't really want a Dawnbreaker because you can't. You have a Silencer, that's one. Secondly, you look at Tidehunter. I don't know if you're going to put Bane as the 4 and pick a melee 5, because you put Tidehunter and a melee hero, together against Silencer. It's a very tough like matchup to have. 2 melee heroes against Silencer. Especially if Cuba, what are they gonna go with? They go with the Venge. Okay, I like that. I like that a little bit more. A bit more of a controlled stun. I like to call these disposable stuns. They're like low cooldown stuns that you can just throw. You have the Light Strike Array, you have the Vengeful Spirit Magic Missile, so you have a bit more control coming out from this. Nice save as well if someone gets cogged. If someone's casting the Berserker's Call, is nice. I like the Vengeful Spirit pick a lot. Good minus armor with the Tidehunter as well.
And also with the better trade, his kit just sort of allows him as well, and also at the same time, he's just one of the few heroes where he is viable and sort of, I guess you could say, a priority to really try to get that axe as much as possible, because then at least that way, whether he lives or dies, he's still going to be able to still be useful in the fight, whether he's going to go for the saves or not here. But
Cuba, I'm thinking they might. I don't know if they want to go Spectre or not. It feels like Paraguay won't be able to kill anyone in the bomb lane, so you can afford to go for a greedy carry. And where they go? They go with a Gyrocopter. Greedy as well, but definitely a hero that can bring a lot of fighting prowess early as well. I like it. I like the Gyrocopter pick as well. Overall, both teams have pretty solid drafts. I think the Bane opening was a bit weird by Paraguay, but Cuba's draft so far seems very solid. You can put the axe in the front line. Even Gyrocopter, once it gets the BKB, doesn't mind just walking in front with the axe, especially if you have the Aghanims and the Satanic. I'm not Aghanim Satanic, like that's gonna be like that's way away to get Aghanim Satanic, but even just the BKB with the Gyrocopters a lot. Axe and Clockwork and Starfight. Paraguay, you can put the Titan to the front, but that's awkward because you generally want Titan to sort of have vision of the map, of the fights, and then blink in, throw a good Ravage, catch multiple people. Much harder to do if you are the first person in the fight, and you're never not gonna do that with Vengelina or Bane. There's your Faceless Void Band.
Because literally that was the only thing I could really think of right now.
There you go.
But Life Stealer comes in decent with the rage. You got that little nice BKB as well in the laning. So any sort of magic damage does sort of come in upon you. You can sort of like purge it out with the BKB, with the rage itself there. But now the final pick is coming for the second. It's gonna be the mid laner here. I'm still thinking about the spirits though. I'm just saying.
Spirits would be pretty good, especially I think is Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit would be, or Void Spirit. They do have the Fiend's Grip. Like, if they can get a Nightmare Fiend's Grip, like, they can catch some. There are stuns on, like, 4 people on Paraguay, but what's it gonna be? Are they gonna go for the Razor instead? That's cool. I like it. You static link either Lifesteal or the Lina. That's all their damage gone. You have pretty, like, it's, by the way, though, it is a fighting mid. Like, you cannot take Razor and go farm. So if Chaos joins his team, I think they have a pretty solid shot. If he plays kind of greedy like he did in Game 1, I think this game goes to Paraguay. But overall, the draft, I like the draft for both teams. I really do. I think Paraguay is the better team overall, so I'm going to go with them. But I think the drafts are very balanced.
Like I say once again, it really comes down to who's going to be the one that's, once again, very simple, classic. It'll be seeing who's going to be the one making the mistake here. But the mid game is going to be the little bit one like crucial. And like you mentioned as well, having the Razor selection as it is, not only is it going to be able to like steal the necessary amount of physical damage either from Arima or ADN here on the Lina, but that's of course if they're standing in the full, they're like literally allowing the static link to take the full amount of damage. But that's not going to happen. So instantly, what happens from the reaction, from the typical reaction going to be coming from Arima and ADN with the chaos, with the static link, is they're going to be running away from the fight. They're going to be trying to avoid the Razor as much as possible, and you instantly lose one physical damage dealer instantly from that one fight.
But one thing they could do, they might just swap them. Like if you can swap them, you break the link instantly, and you can just run in. And Vengeful Spirit, by the way, remember when you swap, you also have that damage reduction. So Vengeful Spirit will be hard to bring down because she's taking like 30, 40, 50% less damage. So I mean, I like what you're saying is also true but you can kind of bait them. What if they run away and Tidehunter gets the vision to jump in and Ravage? So I like it. I feel like Paraguay's draft is still fine. It's still all right.
Yeah, but honestly, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, the last BO2 between Paraguay and Cuba. Let's see who's going to be the one forcing the teams to back off here. Because really, Otomo, I feel it's a little bit about who's going to be able to set the tempo better, who's going to be able to get the catches, does the catches a lot more better here. Although yes, there is the hook shot from the clockwork, could be quite detrimental. Although there is the swap to try to force it out, but you see, that's a lot of things that can happen.
It's like it goes one way or another. It's like there's this, but then there's also that. But what if they do this? Like I'm thinking about even Bane. Like I'm like, what if you force out the global science? Oh, but then there's a hook shot. Oh, but then you get. But what if you force out the hook shot? Then you get. It's like there's a lot of layers to it, and that's what makes this game easily the best game in the world. You know.
That's why I'm looking forward to see which team is going to be one that's setting the tempo first. That's not going to be too focused on the farms here.
Paraguay plays very well defensively. Like they definitely set the tempo they want. That's not too aggressive. Like I like that. You know, you sometimes see a team that's when they're winning, they're like ultra gung ho. But Paraguay, when they waited, they were like, all right, now we end the game, and then they ended. They did not rush it, which I think is very interesting. It's a different style than we're used to seeing. The Razor pick is the one that's I like it. I also don't like it because I find it strange to pick Razor against Lina. You're not going to benefit from the stack link at all during the laning stage, and you're not really going to stack link her in team fights most of the time. She's always going to be much faster than you, so you're really gonna hope to stack link the lifesteal, and that's I don't know. I don't know. I wish that they had taken something more like a sniper, you know, just to get that all that range. Because you look at Paraguay's draft, they don't really have any person who can catch you from very far distance, and sniper might have been perfect.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And also at the same time, like even if the Razor want to fully commit for that styling and go down for the chase, he is going to be the only one possibly all the way to the back line. And I don't think his teammate will not be able to catch up in time. Maybe the hook shot, but you know, he's just a clockwork, cannot really do anything else. It really depends on how to sustain. But beautiful stun, beautiful gush as well. He's gonna be able to trade and get a lot of damage on KMCDC. No, but thankfully he did come in with a salve, but I don't think he actually expected to use that salve relatively this early into the round. 50 seconds into the game and already had to commit the salve as it is.
Yeah, it's better than dying, and you have to farm, but they also lose the courier as well. That's 125 gold going out for Paraguay. So I didn't actually check. I wasn't looking at the bounties to say. I imagine they were even, but a bit of an awkward start here. And you can see that this is level 2 is going to get even worse for Cuba because that's when you get the gush and the wave of terror, and that's so much physical damage coming out along with the slow and a stun. I feel like we're going to be losing. Silencer's going to be dying quite a bit this game. The more the gush comes out, he's going to be dead.
I mean, definitely for sure. I guess you could say the priorities is definitely online, and after experiencing Paraguay's gameplay from the last game, you can definitely tell for sure that the priorities is definitely on point here. Also, Alu a little bit out of position because you see, like I said, right, the only way he can really escape if he has that nightmare on. If not, Alu's gonna be tanking. He's gonna be sustaining a lot more damage than usual here. But Aku, he's totally fine with this because he's just like, okay, every time, because especially with the patch where they actually increase the mana cost for the majority of the skills for Bane here.
Yeah.
So the more time he actually forces like nightmares out onto Aku, it's still sort of, I guess you could say it's still sort of a win here for the side here.
He also got his base damage reduced by 2, which adds up because he does rely on it a lot during the nightmare. Like nightmare used to do 15 damage. Oh dear, top lane. Nightmare used to do 15 damage at level 1, and now does 5, and you do 2 damage less with your right click. So it's a lot less. Like you're doing like 12 damage less a second compared to before. And of course, Bane's been also losing stats and his armor from the time. Like Bane is just. I was very surprised to see him being picked so early. Oh, there you go, KMDC.
There's the gush, and there's even the stun as well. Thankfully enough, they managed to buy a necessary amount of time, but they're still going to be able to secure first blood as well. Of course, the amount of Arcane Curse follow up with the amount of skills that they committed during that duration does stack up to the damage, and eventually gets it for the same time. But in the end, KMCDC got to get sniped away by the gush here. Not sure whether he underestimated the range. The cast range for the gush here, but you just see him putting an additional point into that part there, especially since he's also going up against range heroes. He really wanted to try to prioritize a lot more on the gush compared to the anchor smash.
I love that. I love that he got him with a gush kill. Like that's just insane to think about. Like level 2 dash, it's like he spit talking to the grave. He's like, and he's like, get out of here, go back.
I was just honestly thinking about the same thing. I'll tell you, really.
Well, bottom lane at Lifestealer and Axe, same farm so far, and you can see that Q5 is doing a pretty good job making sure that like the lane's going the way they want. We did, by the way, we saw this game 1 as well. Cuba was actually able to take the net worth advantage during the lane stage, not by a lot. Like it was never even above 1K, but they until 10 minutes, Cuba was very even with Paraguay. So it's just they handled the lanes pretty well, or maybe Paraguay is a bit more passive in the lane stage than I guess you say they should, and they just got punished for it just now anyway.
The lane is going to be really careful as well. Did quite tank a lot of the damage from the first kills of the Razor here. Although yes, like we mentioned before, the Stylings does seem a little bit off here, especially when it comes down to a matchup between Razor and the Lena. But he can make quite a few usage on that first kill. But then again, he is relatively quite low. It could be a possible pick out here for a Q5. Nice slow connection, brought him down low enough. Look at the defensive TPs. They want to get this kill and most likely want to save the defense. But this force ADN Lena out into the open towards the clutches here of the Razor to follow up with that Styling. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. But that is a call for a Roma here, and that's actually not a decent trade at all.
A huge win for Cuba. And another thing is that the two people who teleported, now they have to walk all the way. You can see Bane's walking all the way back to the bottom lane after teleporting mid. And he's like, oh, that's time when Axe is having a bit easier lane. That's time when Bane's getting no experience. The good thing is that Avenge was able to get some solid XP for a couple of, like 20-30 seconds, but it's not much. Like the way the trade was very heavily in Cuba's favor just now, which they need, by the way. That's something that they needs to happen. On lane though, Detroit, can you actually take this?
I mean, he can. He did handle a little bit sustained, but the magic nuke coming in from the brain sap is being a little bit of a nuisance. But you know, the thing is, Q5 did a really great job trying to drain as much mana as possible initially, and now Lu has absolutely nothing. There's no nightmare to slow things down. Still get hit by the cogs. He still want to goes in, but the thing is, he's not too greedy for the kill because the lifesteal is there, and he has the upper venom as well. The missile will be able to connect as well, and sadly Kinchi didn't really have the magic missile off cooldown in time to secure that kill. But then again, they already sort of knew they will eventually whittle down the HP and the health bar for the gyrocopter, and I think for the second round they will be able to get that kill if he doesn't get that salve in time.
Yeah, the game is going pretty well for Cuba's side, honestly. Like top lane, I was saying like, oh, there's Gush and there's Wave of Tears, there's Long Mice, Armor is gonna be a tough lane, but one death is pretty. It's alright. When you're up against a very tough lane, and you die one time, and you farm. I mean, 20 CS is not ideal for a carry, but at least you're getting some farm. And Arima. I think Silencer is also stacking a lot. You can see, yeah, there are some stacks here and there for KMC DC to just take later on. So he's gonna recover pretty easily.
The thing is, it's like KMC DC really needs to stack as well. He's being harassed heavily in the lane, and not because of the right clicks or anything. It's just because of just pure magic damage that's coming up from both the Gush and the magic missile at the same time. Both maxing it out. Battle Hunger started pulling in a little bit
top
of
lane,
here.
top lane.
Now Lu, but the top lane there's a little bit of engagement. They finally spot out the stacks.
Ooh,
here.
this is actually kind of bad for Cuba. They made these stacks for Gyrocop. There's a triple stack on the left and a double stack on the right. And if Thailand goes for it, I mean, they see it. There's a ward right there. They're just gonna go for it themselves.
And it now starts slowly biting back towards KMC DC as well, because initially he didn't really have the salve, so also he has no choice but to really walk back into the base here. But finally he managed to TPs back into the outpost here. Does sort of reveal himself. Does also whittle down a little bit of damage, allowing the team here to really try to get some of the stacks, and they want to really clear out as much as possible. Although yes, KMC DC was able to will be able to secure one stack. But some of the stacks is going to be stealing away. But because of the quick TPs, they did manage to sort of reveal a little bit of the weakness here for the Silencer towards his bottom side. Got relatively down low here, but certainly not enough to get the kill.
And that's why they are going to be able to get the Bane, which is, again, fine. They stole a pretty decent sized stack from Cuba's side. And Gyrocop is still lowest CS in the game right now. So, Cuba, can they pressure this tower? ADN is here, and so is our Tidehunter. By the way, we have two players named ADN.
Oh, honestly, bro, that was not only a big engagement, also a big damage as well, because they actually did spot the Tidehunter. I think it was too late. They managed to get the pick up of Chaos here, but they were able to equally trade it out here. Lena is still on the run. Does it have the mana to really to really
Bane?
sort of come back into the fight though. And Bane, I'm a little bit concerned because he actually, if I'm not mistaken, he actually TP back into the tier 1 tower, and there's gonna be no reinforcement. He can pop out the Nightmare, try to buy enough time, but Akufai had that boost of speed and is ever getting closer to the Bane. Or playing a little bit more safe here, not overextending and maybe not even risking himself since he's only level 4. Gonna actually come back into the lane and try to secure that tier 1 bottom tower for the team.
If you look at Axe's skill build, I'm wondering if he's going for more points into... No, he's still classic. No points in 1 point Battle Hunger, maxing out the counter helix instead. I was wondering if that's something if we'll see any changes, but it's a classic Axe build. Oh,
I mean maybe it's... Ooh. Like slowing down a little bit, trade nice Nightmare on the Magic Missile as well. But then again, Kinchi's trying to run for his life. Will be able to wait away from the clockwork. Akufai spots the Titan Hunter and the Lina at the same time. Clock trying to push them back, denying the entrance into the trees though. But eventually they find the Knights over there. Here comes Chaos Nike here. Gets a nice static link. Get Kenshin down all the way down low. The wave of terror. Sally not enough points to secure the kill here. But Chaos gotta be careful. It pops the plasma field. Try to slow things down. And looks like none of the members will be taking any losses here, or being too greedy about this fight.
Great, like I'm gonna say that's just great space being made, you know, like no one died, true, but I think Cuba's doing the right thing by taking away as much attention from Gyrocopter, who needs time to recover. So no one died, but it feels pretty good for if you're Cuba.
Yeah. No, I guess another thing is like what we mentioned earlier before, just now, like during the pre-show here, where we were saying like right after that first game, I think this is the part where Cuba will start realizing, okay, our priorities need to be really set straight here. And now it seems like it definitely starts a little bit more, it's getting a lot more on point here. It's a lot more focus here. Although spots out Detroit, but Detroit is not going to be taking too greedy about it. He doesn't really have the Blink Dagger either way to really close in the distance here.
They need to get level 6 on their supports. They do have it on the Clockwork, so now they can actually like hook shot, jump into fights. They need to get level 6 on the Silencer as well, because if Lina shows up, if there's a Fiend script, you must have that global. And oh, hook shot!
Hook shot coming to the bottom lane, managed to catch us on top of the time. But you know, when the thing is this, you're hook shotting into the Ravage, into like a potential Ravage as well. So it's a good call to eventually back off. But the TP towards the midline, good Ravage to lock down Chaos. Now that's the actual ganking potential that Paraguay was entirely looking for. And I think Cuba was also trying to find that same engagement as well, maybe with the hook shot as well. But no one wants to challenge that Ravage. It's such a strong team fireability, right? Especially in this, like, I guess you could say, early transitioning towards this mid-game kind of situation right now.
So surprising to see how much behind in terms of network that both the Titan as well as the Lina have. Like they are sort of almost 1,000 gold behind their respective counterparts on the dire side, but they don't feel like they're 1,000 gold behind. You know what I mean? Like they feel very tanky. They feel like they don't care. And oh, we're gonna be losing maybe a Lu here. Oh, the Cog actually kind of screwed them up there.
Forces him back, Magic Missile just to buy enough time. But I think in the end, Detroit is going to be able to get that ultimate down. But nice timing with the Magic Wand, it's going to be able to secure his life as well. Nice timing with the Gold Side, that's going to be able to force the majority of the teams out of the way. Lysio has no choice but to invest Kinchi here to allow the team to get that burst of move speed to get out of the situation. But here comes the Fiend's Greed to lock them down. Despite the call does manage to cancel or lose ultimate, but it's relatively too late. Chaos is dead for the count alongside with the Axe and even the Silencer at the same time. Honestly, I guess you could say the Silencer was really the first one to go, but then again, he sort of did his job, dropping the Arcane Curse and follow up with the Global Silence. KMCDC, although he is tanking a little bit of the right-click damage coming from ADN here, but he knows for sure he's going to be able to get out of the fight.
Yeah, that was a really awkward thing for them to do just now, because like they want to use Global Silence to counter Fiend's Grip, and you can see Alu knows this. He's like, yeah, I'll just wait until oh, what a perfect time for Alu to show up here. He'll be able to share this experience if he wants to. Oh, like he's gonna walk into it. He needs to be very careful there. That outpost does give you vision. And Tidehunter's here. There comes the sleep. Oh, beautiful! Tries to take away the Nightmare.
So much nukes. Did you not see that brain cell on top of a gosh as well? Jar's come to just literally as if it never existed. Time silently gonna be coming into the mix as well. Time to try to run for his life, but then again the cogs just keep him in place, allowing the silent to fully take as much damage as he wants to. But then again, it is a Tide Hunter, but you know, still damage, a free damage gain, no less for the team here. And he's gonna be able to take that, he's gonna be able to maintain that stack as much as possible. Gonna be quickly TPing down to the bottom lane to get that free farm. Maybe at the same time he can try to push it out a little bit more, because he also noticed the fact that Arima is also sort of nearby as well.
I don't think they have actually any vision of him, so I mean, he doesn't. I guess he didn't see him top lane, so he's like, yeah, he's probably farming somewhere bottom here. And Silencer, I'm glad to see he's doing well. You know, it's like my boy with that 10 intelligence, that big PhD. You know, he's getting there. Smart boy right there. He's also going for that 4-staff early. Very useful this game, and we might be having a little bit of issues, especially when life surge on people. Push them out of the light strike array. Even if they get Fiend Script, you can just push them close to your team to save them. So I like that he's going for the 4-staff.
And a lot. The thing is, it's all
Ooh, that's
this
a stack.
defensive items going to be great. Ooh, like you said, I believe there is. Yeah, that's a triple ancient stack that's going to be getting a lot ESP gold here. Although yes, he did miss out on some of the stack farm initially earlier into the game here. But finding a little bit more bearing, a lot more space has been created here. I think that Paraguay is getting sort of giving Cuba a little bit more form of respect. But then again, they have been winning some of these team fights here so far.
It's a lot of it comes down to honestly the silencer. It's just hard to start fights when there's a global silence, because you think, oh yeah, let's just jump on this guy, kill him fast. But you're like, what if global silence comes out? And that just changes the game. Plus, Axe, I think he's gonna have that blink dagger very soon. If not, if he doesn't have it already. And when you have that, that's another big form of counter initiation. Berserker's Call is probably the best stun in the game. It's 10 seconds, it pierces BKB, it's 10 seconds cooldown, sorry, 3-second duration, pierces BKB, and it's on a tanky hero, so it's like just the best stun in the game. It's something to respect.
Good scan. The smoke does find the slice is going to sort of break the smoke here because of for the fact that they're not able to find anyone else. But then again, here comes Cuba. But then again, they do have vision on high ground as well. Nice timing with the global silence as well. Going to be able to connect on top of the majority of the team. Good cash on the lean. Follow up with the Berserker Call. Does lock him down in place. Absolutely no escape and definitely no saves at all. Everyone was silenced. No swap was available. Although yes, they do. Sadly, there's no force down also in hand of the support to go for the save. It looks like another beautiful blink initiation on top of a call, and even with the calling blade, the sealed Tide Hunter's fate. The fight is not ended yet. They're still on the hunt. The call is slowly coming off cooldown as well, but he decides to body block it on top of the plasma field as well. The slow things down. Followed by the cogs to really secure the kill. Double kill for the side of Detroit, and this is exactly what they were looking for. But honestly, let's be honest, it was also really thankful for that cliff ward, which they sort of, or I guess you could say defensive ward, they sort of preset for themselves here.
Yeah, because when the moment the smoke broke, straight away Clockwork was like hook shots just immediately for the Tide Hunter, which is ballsy play. But if you get him in the cogs with the rocket, with the battery assault, it'll be very hard for him to get a Ravage off. Straight away global silence, they were able to, and they went for the kill on the Lina. Great pick. And with the static click on the Tide Hunter, he's like, I can't stay. If I stay, I'm gonna be punched to death by this raider. So just everything went really well for Cuba's side right there. Yeah. And I mean, Paraguay, they still have the highest net worth hero on their side, Arima, but if you're Cuba, you're feeling pretty good in this game right now.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But the thing is this, I think after that team fight, you can definitely tell Paraguay just to understand like what they really need to sort of prepare for them. I mean, besides avoiding the cogway or the global silence, Ines is going to be needed. Ooh, good call. Try to delay as much as possible. Just pull him back into the sidelines. He does have Ravage, by the way, so they're going to respect it and force him back. But the real goal here is just try to buy time here for this mid-tier tower to try to keep it as live as long as possible. But you know, coming back to what I was saying, like after that team fight which they had against Cuba, I think they sort of realized what they need. They need the mech, they need the guardians, especially for the Tide Hunter. Maybe a couple of Lotuses and the BKB in the hands here. But I think the BKB is going to be a little bit delayed because of the fact that, you know, there's Berserker's Call. It's still going to pierce that BKB. But, you know, but it's
he's
still
also going for the Aghanims on the Tide Hunter, so oh dear.
Good swap as well. Then again, a nice magic missile going to be stunning him in place on top of the beautiful ultimate of the Gyrocopter as well. Nice timing, night light straight away, and Fiend Script is also going to be able to connect as well, since there's absolutely no one and no blink ability or stun to stop the Bane or Avalu. But then again, Chaos is still able to come out of it, survive it, and the damage has sort of been done. The lifestealer is dead. The Venturer is also going to be following down. So Tide Hunter and Lina, they did their best to sustain, and they couldn't deliver any more damage after that.
Aku5 is MVP of that fight. If you actually watch the replay, he hook shots the Tidehunter, but other heroes walk into the range of the hook shots and they get hit as well. So it was like hook shot on 3 people. It's incredible the amount of space he was able to make for his team just now. That was a great hook shot that just happened.
You know, I'm not sure whether it was really intentional as well. Like if it was intentional, it's absolutely amazing. But either way, still great.
I think to me, it's like he's like, guys, look, I did that on purpose. Yes, I was. I've done this as well sometimes when I'm like playing a hero with a skill shot, like like a Mirada. I throw it, I'd arrow a creep, and a hero walks into it. I'm like, guys, I did that. It was definitely on purpose. Let's kill him.
Ooh, call. Sadly, the blink called a little bit too late. Not going to be able to catch on Kinchi. Nightmare just slowly falls back. But they still want to figure out where's the rest of the team.
I thought for a second that was a Fiend script, but yeah. By the way, Silencer, I think he's got like 18 intelligence at this point, which is like this is gonna add up. Like 18. This is gonna add up. He's gonna max Glaive's last, which is the smart thing to do. But that damage is it's gonna rack up for him late game. You can go with the Aghanim's for more last word. He's already got the 4-staff, so he can make that into a Hurricane Pike, which is all the damage you need, honestly, for Silencer. You get the Hurricane Pike, you could maybe, get a telescope. No, not telescope. Might consider getting the 100 range talent for Silencer. That's all the damage you need. And Paraguay does not have big jumpers, which we talked about.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we have the blink dagger for the Tidehunter, but the thing is, I think Tidehunter in this game is going to be focusing a lot more on counter initiation here, because the thing is this, right? There's a lot of initiation. There's a lot of really initiation, especially now with the blink on the hands of Detroit here. You're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive catches. Like, it doesn't really matter who. Sure, because of the fact that there's a lot more confident really trying to catch it. Although, yes, they do spot the Tidehunter. They can go for the jump for it, but they have absolutely no idea how many people are behind the Tidehunter. They really don't want to really like have his entire team actually get caught instead by the Ravage here. They want to get the necessary amount of information. Maybe once they get an aggressive wards towards that triangle, then maybe they'll sort of be able to like deduce from the fact that, okay, majority of the team is not here, so even if the Tidehunter were to Ravage, there will not be any follow-up with it, and we're still going to be able to get the kill on him.
Yeah, I love the idea that's like they just play the Tidehunter in front. They're like, hey, you want to kill him? But we did see. Oh, Axe jumps in.
Beautiful call as well, catches 2 men at the same time. Hook shot also falls up, but again, here comes the counter initiation. The global silence a little bit too late, but the damage has sort of been done from the rest of the team as well. And here comes a Fiend's Grip. No one is gonna be able to save him since the global silence has already been committed as well. But again, no choice but to have to cancel it midway because he doesn't really want to be caught by Detroit's Berserker's call. But then again, the fight still continues to pursue on. The Invest is giving him the necessary additional stat and speed to try to evade away. But here comes a bit of a 3-man light straight away. But then again, the damage is a little bit too significant. No choice, has to commit the Nightmare. But beautiful team play coming from the Silencer as he takes this Nightmare away from his teammate KMCDC as he really wants to try to continue to go for that hunt.
Yeah, the Silencer, the global silence timing was interesting. It came after the Ravage, but before the Fiend's Grip. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff. Despite that, Cuba still got 3 kills because. And they were, by the way, remember the global silence mess was a bit of a miss. Let's call it that. The Fiend's Grip was fully channeled basically, and still Cuba comes out because they are farming really well. And you can see like the Gyrocopter, very scary. He's got both the Chrysalis as well as the Aghanim Scepter. He's going for BKB. Like he just does so much damage. You can't really control him. He's a range hero from far away. He's gonna be able to dodge most of the Ravage like most of the time. So. It's a tough situation for Paraguay. I told you from the start, this Bane pick, first pick Bane, felt horrible. And, I mean, Paraguay, they might still win this game for sure, but this first pick Bane biting them so much in the blubber.
Oh, it's gonna be in the hands of the Lina. I think that's also a really good information game for the side of the Qualifiers. He did manage that he's gonna be taken away. At least down enough for the fact that okay, Lina's gonna be a little bit more faster. Try not to catch her unless we get her in the cogs. I mean, maybe it's gonna be a little bit more of a different story here. Oh yeah.
Razor does have the BKB, so that's going to help him significantly in these fights. I'm surprised, by the way, that the Tidehunter is going to go for the Aghanims, not the... Because we were talking about it, and like, we got a big fight. Because you were mentioning the mech. I agree. I think the Greaves as a Dispel Lotus Orb would have been great as well. But instead he's going for the Aghanims, which is more of a farming, pushing kind of item. I don't love it. Oh.
No one loves it. not a big fan of it at all. But either way, this is the part where you see that's the thing right now, because they have a little bit a little bit more of an advantage here. They can catch literally anyone at this point. And the thing is this: the more the games slowly transition towards the late game, you're gonna start noticing for the fact that all these heroes here on the side here, Cuba, are gonna continue to get more tanky, get a lot more stats than usual here, a lot more, like literally enough stat to literally out tank the amount of damage that's gonna be coming out from Paraguay. As long as Paraguay is not in the lead, as long as they're not in the lead, they're going to be able to, Cuba's members are going to be able to out-tank majority of all the damage that's going to be thrown out from them.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, of course, like Gyrocopter was very well known for his scaling. They, buys the BKB, buys the Satanic. You can go for either Silver Edge or D-Dust. I think Silver Edge is just the best item right now because of damage. So his scaling is fantastic. Silencer as a position 5 scales incredibly well. Not the other three, maybe not as amazing. Razor's not known for his amazing scaling, but when you're so far ahead in terms of gold, you don't really care so much. Like, I don't care if I have a position 5 Crystal Main if she's 5k gold ahead of everyone else.
Ooh. Still, the thing is, the thing is this right now, Paraguay is slowly realizing in the spot where, like, okay, we can't simply like throw ultimates because of the global silence.
Oh, can we look at Silencer's talent? I think did he take the attack speed? That's strange. That is very different. I usually see the Arcane Curse damage being taken. He took 4 attack speed. That is...
Maybe it's a little bit of a misclick, because like if you notice, he only had like 1 levels in Glaives and had a 4-star and maxed out Arcane Curse.
I mean,
the curse damage.
I mean, yeah, right. Like this is very new. You just don't see that. I wonder if he's gonna take the attack rate shot. The attack rate shot I actually think is pretty good. I don't like the Arcane Slow talent that much. It's decent, but it's not incredible. But the 15 damage it's a big deal. And remember, it gets almost doubled with their sound. Oh, Lina.
Oh my god. It's so crazy as well, because of the fact that he also noticed before he went for, I mean, sure, he knows he can go for the catch, but most importantly, he noticed that there's quite a decent amount of fiery stacks on the Lina. So with the Blade Wheel and the call, that was like instant free damage reflecting back to the Lina. Didn't really have to do too much about it. So I mean, sure, he had a little bit of the helix, the counter helix to counter to do the additional amount of damage, but the main damage has been delivered was mainly just from the Lina itself.
And they also took the top tower, which means the outpost is available. I mean, Paraguay's high ground defense is pretty solid, because now that he has the Aghanims there, you can see you can take out... Oh dear. You can take out creeps pretty easily. You also have to throw a Dragon Slave, but you're up against a Clockwork with hook shot, so if you're not careful, he can catch you and just like cog you back into his own team.
But then again, I am still... Like, I know we were talking... I know you mentioned it before as well, like him going for the axe. I'm still I know you both, like, you said it for me that I am not a big fan of it. I'm still really not a big fan of it, because the only thing I can think of right now, like, the only reason why he went for the axe is because of the fact that he just didn't, he felt like his team or Lina couldn't really stand front enough to really clear out those waves. Don't get me wrong, they have wave clears. There's the wave of terror. There's even the Dragon Slave on the hands of Lina here. But maybe he just assumed that Lina might have to position a little bit too front into the range where the Detroit is able to catch him with the Blade Berserker Call, or maybe the hook shot might be coming in the same time. So with that fear, I think that's pretty much why he went for the axe, besides the additional stats, but just to be able to just clear from a distance as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really love it either. I think that it's, in the situation they're in, buying Aghanims is a let's lose less kind of item. Whereas if you were in a better situation, you would get the mech and be like, yeah, I'm in front, guys. Let them punch me. I don't care. I got mech. I got Greaves. I got Lotus. Or I got something that keeps me alive. When you get Aghanims, you're like, guys, I'll just stay behind and spit on them, and let's just hope that they leave us alone. So it feels a bit. It's just a less impressive item, but it is helping them hold high ground. So.
I mean, that's the only thing they can do.
Right. Cuba's 9k gold ahead. That's pretty significant for them.
It's really good, so because like especially once Detroit, although yes, things was a little bit, like, I guess you could say it was a little bit early, a little bit even during the early game, but once Detroit got that Blink Dagger, he can start to be a little bit more aggressive, he can be a little bit more initiative as well. And the thing is this, Like as much as Paraguay really wants to counter initiate this Axe Blink Berserker call, there's still the existence of that global silence. So like it really limits Paraguay's option of counter initiation or really engagement here because of just that one ultimate alone. Unless they managed to catch silence at first, could have been a little bit of a different story. But you know, that's a little bit in the past. That's all theories. Right now, we're 28 minutes into the game. It's 16-11. Seems like Cuba definitely has a little bit more control of the game here, especially with that 9k gold lead.
Yeah, Silencer is such a good hero to have when you're ahead, because the enemy team already doesn't want, like, you know, when you're behind, you're like, oh man, you know, it's risky for us to take fights and jump people and try to burst them. When you're behind against Silencer, you're like, if we jump, there's a global silence. Like, our pick-off potential is really limited, and it's causing no ends of headaches for Paraguay. But Aegis is about to expire in like 5 seconds, and that means that suddenly there's sort of an opening. And you can see Paraguay, they're still farming. They are slowly sort of removing that that net worth deficit that they have. It used to be 9k, now it's 8k, and they're still farming. It's not great, but the situation's slowly improving for them.
Holding down the line, they're still going for the hunt. And the thing is, like I said before, Paraguay is they have no dominance. They don't have necessary amount of warding, and even if they have the warding, they just do not have that battle capabilities here. What they need right now, what can they hope for right now, is trying to see whether Cuba makes a mistake. Maybe something similar to like that missed timing with the global silence. Maybe something like that might be in the works, or maybe they can try to catch them out away from a fight instead of having a 5v5 head-on. Maybe they can try to whittle down the members. Catch 2, catch 3. Hence why you see the smokes happening. They need to try to make something happen and hope for a fact that Cuba doesn't really have that 5 full-man stack, but it looks like Cuba, they're just totally sticking together.
I think one thing Paraguay can do is use the Fiend's Grip early to force out the global silence. Like, let's say Axe blinks in to sort of like catch someone. Oh, there you go. Maybe they might use the global silence inside the Fiend's Grip just to catch him and get the full global out. Oh, global comes out early though.
Beautiful global as well, but then again, the damage has been done, and of course, most importantly, Lina finally has that BKB. With no global, the Fiend comes in, but he barely holds in the time because Aku 5, he's so patient as well because of the fact that he knows that, okay, there's no global, I need to try to focus on cancelling out that Fiend's greed. But then again, Lifestealer, everyone got the BKB. Everyone can start denying away from the global. The global, they have no fear of the global. They have enough items as well. Now they have to just try to win it out. All it comes down is our dear friend Gyro of KMCDC. Thankfully enough, he doesn't have the Satanic to take this fight head on, because let's be honest, Otomo, once he has that Satanic, if it comes to that situation between Lifestealer as well, he can definitely is willing to take that fight head on.
The fact that they were able to take out Axe pretty early in that fight shows a big problem with Cuba's draft. Once Axe is out, your ability to control the fight is very limited. Paraguay was able to juggle the aggression super well. Like, you can see how Thailand was hiding behind the trees just so that he doesn't take any damage. Lina was able to take out the I believe it was the Razor or the Clock, I'm not sure, but they were able to juggle them very handily, because Paraguay's side, they have Light Strike Array, they have Vengeful Spirit Stun, they have a lot of control coming out from the Tidehunter. On Cuba's side, it's mostly the Axe. The moment Hookshot comes out, it's just the Axe, and if Axe is down, your control is gone. And just like that, the game goes from a 9k advantage for Cuba to basically 3k, which is nothing. Roshan's also going to might be coming out very soon for them. So Paraguay just opened up the map insanely well.
And I think the most important thing about that fight as well, besides the juggling and what you mentioned as well, just to add on, is most of the fight how secretive he actually kept that BKB. I mean, for sure, Cuba sort of knew already for the fact that a BKB is definitely going to be bought in the hands of Lina, but was it available during that fight or not? When that global silence came down, that BKB came online, he had the necessary amount, a decent amount of stacks on that fire, just to add on top of it, and he started dealing the damage. Razor, he was in the thick of things. He bought the BKB, but remember, like we mentioned before, Lina is going to be physically focused, not magic focused. So probably the BKB ain't going to help you too much there, as he just literally got blasted away from Lina.
I love how Lina's talent, the level 10 talent used to be plus 30 damage. Now it's plus 25. People are like, oh, that's a nerf. I'm like, yeah, it's a nerf, but yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the girl still hits like a truck. You know, it needs to be like, if it went down to plus 20 damage, I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's a thing, but she is still one of the fastest attack speed heroes in the game. She is gonna go for that. She's gonna go for the Silver Edge. Okay, she's gonna go for Silver Edge into Daedalus. with with the fast attack damage in the game. Like that is insane. So Cuba, they're in trouble. Like that was they were at a spike. They spiked in their timing. We talked about late game. I said Gyrocopter's great late game. Silencer's pretty good late game as well. The other three not so much. Look at Paraguay's side though. Hunter always great late game. Lina always great late game. Lifestealer with farm is great without farm, but he's got great farm this game. And Vengeful Spirit, just the swap and the damage reduction is enough to make her great. Fiend's Grip is tough to use late game though. That's the one hero that I think Bane is kind of like iffy in the late game with his team fight, but still, the other four really scale well.
Man, it's definitely a really tough call whether they want to try to drag things out. But the thing is, I don't think they want to take that kind of risk to try to drag the game out as late as possible. I think they want to try to make the magic happen as quick as possible, get some form of opportunity, try to open or create that window of opportunity for themselves. Because if you notice as well, top lane is, I guess they managed to naturally push out the top lane here, so the lane is going to be pushed out itself. Someone is definitely going to have to TP all the way back to try to defend it here. But Cuba not being faced by that at all, still sticking to this 5v5, especially five-man stack, because after realizing from that last fight at that bottom lane didn't really go into their favor at all, they are a lot more higher than usual.
I'm surprised by what Silencer's buying. I don't think that's a Lincoln Sphere. I think that's a Lotus Orb. It's kind of expensive to get a Lotus Orb on the Silencer. I mean, I believe he's the Philosopher's Stone is on the Clockwork, but it's like Lotus Orb on Silencer. I don't really know what you're really dispelling. That's such a big deal. I mean, you can reflect. You can reflect the Laguna Blade, the stun, and the swap. That means there's a lot of things you can reflect, but I don't know. I feel like a Glimmer Cape might have served him a bit better, maybe a Shard as well. But we'll find out. Roshan is up. This is gonna be the next big thing teams can focus on here.
Still waiting for the timeline as well. And I think that cliff war is revealing so much things. Well, there's so much information as well. They did spawn out Detroit outside of the Roche pit.
They need to go fast though.
Oh yeah, they gotta be quick as well. And I don't think they're gonna be willing to take. I don't think they're gonna be challenging the fight at all. They're not. They're just gonna let the Roche go. It is. But remember, I believe this is the first Roche as well. So no shot, no action, nothing.
It's the second actually.
It's the second one already?
Yeah, they actually gave one to the Gyro earlier when they took the map control. And
right. Oh, I lost track of time.
Don't worry. I mean, this game is like it's surprisingly close. Like we were expecting it to be. Oh dear, there you go. Bye, Alu.
Oh, nice catch, a nice call as well on top of the Bane. Big here, but he still has the buybacks though. But hopefully but then again, it's the 35. It's about 30 seconds as well for his death time as well. So hopefully the team has enough wave. I believe they have enough wave here. There's the Aghanim Gush. There's also the Lina's Dragon Slave as well. Gonna be able
as well as the Fortify.
Oh yeah, and also the Fortify. Enough time to buy enough for the Bane to really come back into the game.
Very early fortified by the Dire though. Do you see that they fortified the creeps and they're like down their raise? Like alright. But yeah, he's gonna be up though. But I like what they're doing with Cuba side. Sending in the Gyrocopter front. Oh dear.
Good. Decent call, trying to force him out, trying to force any skills out for the rest of the team, even the buybacks. But then again, the Bane, still everyone is able to come out just in time. And Lifestealer, he was not only able to break that tier 2 tower, but also able to push out the lane a little bit more. Still not going to be committed for that tier 3. He's able to TV back in the lane. A nice bash, by the way. Catches on the MCDC, but remember, he has the Aegis in hand. They commit the Ravage, but nice timing with the BKBs on the side here for Chaos and even Detroit at the same time. Detroit finally reveals the BKB, and looks at the right-click damage coming out from the leader. Absolutely insane, but playing a little bit more safe. You're going to be falling back. And a good swap on Kinchi for that post 4. Although yes, they were hoping a little bit more, at least a little bit more on the other more core members here of Team Cuba. But getting a post 4, regardless, or at least getting someone in this fight, is still better than nothing in this case.
I think that if you're Paraguay, you will be very happy with that. Remember, they also took out the Aegis. That was the big deal for them. The Aegis was the reason why Cuba was able to play so confidently. For the next 3 minutes, we can expect Cuba to be like, we don't really want to fight. And you can see that they're split apart. They want to farm. They know that they sort of not missed the timing, but their situation is not as strong as it was 2 minutes ago. And there you go. There's the Gyrocopter. Maybe they're going to jump on him now. Something to be worried about here. Looks like Paraguay, they're sort of staying in the triangle. Yeah, I mean, they still have the Fiends Group, and they know Global Silence was used. And Okim, CDC, is Infest. Nice! 3-man Ravage.
beautiful catch as well. On top of one of the main course initiation as well. Instantly Asgore is down for the count. Though the Queen Screen was able to connect on Chaos, a beautiful catch coming in and instantly melt down the Bane. Barely any sustain. Beautiful save and sword coming in from Kinchi. Silent enough, if only the global silent was a little bit used for that kind of situation, he could have gotten the kill on the lifesteal. Nice use comes in to deny the TP here. 3 members, no buybacks by the way, no buybacks on 3 core members, and their death time is almost a minute here. They could literally just run down mid right now to try to take it out. Although yes, there is a form of wave clear, but are you willing to take that risk? Because especially since like Axe is like going to be coming on in 30 seconds, they just need to take that outpost. Someone just need to take the outpost at the bottom side, and Axe can just straight away TP and really sort of re-engage back into the fight.
I think you want to use his buyback if you can hold it. I think you just take the racks and... I mean, will they go for more? There's no Tide Hunter for 50 seconds. That's a big one. By the way, the reason they lost that fight just now is because there was no Lina. And oh, Arima, he's going in. And yeah, you remember you mentioned this? Staggering, he runs away.
Beautiful catch. Oh, beautiful cogs as well, keeping them all in place. Although yes, the BKB is committed, but they just had no choice but to back out. So much damage has been done, and they do not want to take that fight inside the lockdown as well. But then again, although yes, no one had to die for that, except for the clock here. Although yes, they did force out the BKB, just reduce the time a lot more here. But I guess in the end, it's still, I guess you could say it's still a win for the Cuba, because they're still able to secure that objective towards that mid. Now that mid is going to have a naturally pushed out waves here. And woo! You gotta run for your lives. You gotta run for your lives, Silencer, because the rest of the team is on the way. Oh no, he actually retracks on the way back a little bit too late. Get the bash. Nightmare. Nicely timed to lock on the gyro. At least to deny his teammate for not saving the Silencer. And suddenly now he's not gonna be able to sustain it at all. He does have the age. It's finally gonna be popped up offline here. No one's gonna go for the save. Detroit comes in. Nice timing with the call. But same goes for the swap as well. The Fiend Grid comes in. But there's no Silent with the global. And there's no call at the same time. Beautiful Ravage catches them all at the same time. BKB is gonna be forced by Chaos, but look at the amount of damage. He tries to go for the TP, but look at the amount of damage coming in, but he still threw the TP out in the nick of time.
But it doesn't really matter even if he makes that or not, because they still have 2 enemy cores dead. By the way, I thought that the Gyrocopter lost his Ravage, lost his Ace earlier in that mid-fight push, but it turns out he kept it. My bad, completely there. But they used it just now, and even so, if you are Paraguay, you can force out 2 buybacks here if you go fast. I don't think they have the same amount of wave clear on Cuba side that Paraguay is enjoying. You can see he just goes straight for the tower. He's like, yeah, I'll just punch it.
I mean, and most he can do is just really try to force him out of the way with the side. But hook shot comes in, maybe a little bit too greedy. But then again, he has the BKB, blocks him down. And remember, Chaos was able to literally steal quite a decent amount of damage away from the lifestealer as well. So he's gonna be able to literally whip this TIE Hunter to death. But Lina comes in. He has the EUS as well, the Iron Scotty as well. More stats, more damage, and more slows on top of that as well. They're definitely going for the tower. And there's a decent amount of Fury stacks, 3 stacks on top of it. No support, no assist, they're not coming for the same. Silently just forced back the lifesteal as well. His rage is also going to be going on Kuda. But look at this right click, definitely enough for the 4-step. You know, I think ADN here, or at least Lina here, is going to be able to get a couple of more right clicks into that Razor.
Yeah, I mean that was a good attempt by the cores from Paraguay. Both supports were sort of back in the base. Just now you can see like Bane was able to join them. Oh, big disconnect from Cuba's side. I'm guessing that the fact that all of them, that must be their gaming house altogether, must have lost internet. And look at this game. It's favoring Cuba quite a bit.
Man, I mean...
I mean, this is do or die for Cuba. If they lose this game, there's no chance for them to advance. So they have to win this game. It's a long road to recovery, because then they have to hope Paraguay drops both games against Brazil. But it's looking possible.
I mean, you know, I like you tilting your head it says so much already, like about what's gonna be happening here.
I mean, there's a lot of things that need to happen, you know. But...
it's like it's not just a lot of things. That's like a huge list of it. Like it just goes on, right? So what exactly was really required for the side?
But step 1 is win this game. You know? We're there, guys. We're almost there. Cuba's doing very well this game, honestly. Like the way, especially the Clockwork. I think Clockwork Aqua 5 has been the standout player with getting those multiple hook shots, multiple cogs. I like just like when they were pushing the base. I like he cogged both the Lifesteal and the Lina. Then he was like, "Oh shit, I'm stuck with Lifesteal and Lina. You know, I'm not leaving this place alive."
Yeah. No, and the worst part about it is that usually he was able to most situations you notice for majority of the team fights. Well, normally when the clockwork initiates into the fight and gets the cogs, most of the time he actually survives because the silencer actually force stabs him out of the cogs. But this time silencer was dead. So I think, like you said, like you envisioned as well, he comes in, he's like, great, I cogged them. Now I just need to wait for that 4-star. But then suddenly he just get that realization, silencer is dead. So that means I'm dead.
He does have his own 4-staff though. He can. I wonder if he's going to consider getting the shard. It gives you that flying ability. I'm not sure. I think it's called takeoff or something.
Yeah, the takeoff.
So
Or
that'll be
jetpack.
so that'll be interesting to see. By the way, this is all of Cuba's players have had the blackout. So if they don't return in time, like this will be the worst way for them to lose because then the game goes to Paraguay's side just because of like the rules of pausing.
Yeah, correct, exactly.
So ouch, like that is really unfortunate.
And it's also one of the few, like, I mean, not even the few, like it's the only better game that we actually witnessed from Cuba here for today as well for the past 4 BO2, like the 4 games that we have from these 2 BO2s here.
Yeah.
And although yes, it did take them a while. It took them 3 games to really to come
to
this
get online,
yeah, to get to this state of realization. But remember, although like this game is happening, if I'm not mistaken, like what, in 10 in the morning on their end here, like it's
yeah,
if I'm
no,
not
but I
mistaken,
mean, there's like
time
11
zones, right?
hours difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're fine. Like this is the afternoon for them. Come on, it should be about 2 p.m. their time.
Yeah.
Because I think when we start it's at 9 p.m. they're 10 a.m. So now it should be 2 p.m. for them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess we could give shout outs to the people who are making this possible. We want to shout out the Global Esports Federation who are in charge of this tournament. This is Global Esports Games, by the way. This is the Singapore qualifier. We already have had the 2 regions, SEA and Europe, done. Southeast Asia sending Mongolia and Europe sending Great Britain. We are now doing We're now doing South America. We're now doing the South American region. We saw Brazil go 2-0 against Cuba. We are now Paraguay versus Cuba game 2. Cuba lost game 1. Paraguay won. So we are paused because Cuba has all DC'd. All the players have received a blackout. I mean, not that we blacklisted them. They're going through a blackout, and we're hoping they come back in time because if they don't, it would be a default win for Paraguay. I imagine that admins might tell me if they're messing up anything, but this is the situation where we stand.
And it's also going to be quite like I said just now before, like I said just now as well, like it will be quite the shame because it was, I think so far, it's like the best game that we ever seen.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
But then again, it's getting like it seems like they had that lead. We even saw the graph as well. But remember for the fact that when it gets like really super late into the game, we're going to be seeing some of the heroes coming from the side of Cuba, some of them falling off compared to the other side where they scale a lot more better here.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like Clockwork is I guess he's decent, but you look at Raze. Raze is not known for his late game potential. Like the problem isn't that he's bad, it's that he doesn't farm very well, so he can't keep up. But if you get him Aghanim's and Refresher, he's amazing. Like wow, he's so strong. But getting that is the hard situation for him. Whereas you look at Lina, she's just chunking people down, with that plus 25 damage talent that used to be 30. It's like, oh, it got nerfed. Like, I guess so. Yeah, sure, it got nerfed.
I mean, it did get nerfed. -5 damage.
-5 damage, When you're throwing out, 1,000 attacks a second, that 5 damage, it adds up. It adds up,
I mean, think of it this way. Now it's from 1,000 damage, it becomes 1,001 damage, and an additional hit that is required to kill the guy.
They did actually. The interesting thing was that they increased the cooldown on Dragon Slave, but made the talent for it better, which is like, hey, if you want to be as good as you used to be, just take the talent. So it's an interesting way that Ice Frog is doing is that he's offering players a better choice. So yeah, we are waiting for updates from the Cuba side. Do you think they have a chance to? I mean, they have a chance, obviously, but do you think they're gonna win? Let's make a bet here.
I mean, it's because like we mentioned it before about the scalings here. Like it seemed it was great at one point for Cuba, but I think it's a little bit unfortunate they couldn't really like close it out or at least get a little bit more out of that feudal situation. I mean, getting the mid racks is great, but I think it would have been a lot more comfortable for them if they could have gotten a second rack, because at least that way you're sort of going to be able to keep a team Team Paraguay in check for the fact that okay, you not only have to worry about one lane being naturally pushed in, now also even the side lanes at the same time. And
Yeah.
the thing is just like it's the lanes is converging further away from each other. So in other words, the team is sort of had to sort of rely on themselves like okay, one of us is going to have to split push here to really at least ensure that both lanes is going to be pushing out, or at least going to be able to hit the enemy's racks at the same time. At least that way, if one lane is being defended, we can try to force out a fight on the other lanes here. But you know, sadly, that didn't really happen for them here. And now let's just see how well the games continue to proceed. Because right now, we see Lina slowly sieging alongside. I think from the last scene that we witnessed so far, Tomo, was the fact that they were actually sieging outside that bottom lane.
There we got the cliffhanger.
Yeah,
Like,
the cliffhanger.
The episode's over. We'll see you the next episode of Game of Thrones. You know, see what happens then. Yeah, it looked like Paraguay is definitely on the comeback route. You know, like they're doing better and better. Cuba has taken both ages, and they've only been able to get one racks. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like Paraguay is gonna win. Firstly, Cuba has to solve their internet issues. You know, that's the biggest hurdle is the internet provider. That's always the biggest boss in going competitive is when you're playing and the internet provider's like, no, take them out right now.
You know, I remember, I sort of recall like one of the few games I'll be casting for Dota, right? Whenever we have this kind of like internet issue, right? Especially when the enemy team's like in the lead and the team gets DC, instantly I see in the chat everyone starts spamming, oh, they're DDoSing them, them, and it's the lead, like they're hacking them off. They cut the highlights here. But you know, we just like got the call from our beautiful production team here, who's been handling us fantastically as well throughout this entire event here for today. Got us the beautiful information that the players are reconnecting back. That's right, Otomo. That's right, guys. All the fans from Cuba, they're definitely coming back. Not gonna be falling to the pause rules here. What a jerk.
Oh, this reminds me of a story. I think Adroit was going to qualify for a tournament,
right?
And they are like, oh, if we win this match, they qualify. If they lose, they have to go through an open qualifier, and they during the match, their internet gets cut. Like the other team waited, and they were winning. They were like 12K ahead or something. They were gonna definitely win the game, and their internet cut. The next day, they had to go through open qualifier, and they still managed to qualify. It was like this crazy comeback story. I hope that Cuba is able to come back like that too, because I would hate just losing because of internet. It's the worst feeling, and I would hope they have a chance to make it back.
I honestly, I don't think anyone would really want to experience that kind of situation as well, because especially like when. Not only is, I mean, sure, maybe if you're on the losing end here in the game here, then maybe it doesn't feel as bad. I mean, if it does feel bad, but it doesn't feel as bad compared to like when you're in the lead. You already like got megas and everything else. You got the ages, you got the refresher, you got everything hands down. Like the finishing line is inside, and out of the blue, you just had to trip over a rock called internet disconnection. You know, that kind of.
It's very similar to when you're playing a pub game. And you're winning, and it's like 12 minutes, and you're like super ahead, and your mid laner DCs. And you're like, no, not this game, no, not any game but this one. We're gonna win. And then you lose the game. And then it's like when you're losing, nobody disconnects. Everybody stays around. You're like, just play with this guy just so I can move on with my life. Yeah. So it's the same thing here.
Karma has a really fun way of messing with us sometimes, personally.
What karma? If karma existed, things would be a lot better for us right now.
Well, you definitely said it right for sure, but seriously, I'm still curious on how the game is going to go because
Clockwork's got BKB. I find that crazy. Like I'm surprised Clockwork's got BKB, not an Aghanim Scepter, which I think is like the double hook shots usually like more highly valued in these situations. Right. And I'm surprised to see Silencer go for one. He went for the 20 attack speed talent instead of Arcane Curse talent, which is very unusual. Like we always see people go for the Arcane Curse talent. 15 damage. Remember, it's 15 damage multiplied by all the players that you hit. So it really adds up. And it also can be like 70% extra if they're silenced. So it's a lot.
It's a lot of weird things. Like I mean,
I hear the unpause.
There it is, folks. We are back into the game, and of course, to follow up what we were discussing as well. There's a lot of weird things happening besides the arcane, the weird picks for the tasks for the silencer. The
can we look at items?
For who?
Because I was wondering. I want to see. Let's see. I'm looking if there's any interesting tier 4 items. The Trickster Cloak on the Razor's interesting. He's got the BKB, got the Yules, he got the SNY. Both teams have a Philosopher's Stone, which I think is very cool. I love the Flame Cloak. 45 AoE.
It's a really good, it's a really good, decent amount of MR, and it's also, and also a little bit more tank in the front line. You're also going to be giving it like it's a miniature I guess you could say it's still a miniature Radiance here on the side. But I guess I could sort of figure out why the Clockwork went for the BKB instead, because like like I said, his priorities is still just really, I mean, not just cogging like as many TP members as possible, but his goal is just try to really stop this Bane. Like the thing is just, I guess you could say he's sort of like lessening the burden here on his teammate Silencer here, because like, the thing is just, can you imagine you're telling the Silencer, hey, you gotta time your global perfectly, stop the Ravage, stop the Fiend's Grip. That's a lot of things for him to walk around with, because we just want a single aura. It's a lot of responsibility. So just allowing the Clockwork to just focus down on the Bane, it does lessen a little bit of that burden.
By the way, speaking of that, Silencer, he's got the Philosopher's Stone, and he's going for that Refresher Orb. So he's gonna have that double silence. I was thinking, oh, is he gonna go for a Lotus Orb, or no, it's not gonna be like. It never occurred to me that I was like, oh wait, shit, it's a Refresher Orb, and he's got it. And by the way, he's also got the Timeless Relic. So this silence is gonna last like 25% extra. That's an additional second. With the refresher, that's an additional like what, 2 seconds? It's a little bit more. I believe it's like 6 seconds. So an extra 25% is a lot. Oh dear.
Oh my god! Now he finally got the refresher. And the thing is just like, if you didn't mention the refresher to me on Snowball, then I would have still thought like, okay, it's still like a value buy for the Bane to go for the BKB, because if you're still able to get the BKB, you're able to like Fiend's Grip without any resistor, anyone stopping you at all, except for the Global Silence. But you have the BKB to sort of purge the silence. But now with the refresher, it doesn't really matter if you get the BKB, because it still pierces the BKB. But beautiful catch on top of the infest as well. But the Global Silence does comes in the time, so the second Ravage doesn't able to pop things off, and because of that he gets called down. Beautiful sword to buy enough time for the Light Stealer to try to escape with his life, but the damage has been done. It looks like Lena is going on a mad terror. It doesn't really matter, but the second again he pops the Satanic. He's sustaining. He's trying to reflect back here, but thankfully enough with the Envy he's gonna be able to sustain and evade away from the Lena. Just waiting for the fiery stack to try to reduce his monster possible and sort of reset the fight. Kinchi will have to die for this one, but it's a 1-for-2 here, 2 supports for that mid lane claw.
Yeah, but by the way, one thing that actually did have a buyback for the Tidehunter, so it was a 3-for-1 trade. By the way, one thing that happened that I thought was very interesting: Silencer, he used the global, and then used the refresher, and he did not have enough mana to use the global again. He had to teleport back to base, and then he's like, guys, just wait, I'll be there. Oh, they are there.
Oh my god. Beautiful catch as well, big one as well as they find the Silencer this time. Sadly, no buyback gonna be in the hands of Silencer, but they're still totally fine. There's still buybacks in that. There's still buybacks of the Razor and the Clockwork. And the thing is, I don't think they're gonna be CGing the mid lane anytime soon, since the Roshan is also out of the pit here too. I believe this is the third Rosh as well, so it's going to be with the Scepter. Yeah, with the Scepter.
It's random, so you can see which one. Who's gonna take it though? I don't think Lena really cares for Aghanim Scepter. Life Stealer. What's his Aghanim Scepter again? Oh no, they give it to the Lena. I find that very strange because it gives her a buff to the Laguna Blade, which is.
It becomes pure damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes pure damage and pierces through magic immunity. I was surprised they don't give it to like the Bane or even. Wait, does Vengeful Spirit have it? Can we check for Vengeful Spirit?
I think he should have it by now.
No,
he doesn't. That would have been a big pick as well.
I'm surprised. This is just like my cores, man. Just like in pubs, It's like, dude, I have the best Aghanim Scepter upgrade in the game. I'm a disruptor. Like, no. We're gonna give it to our, I don't know, crappy Tidehunter or something.
Okay, so the thing is this, I can only think of the reason why they would give the Lena that axe is because of a similar situation that we saw just now between that 1v1 between the Gyro and the Lena. Both had BKB and one had Satanic as well. Maybe since he had it, he could have just instantly nuked down the Gyro regardless of whether the Satanic is on or not. I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of for this one.
I mean, yeah, it is a good point. Like, being able to burst him down through the BKB is a huge deal. It's just that I do wonder why, like, Vengeful Spirit with the double life is... Like, it was considered a reason to pick the hero. Now you have it for free, And they're like, nah. He hasn't earned it.
Oh, well.
Well, check it out. This is the global... oh, wow.
Ooh, nice call. Global Siren is going to be coming. There's a beautiful hook shot. This locked down the Lina. They're still not able to pop to the BKB. No choice but to pop it as well. Managed to get the amount of crits and damage into the side as well. Gyro is being slowed down by the EOS and a beautiful swap into the Fiend's Grip as well. No one's going to be able to save him in the time. The global was popped up. The hook shot was also committed as well. And the call was also so. I guess you could say the axe actually died initially to the lifestealer. No one to deny Aloof with that Fiend's Grip. And he was fully able to commit that full 6 seconds for the Gyro, and he has no buyback at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty impossible hold without your main carry, and oh man, he's 700 gold away. By the way, I like when you said that Clockwork, he caught the Lina. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, no, man. Lina baited him or something like that, because anytime Clockwork jumps on Lina, she just smacks him in the face. She's the true carry in this game. She does so much damage.
Man, the time really has come for the side here. Like life, I guess you can say life is sort of like he's the cake, but Lina's the icing of the cake here. Especially towards the end of the game where she has absolutely insane amount of damage, a couple of fairy stacks as well. Detroit though, he does have a call, but if you notice how spread out each of the members are, because they just sort of tell themselves like, all right, we just don't have to get called. 2-man call, still a little bit of a threat, just to make sure not all of us is being caught by this accident. So we'll try to be spread out as much as possible. But remember, global side is down for a relatively long time ago.
I mean, they have to hold this for 20 seconds here at least. Oh, okay, decent hook shot.
Oh, beautiful Ravage struggle to be able to catch the majority of the time here. Silent Chaos was not able to pop the BKB in time, and even if it did, it doesn't really matter because look at Lina, absolutely like a mobile sentry turret with the slows of the EOS. Does literally deny them any chance or even trying to run away from the fight. Buybacks is going to be committed for the side of the Clawway, and Gyro is finally respawned and coming back into the fight. Lina's a little bit too far forward into the team here. No Ravage. He does have one Ravage. Does he have enough money to commit for it though? But look at the amount of sustain. Look at the amount of lifesteal. Pumps up the Ravage to allow the team to secure the kill here. Feeds to the combat to the mix, and Arima comes in with a beautiful ultra kill to end this last BO2 between Paraguay and Cuba. Ladies and gentlemen, Paraguay seals this game 2-0, but of course, it was not a simple win.
Yeah, it was a really good showing for Cuba on their last match. You can see that they were sort of getting warmed up as the day went by, and it was really good for them. Like it meant multiple points. It looked like Cuba was going to have the game. I think that the Aegis usage, probably the first Aegis, was when they could have maybe pushed the envelope a bit more. Maybe they could have gone high ground earlier. Shout out to ADN though. Like, by the way, they have 2 ADNs. If you notice in the game, Titan's name is also ADN, but Lina ADN is incredible. The true carry in this game, easily the MVP, was able to create so much space for the team, so much damage. The Satanic Sky, like, look at his items. It's insane how well he was able to do. I like what Arima did with how he played. He decided, I'm more of a tank this game, less than a damage dealer. So he went for the Heaven's Halberd, Skadi, Armor, just to get as much HP and stats as possible, and it worked out very well for him. So I mean, he still get 11 kills and 1 death. So, but it was a really, really good awareness of the game to itemize that way. Cuba, unfortunately, they are out of the tournament, and Paraguay is guaranteed to go into the finals tomorrow with Brazil. But they are going to have a little preview of that match next. Paraguay versus Brazil in the best of 2.
Man, honestly, the games here that we've been witnessing so far has been absolutely insane. I mean, definitely not as memorable as impactful as the Brazilian team game that we were watching earlier today here or earlier just now. But this game is also I think this last game is a lot more iconic because you can definitely tell for sure Cuba really like turned things around in that last game. Although yes, they end up losing, but I think it's a worthy loss compared to the losses they actually sustained from the previous 3 games which they had here. Because I think like even a lot of people after witnessing that 3 games maybe have a little bit lowered their expectation for a second. Like what is Cuba doing? What is going on? This game, a breath of new life came in there. Brand new fire. They had a lot of control initially in the mid game. Just like enough, Lina finally got a little bit one too many items here to really out-tank the damage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's great hurrah for Cuba at the end. But we are going to be taking a break right now. We're going to come back to you guys with a preview of the finals. It's going to be Paraguay against Brazil. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to leave you with some gaming wellness messages to hopefully give you a better relationship with the world of gaming.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
Hello and welcome back to the Global Esports Gaming, where we are doing the South America Open Qualifier. We had the matches between Paraguay, Cuba, as well as Brazil. Final match is going to be between Brazil and Paraguay. Both of these teams have already advanced and will be playing in the best of three tomorrow, but this is more of a formality than anything. I'm Atoma, and joining me is Omo. We have switched from Leonard to Omo. How are you doing today?
We're doing great. I mean, I'm doing great. It's a bit late here in Singapore, but I'm excited to watch some good Dota games more than anything else.
It is 1:30 in the morning in Singapore, by the way. And this tournament is actually going to be, the LAN is going to be in Singapore. It's going to be in the Sentosa Resort, along with the GEF Festival, which is a convention for art, culture, fashion, food, as well as anything related to esports. The draft is ready, so we're going to go into that whenever the admins take us. By the way, since you're in Singapore, have you been to the Sentosa Resort?
Unfortunately, I haven't. I think most Singaporeans actually haven't been there. It's more of a tourist thing than anything else. Like, I don't know if you've heard about it, but the Singapore casinos, they actually tax you to go in as a citizen.
That's great. I mean, I don't know if I should say anything because the Singapore government might be watching this. They'll be like, these guys said something. By the way, the two teams are Brazil and Paraguay. Like we said, they both are advanced. RDO and Analog are the two players to watch on Team Brazil. They are both members of Hokari, and they are ranked 20 and ranked 40 in South America. So they are very impressive players. The rest of the team are on the ranked top 200, I believe. So very impressive. Paraguay, I have not been able to see their ranking, but they were able to beat Cuba 2-0 as well. So they are at the very least a little bit better than Cuba. But most likely Brazil is going to be taking, just because they're just such an impressive roster.
Yep. I mean, I'm not familiar with these teams per se, but I would love to pick your brains a bit. Are these players on any professional teams or semi-pro teams or anything along those lines?
I'm pretty sure that almost all of the Brazil players are on professional teams, but the two that I know for sure are RDO and Analog. Both of these are players on Hokari. Because this is a regional tournament, like a national tournament, Brazil team only has Brazilians. So even though the rest of Hokari is Peruvian, they can't play for them. They can only play for, only Brazilians can play. Paraguay, I've not heard of any of the players before. They were very impressive against Cuba, but Dota has this thing where if you're a little bit better than another team, you look very impressive.
Yes.
Whereas so I don't know if they'll be able to really match Brazil, but fingers crossed that we have a close game.
A lot for us to look out for sure. But right off the bat, I mean, what do you think about the draft? We see a Takis ban, the first thing here from Brazil. I mean, that's pretty unorthodox, I would say.
There was once an AMA by AUI 2000, and he said that techies should not be in the game. He's like, techies should not. People were saying, but you won with techies. You won TI5 because he's like, yes, it still shouldn't exist in the game, even though I won with it. So I love it when he goes with that. So Brazil tends to ban the techies as well as the Mars. I think they did that. When you're up against a stronger team, your only real chance of winning is through cheese. Yeah. So if techies is the ultimate cheese, So that's why I think they banned it. As for the opening pick by Brazil, I like the Lina because Lina has just been. Firstly, Paraguay played it really well in the previous game. So by taking it to yourself, you deny it instead of just banning it outright, and it's just a strong hero. The Weaver is flexible. We've seen support and carry Weaver, so it leaves a bit more of your draft open. Paraguay, a lot more obvious though. Grimstroke is going to be support. Tiny is going to be the carry. They just wanted to grab the Tiny before anyone else. He is the premier carry of the patch so far.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm not sure if we're actually playing on the live patch, right? Is this the patch where Tiny has seen some nerfs?
He is, and we always Dota has this thing where when the patch is out, everyone updates to it. So there's no. I remember in Dota 1, people would release a patch, and after a while, when they release a few more patches, then we wait for like a balanced patch where they say, oh, this is the competitive one. Dota doesn't have that. It's like the patch is out, straight away we go to it.
Because
going back into history, since you mentioned it, I'm going to go back. Originally, the first professional or competitive patch for Dota was 5.84, and even though we changed to Ice Frog, and he was patching it from 6.1, 6.01, until 6.20. Dota competitively was never played on that. It was played on 5.84 until 6.2 something. So it was kind of crazy to see that. Yeah, until they were like, yeah, Ice Frog's balancing it well enough that we should be playing the new patch. But going back here, Paraguay, they take the Ember Spirit. Pretty hard hero to bring down, but very early in the draft to take it. Hokai going out with the Tidehunter for the off lane. So Tiny Grimstroke will have a hard time killing the Tidehunter. And so it's a pretty good pick for them. And who else are they going to go with? They're going to go with the Lion. So Weaver... yeah, for sure. Like, this is one of the reasons that the hero has been one of the most popular hero. Like, he is actually the most popular support by far competitively. Because with the Hex, you can catch all the spirits, you can catch Puck, you can catch Queen of Pain. But the Weaver Flex remains a flexible pick because we still haven't taken another like support. If they had taken, like Lion or Earth Spirit, you're like, oh, it's going to be a Weaver carry. If they had taken Lion and Slark, we'd be like, oh, we know the Weaver is going to be a support. But leaving that flexibility is a very interesting part of Brazil's draft right now.
Really good call. I mean, flex picks in the draft definitely so important here. With that in mind, though, I want to ask you a quick question about the Tiny again. I mean, if we go back to the topic with the nerfs, I mean, do you still think that he's the premier carry on this patch, or is he, a bit dropping down in priority, or?
In this tournament so far, he's been like almost first pick every game so far. But when we tend to watch after a patch comes out, people will still follow the old patch for a little bit. TI showed that Tiny was the best carry in the game. Like, by far, he was the best carry in the game. So a lot of players are going to stick that. And even if a hero has just been nerfed, and another hero has just been buffed, that the hero that was buffed was too weak. Him being buffed may only put him into playable territory. Tiny goes from overpowered, like very overpowered, to slightly overpowered. Is how I believe, like that. That's how I see it, at least. I think until another team shows us a carry that does better, Tiny's still going to be the premier pick.
Well, I mean, we don't see a Lycan ban come out just yet. Do you think that's still a possibility here? There's no pos 3 locked in Paraguay yet.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, we could see the shape, the Lycan Tiny combo where they both turn into howling wolves and jump on them.
The Christmas tree and everything.
My favorite is when Monkey King and Lycan, because when Monkey King jumps as a wolf form, it's a dog jumping on a tree. It's hilarious. I love it. But no, Brazil they are focusing less on the Tiny and they're focusing a lot more on the Grimstroke, because remember, you can do the Soulbind Double Doom. So that's why they want to remove that. They might take off the Lycan now, though, and they do. So there you go. That does leave Beastmaster, which is a pretty good combo with the Grimstroke.
Shout and the double shout, right?
Double shout. You also have Ruby. I mean, you already have decent combos with double Rubik Lift, double Fade Bolt, even double Toss. So you got solid enough, but adding one more is never a problem.
Well, besides the Beastmaster, do you think there's anything else they're looking for here on the side of Paraguay? Because we mentioned they're gonna have a hard time dealing with Brazil here. Draft is definitely gonna be so important for them to find a lead.
I think that you could consider taking the Legion Commander. Double Duel is not impressive, but you get the save. Because right now Ember Spirit, if he gets caught by Hex, he's gonna die. But what if you save him with a Legion Commander? So I think Legion Commander is a hero they could consider. Brazil, they're going to show us now. Is it going to be the carry Weaver? Is it going to be a support Weaver? I think they're going to take another carry. Their lineup feels very squishy with if it has a carry Weaver. You have enough damage from the Lina. I think you need a front line that can tank for you. Something like an Ursa's already banned. I don't want to say Juggernaut, but it should be something else. And Paraguay believes it's going to be a carry coming. It's going to be Legion Commander. It comes out for the other side.
So wait, what's this gonna be? Is that a support side or?
No, it has to be. I think it's gonna be. It's awkward because they have like 4 core heroes. So we're gonna have to wait and find out. But it's interesting they went with the Legion Commander. Paraguay.
If you were to put money on it, what do you think it's gonna play out as?
Support Lion.
Good call. I agree with that one.
Support Lion mid Lina. Right. And then it's going to come down to Tidehunter support is not so bad. I think it might be Tidehunter support, like you said, Legion Commander off lane and Weaver as a carry.
That's definitely going to be a very interesting one. A lot of things for us to look out for on the side of Brazil here. Paraguay, though, one last pick to lock in. I do believe we are looking for a position 3. So a lot of that going to be banned away. It's really going to be interesting what the last pick is. 30 seconds left.
Beastmaster's still in the pool, but against Legion Commander he's less useful because you can just purge it off, and like long duration stuns become less useful. Still good though, because again you could just roar her instead of someone else. But you have Tidehunter who can purge it off, Legion Commander who can purge it off, Weaver with Aghanims can purge it off as well. So it's a bit too much. You want something else. It's hard. I would have loved the Doom. The Doom would have been a great pick for them. So I'm I'm a bit confused here. What am I going to go with? Go with the Bloodseeker.
Beastmaster. Oh, Bloodseeker. Oh, so I don't know why I saw Beastmaster. It's stuck in my head already.
You
But
saw the
will have-
B.
yeah, double Rupture is still gonna be pretty nice.
It is. But one interesting thing is that when they're so high, they can actually move. So even though they get double Rupture, they're not actually going to be able to benefit from it.
True.
It is going to be the carry the carry Legion Commander, by the way, and the off-lane Tidehunter is going to be a support Weaver.
Well,
So
is that a bit of a concern then? Are you on a bit of a timer with the carry Legion Commander?
I mean, if you keep the thing is about Legion Commander is that she serves as an offlane because in the beginning of the game she can go in front line and get those duel kills. Later on, she plays more for the press the attack where you can save allies.
Right.
When press the attack is on you, it is. I wouldn't say you're on a timer. Maybe the Legion's a timer, but not the Lina. Lina can scale great into the late game, and you have the Tidehunter. So I don't think you're worried if you are Brazil. And remember, even if Legion Commander goes in the front, Weaver with Agams can save her every time.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, Paraguay, they're not as much on the timer either because they do have the Tiny who scales fantastic. Overall, though, Brazil being a stronger team makes me think that Brazil's going to win it regardless of the draft. Like that's the true answer that you want to give, that Brazil's stronger and I think they're going to take it.
Well, that's definitely something for us to be looking out for. We're going to be loading into game 1. This is, of course, going to be a best-of-2 series, so we're going to see at least one more game here. I mean, like you said, this game is a bit of a formality. These two teams are already locked in, but still, you have a lot to play for. Bragging rights and whatnot. It's always going to be on the mind of these players. 4 wins in a row on this Grimstroke. Something to look out for here, maybe.
By the way, one thing that thanks to the admin to Qualifier is that another two players on Brazil's side are also professionals. They're from SG Esports, which was a team that went to TI. I believe it was their position 4 as well. I think it's both the supports have been there. So that's very impressive. Yeah, I mean, we got TI players, right? TI players right here.
Yeah, that's amazing, and I'm quite hyped to see what they can pull off here. Like you mentioned, right, Brazil coming into this one as the favorites, so Paraguay, they're gonna need to, pull something out here that's a little bit special. And I mean, if you're looking at Brazil's draft, it's a bit unorthodox, so they're definitely gonna need to overperform, I would say, to pull out a win in this game 1.
And there you go, nice D-word coming out from Paraguay's side.
Yeah.
By the way, they did the same thing, Brazil against Cuba, and Cuba died trying to get the D-word off, so. It's not, Paraguay is definitely better. Like they played a lot better than Cuba, so it's hard when both of these teams have beaten the same team, but they haven't played against each other. So you can only really kind of speculate. You're like, all right, well, which one gave a better beat down? And then you compare
the opponents harder.
It's a mean thing to say, but that's how you see it. You're like, well, they were able to win 22 minutes. The other team won 28.
Yeah, I mean, and we're not seeing a best of 3 here as well, right? So we're likely going to see one of these teams take a 2-0. We might see a 1-1 tie, but that's never any fun. So hopefully we'll be seeing one of these teams put on a convincing showing. There we go. Bounty Rune just gets picked up by RDO Bit right off the bat. This POS 1 LC already paying dividends.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 Bounty Runes coming out from Brazil, which is a little bit unfortunate for them. And oh my god, please, is he actually gonna die? Nice slow coming out here though.
A lot of damage on this Bloodseeker. He has the Grimstroke in the wings. He's trying to keep him safe. But look at the LC. He's walking so fast right now. There we go. First blood just gets picked up by RDO Blit. Right from the bat, they get the bounty. They get the first blood. Good start for Brazil.
I'm very surprised they're putting the Rubik top instead of the bottom lane. Rubik is notorious for being one of the supports that really needs gold to perform. And the position 5 is, you get less gold. So they prioritize the Grimstroke over the Rubik, and oh dear, this is unlikely to get it. He'll need at least 2 more hits and it's under tower.
Yeah, Lion's a bit of a lane bully here. I mean, he's chasing down the Grimstroke. Do you think it could be a bit because of the lane matchups as well? Is that a concern here for the side of Paraguay? Is that why they want Rubik in the post 5 maybe?
I would say so. I mean, even then, I would say the Rubik fares better bottom lane than the Grimstroke would. We can see Grimstroke, if he goes close, he gets bullied very fast by the line. Whereas Rubik trades a little bit better because of the damage reduction. So, I don't know. I think the Grimstroke pick in general is not the best laning situation they can be in, and they're gonna suffer for it until he's level 6.
That's definitely a fair point as well. I mean, I guess one thing we could consider is that these players, maybe it's something that you're comfortable playing, right? I mean, I don't want to read too much into their motivations and everything, but I guess if you're more comfortable on the pick, that might be the reason why you're favoring it in a less less good roll, but we do see a lot of aggression here. Lina, there we go. That's gonna be the second kill on the bot. I was gonna say first blood, but not quite, because we saw first blood on the runes already. So aggressive from Hokari Analog here. Just like you mentioned, one of the players to watch, chasing down this Ember Spirit, getting first blood.
And by the way, it's already 2k advantage for Brazil. That is massive. Like
in 2 minutes.
By the way, they were able to do this against Cuba by like 17 minutes. They were 17k ahead. And I was like, oh god, that's. So they are continuing that pace with Paraguay, because again, Paraguay better than Cuba, so they look like, oh, they'll have a better chance, but not really, not against 2 TI players and rank 40. Yeah. But they could be a kill here. Oh, who gets it?
Oh, the last hit from Alu picks him up.
That's why you put Rubik in the top lane.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I do love me some hindsight 2020 and everything, but there we go. Rubik getting the first kill onto the Weaver. That's gonna be nice. You do need something on the side of Paraguay, right? You're starting to fall behind, and you don't want to get the snowball rolling against a team like Brazil.
The biggest thing is that the bottom lane Bloodseeker is getting no CS. He's only got 4 creeps so far. And it's gonna be like, how do you fix this? Do you want to transfer a third person down here? Like that's gonna be tough for the line. Sorry, the Tiny, the top lane.
Boy, yeah, he's already having a tough time.
But at least he's CSing though. He's at least number 2 in terms of creeps. But yeah, like I said, if you move him if you remove the Rubik bottom, then that's it. He's not gonna get another creep. Ember Spirit's also really struggling. 7-0 to the 21-7.
Yeah, I mean, we did see this Ember Spirit get chased down under his tier 1 turrets. He got, solo killed by the Lina as well. A lot of things to keep in mind there. Not having the best game for sure. I mean, I feel like the Tiny is going to be the saving grace here. So, I mean, if you can't rotate a support down to help your bottom lane, what can you really do? Because your Tiny needs to be having a good game. Ooh.
By the way, they just got 2 courier kills on the inside, but they are able to get the kill. But 2 couriers is like 400 gold going for Brazil, so...
Yep. But in spite of that, that's the crazy thing. They got the courier kills, they got the kills onto Weaver, they got the kills onto Lion, but Brazil still 2,000 gold ahead.
Oh no, Brazil got 2 courier kills.
Oh, Brazil got... There we go, that's why they got 2,000 gold ahead. Yeah, I didn't quite catch that one. There we go, they're in a pretty good spot in the game right now.
A lot of the game is going to come down to how much space Ember Spirit can make. You can see he's being like really forced out of the lane, and that's kind of that you really don't want that, because he's your tempo mid. He has to sort of like get a good amount of gold in the laning stage, run around the map making space, but he's behind the lane. He's being tripled by the lane right now. That's just, oh dear.
Oh boy, and Tiny, we talked about him. One of the saving graces for the side of Paraguay, gets killed as well.
Yeah. This is one of the harder jobs in the game. Oh, bottom lane, I think we're going to be losing Kimchi as well.
Man, yeah, we're going to lose Kimchi as well, very likely. There we go. Adio is just going to back right out. He doesn't want to chase down the kill a bit too deep. We'll just back off, get the wave, and I think, they're contesting over the stack a little bit here. I think they just want to zone away the Bloodseeker.
The thing about Paraguay is that they have a pretty solid power spike once they get the Grimstroke to 6, because then you double the value of so many of your spells. Yeah. But it feels like they might be bleeding kills until then. And the moment the Lina goes anywhere with the Laguna Blade, the Lava Burst down, she's just gonna bring someone down easily.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look out for as well. I might be reaching a bit here, but maybe she goes somewhere, gets the Laguna Blade. You have to Rubik, he steals the spell, and then you get double Laguna Blade.
There you go. That's thinking with portals, that's how it is.
Exactly.
But
no way he solo kills him here, right?
Yeah, not solo kills, but definitely with a friend.
Bring a friend, just to be safe, and they take down Ember Spirit yet again. Temple Min not doing too well here.
If he reaches level 6, at least you at least have the advantage of levels. Like, you may not have the advantage of farm, but you have the advantage of levels that you can kill people because you are level 6 with an ultimate. But when you are 5k gold behind at 6 minutes,
not a great spot to be in, and Arima on this Tiny as well. We said he had to be the saving grace, rather. He was getting really bullied out by this Light Hunter. 1v2, he's not going to be able to do much here. Weaver's roaming, Lion's roaming. Light Hunter, he's happy. Look at his CS count. All 3 calls here on the side of Team Brazil, leading the chart.
They are getting some stacks off on Paraguay's side, which will give them something to recover with. It's not the best thing in the world, but at least you have some stacks to come out. The scary thing is that Brazil takes it, because they were able to do that against Cuba. So another sort of It's a saving grace, but let's hope it stays a saving grace.
Something to look out for sure. We'll have to see if Brazil can find and maybe even take these stacks away. For Paraguay, other than that, I mean, right now Brazil firmly in the driver's seat. We talked about 2K gold at 2 minutes, 17 gold at 17 minutes. Right now, 7 minutes in game, 5K gold lead. You know, nothing to scoff at. I think they're very happy with the state of the game right now. We look at Legion Commander. I think he's starting to scale up. +1 LC, not something we normally see. He's not having a bad game.
Yeah, not at all, especially with the Lion setting him up so much. Lion, by the way, skipping the mana drain and going for 2 points in Hex. This is something that is very new because your mana drain has a slow, so usually you put at least 1 point in just so you can slow the enemy afterwards. But skipping it entirely going for more points in Hex just to catch sort of the Ember Spirit, make sure you can burst him down. And Bloodseeker might be in trouble.
I think he's gonna be just fine here. Runs out of trouble. I would love to pick your brains a little bit here. So I'm a bit of a noob at the game, right? Like I play a lot, but I'm not.
We all are.
We all are, truly. We all are. Until we, live to ages, everyone's a bit of a noob. But that's the thing. If you're playing in lane right now as a Lion, right, and you're, chasing down Tidehunter or something with your +1, would you rather auto attack him or would you rather mana drain him for the slow?
Depends on how strong the guy with me is, right? Like if you have if you have a Slark hitting him, then that's a lot of damage that you want him slowed. But if the guy with you is like a slow guy who doesn't hit very hard, you might as well just contribute more damage.
True, that's true indeed, and Kimchi might be in a bit of trouble here. Getting a chase down, they get the stuns on him, but he has the backup. Ember Spirit is here. I don't know if they want to take this fight. Kimchi gonna drop very low, does get taken down. Lina comes in, hacks into the stun, into the Laguna Blade, and once again, Ember Spirit, is he gonna survive this? Nope, just gets taken down at the end of that one. A third death in this 8-minute long game. Bloodseeker comes in, gets the Rupture down as well. He wants to find one more, not quite gonna be able to do so. Duel comes in, more damage here, and it's just a bit of slaughter, isn't it? Brazil come in, 4 for nothing, and they just clean house for Paraguay.
It's the problem is they were kind of close to getting the kill on the line, and
yeah.
Paraguay, they're trying to force fights so that they don't really need to, because it's like, oh, we're behind, maybe if we win a team fight, but because you're behind, you're not winning a team fight. It's just not gonna happen.
Weaver, desperation here.
It is, but that is like the situation when you're under pressure. It's so they look like they're making so many mistakes, but that's because you're up against such a strong team. It's very common that this is gonna happen. And Arima, he might be losing his life.
Yeah, both spots get the kill at the bottom lane. They TP up. They're gonna look for the +1. They take down the Tiny, and it's starting to get a bit brutal here, isn't it?
When 4 people die on your team, after they respawn, they're all gonna teleport to like different towers just so they can spread out the map. And Brazil's like, oh yeah, if they're gonna be, we can just go to any lane. Let's kill the most highly valued target we can get, which is the Tiny. So they just all go top, get a kill, and then they can separate back. You can see bottom lane has the Legion Commander, mid lane has the Weaver. Everyone just goes back to getting experience after they shut down the Tiny.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Didn't consider that one at all. And yeah, it's really nice, right? Like you kill 4 people at 7 minutes in a game, and you just get full control of the map. And if you look at the last hits right now, this Tidehunter, he's been left largely alone. He's been basically 1v1, 1v2 the entire game, and he's top of the last hit chart. Well, I say that Lina just overtakes him, but he's been doing very well for himself.
I mean, when you go back to the laning stage, though, the problem is that you took 2 weak laners, Grimstroke and Rubik. Once they hit level 6, both of them get big power spikes, Soulbind, Steel. Like Rubik against Weaver is so good because of the Shikuchi, but until then, it's really bad for you.
Looking for the Weaver right now, he will just dash away. Even with dust, you're not gonna be able to chase him down. Theo Licar gonna make so much space. Is he even gonna live here? Not quite. Flight gonna pick him up at the end of that one, but he creates a lot of space. He creates a lot of pressure on his mid turret. Fortify comes down, but I think FCR and Analog, they still want more. There we go. Lion gets a double knockup, gets the Tidehunter Ravage off as well, and you get the Finger of Death kill. You get a lot of stacks. You get everything really. Like Brazil, they can go anywhere they want. They can take any kill they want. They're gonna take mid lane turret as well. 10k go at 10 minutes. They're keeping up the trend here.
And they also they actually see the stack and they're like, oh, maybe we can take it for himself. And Tidehunter's he's better than taking stacks than anyone on Paraguay side. Tiny is great at taking stacks, but I was thinking that if Lion here's actually there's this cool mechanic that happens with Lion's Earth Spike. When he Earth Spikes people off the ground, they aren't considered in the game. So one of the things you can do is when you Earth Spike creeps at 1 second to respawn, you can actually stack them by stunning them in the air. Oh dear.
They did not know about the mechanic. I'll be sure to do that in my next game, but there we go. That's what we talked about, right? Level 6 from Grimstroke gets the Soulbind off. They do chase down 2 members off the side of Brazil. Lion's gonna fall. Tyrant is gonna fall. They need that consolation prize, but I think most of the stack, if not all of the stack, Brazil has taken away.
It's a bit of momentum boost though for Paraguay. Yeah, you lost your stack, but it was a risk you were going to take anyway. But now we can see at least Rubik is level 6, so Grimshark is level 6. We saw straight away the double fade bolt, how much damage it could do for them, because it's like a 500 damage nuke if you threw 2 fade loss. So it's good. Like they were able to get 2 good kills from that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you really need to just take anything you can get at this point in the game, right? On side of Paraguay, 12 minutes in game, 11-5 scoreline, 9k gold lead. Look at the double damage rune as well. They're keeping it for Analog. They want to make sure this Lina is happy. He has a Boots of Travels for himself as well.
Interesting. He sold the Dragon Slave. Pretty good. By the way, one cool thing about Brazil is that they have the 2 strongest nukers in the game, the Lion and the Lina. Just press R on one person. You know, they're dead.
Now imagine if they had a Grimstroke as well. Imagine if they could soulbind someone together and just hit them with both the Laguna as well as the Finger of Death. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, but still, really good. I mean, I think it's a really good mix of damage, right? You get the duel, you finger the guy, and you Laguna the guy. You can't do anything right there.
We don't say finger the guy, we say you...
Finger of Death the guy.
You press R on him, you ultimate
press R on them. Yeah, that's right.
Not that I kink shame anyone, you know.
We're gonna get kicked off the stream really shortly.
Oh, I always knew this would be a one-time deal for me.
Well, you know, you never know what's gonna happen. I mean, we take a look right now. Paraguay seems like they're starting to make some aggressive moves on their own. Look at what this Ember Spirit
Ember
is.
Spirit? Oh, looks
Just
like
gets
there's
out of the...
tiny bit of lag here, but this is suspense.
We're back. We're back. It's all good.
Because we are having a bit slight server issues, sometimes we get these cliffhangers. You know, it's like, what's gonna happen next? We don't know.
I love it. At least it doesn't happen in the middle of the team fight. But I want to point out something really quickly. The Weaver has picked up a Spirit Vessel already as a support.
That's great. Like, you are up against the Bloodseeker, so you can make sure that he doesn't regenerate much from any kills he gets in fights. And Tiny, of course, has so much HP that the Spirit Vessel just does insane amounts of damage against him. And overall, it's just Oh dear. So this Roshan's falling down pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Paraguay know about this, right? No one's checking, they're not scanning. You have the DD on to Analog. He's gonna take this one out really quickly.
Oh, now they know.
They're coming over. It looks like the Bloodseeker finds out about this. Do they still want to commit, though? They're in a very dangerous situation right now. Bloodseeker just gonna walk away. There we go. Right back to Roshan. They're gonna take this one down. Who's gonna pick up the Aegis? It's gonna go over to Analog. He's a big bulk of their damage right now, so I totally get it. They want more, it seems like. Gonna try to chase a bit. Nope, nothing really happens. They get the Aegis, they get out of there.
I expect Weaver will probably go for the Aghanims next because, like I said, he does have a Spirit Vessel. That gives you sort of all the damage you need. You know, you have decent physical damage thanks to the Swarm. You have Shikuchi for magic. I mean, like I say, that decent. Like you have mixtures of damage coming out, and going next is going to probably be the Aghanims just to save in case anyone dies, because you use the time lapse on them. You can remove Soulbind from them even. So pretty good ability to have.
Definitely something you need to look out for sure. One of the big benefits of having a support Weaver. Here we go. It looks like Lion's gonna get caught yet again. Wouldn't be able to pick up any stacks from this one though. Oh wait, I'm talking about the wrong thing. We're on the wrong team here, but here we go. LC is coming right in. He's super low. I don't know if you want to take this fight. Soulbind turns this one around a little bit. Analog will stay alive. He picks up the Rubik. He still has the Agent. Ravage comes in. That one is huge. He picks up 2. There we go. Analog is alive. It doesn't matter that you lose Lion. It doesn't matter that you lose your +1 LC because this Lina is all you really need.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's going to probably be the Lina who carries the team to victory here. Yeah. Like we saw the Legion Commander come out, and we are going to have a bit of a reconnect here. We had this. We had this during the first game, by the way, which is why we were in the lobby. We were like, oh, we're going to be... Oh, here, it's going to come back. I had my leg flying out just now. You have no lights on. This is what we look like, people.
And it's on really quickly. We are back.
There you go. This is what we look like when we have no warning from production. No warning. You know,
I mean, you know, technical difficulties. We never expect what's coming. But there we go. We will have a bit of a pause really quickly. You guys will be enjoying, you know, our smooth tones until we get back into game.
I like how sometimes in other production they might show you the courier. I mean, obviously we disconnected, but they show you the courier and stuff. For us, it's like, no, show them the caster's legs.
Oh, and I do believe we are actually going back into game. Both these teams, they can't wait to get back into the action, and we didn't really miss out on much, right? I think the team fight ended just as we disconnected, so I think we're good here.
I think they got another pick off on the Lion, though. It's like
That's
he
true.
must have
Might have
died.
found again.
But Paraguay, I know this might seem like sort of faint praise, but they are really doing they're doing a much better job than Cuba. But in general, they are playing up against. No, I don't mean that as a sarcasm. They're doing very well considering they're up against a team with TI players.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely. Right.
I remember they. Oh, Alu.
He stole the Shikuchi and he's going right back in. Alira, he does get caught out a little bit. There we go. Duel comes in time as well, so you get the dual damage. You get the Laguna Blade as well. It's consolation prize. The 9-second BKB does get popped by Lina, so that's, you take what you can get at the stage in game. But it looks at the side of Brazil. It looks like they might want more. Ravage not available. Laguna, Duel all not available. What can they really find right here?
Oh, boss comes out. Looks like there might be some, I figured there's gonna be some internet connections, and let's just make sure you put your leg down, put your lights out, just in case.
Yeah, nothing spicy going on here behind the scenes, but I think what's spicy is Paraguay. Alu died and he called for the pause right away, so I'm just saying.
96% chance for Brazil to take this, which I think is fairly accurate. Like they are 5 levels ahead in terms of inexperience. The thing is, there's no Paraguay. They don't have a combo that is super easy to perform that makes them win. Like if you think about a Tide Hunter, you jump in, you get a good Ravage, that's good enough. Mag is good enough to get a good RP. On Paraguay, so you have to get a good Soul Bind followed by a good Lift or Rupture, Fade Bolt. Like it has to be multiple heroes performing really well that they can't die, and that's a tough thing too. That's a tough ask.
Yeah, definitely a tough ask indeed. You can't die, you have to stay alive, you have to get up your key spells. So many things to look out for from Paraguay, and I think on the side of Ayuro as well, he needs to be able to find Ravage. That would be huge. You find Ravage, or maybe you find the, I don't know, what would be great here? Finger of Death? Well, not much to talk about. You get another dual Q, and, Sobai comes in, you get double Finger of Death. What can you really find? They didn't get out of dodge. You're still tanky on the side of Brazil. That's going to be 1 kill, though. They do pick up Ideal. It looks like they might want more. They might even find 2 calls here. You know what? I'm completely wrong. What do I know about the game? They just pick up the LC, they pick up the Tide Hunter, and they turn this one around a little bit. They're going to be chasing down Tio Copter here as well. I don't really think he can find anything. So slippery here on this Weaver. We'll be able to use the Shikuchi to just get out of dodge. Bloodseeker, I want to point out really quickly. He has the Blade Mail. What do you think about that first item pick up?
Oh, there we go. That's going to be a kill. Arimo has joined the game, he switched from PvE server to PvP. He's like, all right, guys, I'm ready to. But this is, he is actually pretty farmed. It might seem like he's not farmed because he's behind all the cores from Brazil. Remember, Brazil has been doing crazy good this game. Yeah. So, and as for the Bloodseeker going for the Blade Mail, it's just so that you can actually run in and not be bursted down. When he runs in, people all like, oh, just kill the Bloodseeker now. But now he goes in with the Blade Mail active. You don't really want to focus him while he provides vision for his team, because someone has to start the fight, and it's kind of going to fall on Bloodseeker.
And that's what you were talking about, right? Paraguay have a bit of a tough task to really start these fights, but with the Blade Mail on, the Bloodseeker, he really just runs in, gets the vision, gets the control down, and if you try to burst him down, Blade Mail on, he's good to go.
The problem is he doesn't actually have that much HP to work with. If you look at him, I think he's got 1200, something like that. Can we look at the Bloodseeker?
I mean, he just got one shot, so...
If we can we can check out his HP, because I think, I don't think that he's actually tanky enough to... Because Blade Mail uses your HP as a resource to do that. Yeah, he's got 1200 HP. Okay, 1300. When you don't actually have much HP, you're like, I'll be reflecting a tiny amount of damage.
I'll be reflecting a percentage of 1000 HP back at you. It's not a lot. It's not really something you really want to look out for. I mean, the Tide Hunter, he's already sitting on 2000 HP. He's definitely going to be in a much tankier position in this game. Has the Blink, has the Hood. He's picking up the Aghanims as well right now.
I think even Weaver is tankier than the Bloodseeker.
Let's not talk about that. That's a bit depressing.
Alright, actually, no. He still hasn't taken... He still hasn't taken the 9 strength talent at level 10. Once he takes that, then he'll be tankier.
That is true indeed. But right now, let's say they're basically the same HP, right? Around 1200 HP on both Weaver, on both Bloodseeker. It's not a great spot to be in, for sure.
But Paraguay is still hanging on, though. I remember can they get a kill on... No, the Lina's just unkillable now. Not with the BKB available. Maybe if Tiny can jump her, he might be able to... He won't be able to burst her down, but he might be able to do if he had a friend, he would be able to get enough damage off on him.
Well, I mean, we do have the Ember Spirit, right? So if the Tiny manages to get in the back line, maybe the Ember can dive in as well.
And Lena's going to show up here. Is she? Oh, it looks like the LC actually canceled the TP. They're all here.
Oh, that's a huge ravage. She picks up 4 right away. You get the double stun. You get the double Laguna Blade as well. And I mean, Analog, he's in a great spot in the game, putting out so much damage. Duo comes in. It's not really much to talk about. This fight is a stomp. You just get the Team Brazil just stomping over Team Paraguay. They pick up 3 kills already. They're diving onto the high ground. Look at this Tidehunter just body blocking your movements, not letting you get away from this one. 4 for 1. You lose your Lion, but you pick up 4 kills. Starting to look easy here for Brazil.
I mean, even during their match against Cuba, Paraguay played a lot more of a defensive kind of draft where they're like, all right, we're not going to be too aggressive. Brazil, though, they are like foot on the pedal the entire game. They just want to get as many objectives as they can. They want to kill as many people as they can. They are a bloodthirsty group, these Brazilians, I must say. And it shows. They're just very active around the map.
Yeah, and that's amazing to see. I mean, I think it's also part of the fact that, you know, they know they're the better players. They're coming in, they're saying, we're experienced, we're good players, we're going to come in, we're going to dominate the game, going to dominate the tempo, set the tempo. And they're really making Paraguay march to their beat. And that's such a tough order here as well. Smoke does come in. I'm quite curious to see where Paraguay, they really want to go with this one. Tiny, I don't think he's in a spot where he really wants to fight right now. Doesn't have the Chrysalis, doesn't have the Silver Edge. Smoke does get popped on this Tidehunter, but he's so hard to kill. They want to chase him down a bit. The stuns come in. Soulbind not going to hit anyone. There we go. Tio walks into that. That's going to be a double Soulbind. You will just be able to get out of that one, though. Tidehunter takes so long to take down. Analog is here. Lena is here. Will he be able to turn this one around? RDO bid. He wants to get one more kill. There we go. Alu will get dropped. Arima picks up a double kill. It's going to be Lion picked up off your screens as well. And it's going to be a very important kill. But you're losing your +1 in exchange for that Lion. Not a spot you want to be in. Arima gets chased down. Will get taken down, and Bit, he does so much damage. No duel means that ADN will just be able to teleport out of there.
I mean, it looked kind of okay for Paraguay when they were traded 2 for 2, but losing your Tiny, like Tiny is your win condition. Anytime he dies, you know that the game just got a lot tougher. At least they were able to get the Soulbind. The only way Paraguay wins fights is if they get good Soulbinds. If they don't get a Soulbind off, they can't win a fight. It's just flat out. The Soulbind gives you the double portrait, it gives you the double lift, double rupture. You need these to win, and otherwise they can't win. So that fight, they got it, then they just stayed around a bit too long.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue there as well. I think the Tiny might have chased a bit too deep onto the Lion, which is why he ended up falling in the end, losing your life for the support when you're the win condition. Not a great spot to be in. And this Shadow Blade being picked up quite a while ago, actually. What do you think about this item pick up this early in the game? Does he need like a BKB, a Blink maybe? Do you think there's anything better than this?
This is the classic build where you go with the Silver Echo Saber and Silver Edge. The Silver Edge gives you a huge like opening because when you do like 200 bonus damage, guaranteed crit, and it breaks. The break is what you really want. Because...
no, you're gonna have to hold that top because Arima's getting caught again. Lion comes in, chain, stun. They have the Finger of Death. They have the Laguna Blade. Won't even use it. They know he's a free kill. And like you said, every time he dies, the game just got that much harder.
Yeah, it's they have to get the Silver Edge. You can actually look at the Lena. She also has a Silver Edge because this item, in terms of mathematically, it does the most damage in the game by far. It gives you a huge amount of attack speed and bonus damage and a break and invisibility and a guaranteed crit. Like it's a long list of things it gives you. You know,
it's the gift that keeps on giving, really.
It's fantastic. Like, and that's the thing where you do the bonus damage out of. Oh dear.
Oh man, yeah, we don't even have to talk about that. You get the duo, you get the hacks, you get the Finger of Death. Ember Spirit is not getting to play the game, having such a hard time here. Tier 2 mid gets dropped. You have control of the shrine as well, the outpost as well. And I mean, do they want to go for high ground here? Is that the thing they want to look for next?
When you go high ground, that it does. I mean, Paraguay could make a good defense because they do have the. Can we look at his item build? Does he have the max out Stroke of Fate? If he does, that might help him out quite a bit. He does. So that. Yeah, that does help clearing waves. You also have the Fade Bolt, like these two spells. You also have the Blood Rite. So there are ways for Paraguay's side to sort of hold the ground a little bit if they go high ground too early on Brazil. But yeah, like Tiny has to go Silver Edge. Silver Edge is just the best item in terms of damage. And you were mentioning BKB. The thing is, the only way I see it for Paraguay is if you burst people down instantly in the fight, then you'd fight 5 versus 4. Because if you take BKB and you're like, it's alright, guys, I'll tank up. It's like, no, you're not tanking up, dude. You're gonna die. You need to, burst down the line.
Lina's gonna kill you anyway.
Yeah, you gotta burst down the line instantly, or the Weaver, and then we fight.
And I know we were talking a bit about the Weaver maybe buying the Aghanims, right? We talked about how great that item is, especially against the lineup the Paraguay is running. He's going for a Mage Slayer here.
He's just doing that to make fun of us. He's like, our Mage Slayer it's pretty good against the Ember Spirit because a lot of his damage is magical, and he's gonna go for the Aghanim Scepter. So being able to take that away, of course, Maelstrom is magic damage as well. So there's a lot of damage you mitigate with that Mage Slayer. I still believe Aghanims may have been the choice, but then again, he's the pro player and I'm not.
Who are we? Who are we
to question this guy?
Exactly. I mean, if you're stomping the game, 26 minutes, you're 18,000 gold up. I'd bid a rapier if I was him.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if he ever dies and he could have won because of Aghanim, I'll be like, I told you, that's what I was talking about right there.
Exactly. But it's the confidence, right? And you have the Aegis as well. You've had every Aegis in the game, 2 in 26 minutes. What do you think about this Aghanims on the Tide Hunter though? That's something pretty interesting here.
It's very classic, just because it's I was like, I think I go for
it. Lina.
It helps you push clear out waves very fast, farm, just can reflect, do a lot of damage, armor reduction on multiple people.
Yep.
So, nice
so tanky
jump.
though, they do get the double duo off. Not quite, they're just gonna get one. There we go, Tyler with the counter engage. He gets an entire backline. 4 members locked up. There's not really much for us to talk about here. This is a stomp here beside Brazil. You get the buyback from Tiny, but what can you really do? Your team is basically half dead. You have the Bloodseeker still dead. Rex is being threatened right now. Lina is gonna be taking this one down. Look at Arima. He's trying to go on the Weaver. Yeah, 2 actually. Look at Tiny. He gets cleaned down. They want to get a bit more, but that's not enough. You get the spots when you trade your own life. Not only do you trade your life, it's a dieback here for Mr. Arima. Not a great spot to be in for Paraguay. And look at Analog right now. It seems like he wants more. Ghost Scepter gets popped. But Lina has magic damage. She's going to be happy with that one. She does get stunned up. Aegis does get popped out. She does still stay alive in the game, though. It looks like Ember Spirit, he might be trying to turn this fight around. Ember Spirit's going to be so tanky, though. He's going to... slippery, though. He's going to be able to get out of dodge, I do believe. Not a big issue here for him. The fight's going to keep going. They do Duster. What is this? Analog falls. 10 kill streak ended right there by Mr. Kinchi, and they're going to be chasing down a little bit more. You trade the Rexes, but you lose the kills. In Brazil, not the situation that they want to be in. They still have a 20,000 goal lead, but they just lost 5 members.
I mean, it looks great. Could be a really good start for Paraguay's comeback, especially the EXP. They were able to get a 6,000 EXP advantage of that. If we look at, can we compare the graphs now just to see how much EXP they are? That's still a lot, though. That's still a lot.
It's pretty brutal.
I was like, the experience is gonna get them back, but 98% win for Brazil, but it is gonna slowly decrease right now because all the cores are dead for Brazil for another 20 seconds, which means Paraguay is gonna be able to farm up a lot of creeps around the map. It's still a very, you just lost the racks, but maybe the next fight you actually are in a better spot than you were when you were defending these Raxes.
I mean, definitely. I hope that's going to be the case, right? Paraguay is definitely putting on a fight here. You talk about the comparisons to Cuba and everything. But
Cuba?
Paraguay,
what the hell? Cuba?
Paraguay is definitely putting on a really good fight here.
Yeah, they are. It's... Again, because they're losing, it makes it easy to see, they're losing, they must be bad. No, they're just up against an insanely strong group.
TI players, right? We talked about it. TI players.
Yeah.
No Shadow Blade. Double damage. Legion comes in. Sentry does spot him. He's gonna pop the dual. Finger of Death does get popped. There is not gonna be a BKB for this Ember Spirit. There we go. You get, turned around on, you get engaged on, but you get the duo off. Your team is there to back you up. That's gonna be a nice little dual kill onto the Amber. If we look at the last team fight, this Amber was instrumental to Paraguay being able to win that one. So it's gonna be a tough call right now. Is this gonna be another high ground angle for Brazil? Are they gonna look for mid, bot?
The problem is that other people, enemies can sneak in from the top lane, so your high ground doesn't feel as much of a high ground. That fight, if you look at the replay, the only mistake they made was that Ember Spirit did not use his spirit straight away to kill the LC. If he had thrown all his spirits, they would have been able to burst her down. It could have been a different fight entirely, but Oh, can he actually toss him? Yes, he does.
Yeah, he gets tossed right back into the Earth Spike. He gets stunned up, and that's gonna be Analog. He has the Satanic. You gotta keep that in mind. You can't forget about the Satanic. Ravage comes in, not even needed. Analog, he's a one-man army in the backline right now, just tanking up, life stealing with the Satanic, and that's gonna be pretty much all she wrote, I think, here for this game. That was your attempt to get back into the game. It's not gonna amount to anything. This Lina is a raid boss. The dieback here for the Bloodseeker as well. Remember, you have no buyback here for the tiny 30 seconds on the clock. There we go. They GG out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, that was... it came down to like one moment, which is with the Spirits. Of course, there's also so many other things happening leading up to that moment, so it's not like it's 1 second that cost them the game. But Paraguay put up a great fight. I think their biggest issue was, honestly, that the two supports are just... They're not really good laners.
Yeah.
So when you lose the laning stage, it becomes very hard for you to come back. Because later on, they were able to take pretty decent team fights.
Yeah, the fights were good, honestly.
Like, it's when you are very far behind and you're able to even win any trade, and you're like, oh, this is really good. Problem is, I mean, when you laugh. But the problem is, again, if you are behind coming out of the laning stage, everything is just so much tougher. And if they had slightly better supports, I think that's that game. I don't know if Brazil is beatable right now for the Paraguay, but it could have been a lot closer for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough call for sure. I mean, if you look at Analog, look at his KDA, like beyond anything else. 16, 1, and 10 on this Lina. Amazing performance coming through from him, and I agree with what you said as well, right? It's looking so difficult to beat Brazil right now. They might make some mistakes, but to me, the mistakes just look like overconfidence more than anything.
Yeah.
They're saying, we can just go take any fight. Even if we lose it, we're still gonna win the game, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's not like they're making it's not like there's something happening. They were like, oh man, they could lose. It's more like Brazil's like, hey, we're having fun, guys. Let's go to the fountain. Let's go to the fountain. But
buy some gold scepters. We're going in, guys.
Speaking of the fountain, we are also going to be taking a break for a few minutes where we're going to leave you guys with a few wellness gaming messages on the screen for you guys to hopefully have a better relationship with gaming in the future. I'm Atomo, this is Omo, and we'll be seeing you guys in just a few minutes.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.
And we are back for our final game of the day. I'm Atoma, joining me is Omo, and we are doing the global esports game for the Singapore qualifier. This is the Southeast, I was going to say Southeast Asia. This is South America region. It is Paraguay versus Brazil. Brazil took game on pretty handedly. And what did you think of the game, Omo?
I mean, honestly, it was a little bit one-sided there, right? It looked like Brazil, they were having a bit of fun. They definitely seemed like they were maybe, a cut above the rest of the teams here. And that's kind of what we would expect as well, because we did talk about it a little bit prior. They do have TI players on their roster here.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, two TI players and two players who are also in the top 40 in the just top. I mean, it's not TI, but it's top 40. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, they do have 2 members from Hokari and 2 members from SG Esports. So that's quite a pedigree you got going on for there. You were also mentioning an interesting point before we start about because like this match is more of a formality than anything.
Yeah. I mean, we have to consider the idea as well, right? That both of these teams, they have to face off again. Is it tomorrow or is it the day
tomorrow.
after? Yeah, tomorrow in a best of series as well. So, this series, no real bearings on the standings. So do you have to consider the point as well that maybe these teams, they're hiding some picks, they're hiding some strategies here? What's going on?
Yeah, there's also that is a possibility. Like we hear about how some teams they're like, oh, we're getting ready for TI. We're hiding our pocket strategy.
TI,
Like the team secret, where they actually did this. They qualified for TI, then they said that for the rest of the year we don't actually care. Which they were like their CEO, he is like, yeah, we don't care about anything. We just care about TI now that we've qualified.
They won the whole thing, so.
No, that's I think you're confusing them with Team Spirit.
I thought you said Team Spirit. I actually
my bad. I said Team Secret, but yeah, they qualified for TI,
okay.
And then they were like, for the rest of the year, they didn't care. They got 3rd place, so pretty good.
I mean,
but
they
yeah,
had a pretty good run at the majors for a while.
Only the first one. The second one, I think they got like last place. But I think the draft is actually ready, so we can go into the game if we wanted to. And there we go. We're still very early in the draft, as we like to be.
Yeah, and what we have to point out really quickly, Brazil, once again, getting rid of the techies, and this time around, they're adding in a new band. It's going to be the Tiny band away as well.
I mean, if the Tiny had a bit of a better start, that game could have gone. It's hard to say it would have gone the result may not have been the result may have been the same, but the journey, much harder. And I think that's what Paraguay should consider. It's like, don't go in there with this idea that we're gonna get big team fight, we're gonna win through that. It's much better to think, all right, let's get through the first 10 minutes well, and then we can do it. Because in terms of team fights, I don't think Paraguay is that much worse than Brazil. Like, they were able to take pretty solid fights and pick offs.
Yeah, they for sure had some really good fights as well, right? And I think if we're looking at the last game, if we're looking at Brazil's team comp, FCR, I think this is a player that we didn't talk about enough in the last game. Every time he counter engage you with a 3-4 man Ravage with the Tidehunter, I think it was huge, right? I mean, we were looking out for Analog on that Lina, but FCR, he's proving he can definitely do a lot of work here as well.
Yeah, and of course, even during the lane stage, he was the most farmed hero as well.
Yeah.
So that was another problem that they had to deal with. But overall, my only thought is that Paraguay needs to consider a better lane, and the Brazil starting out with the Dawnbreaker.
A little bit of an interesting first pick coming in, right? In the last match, we saw them go for the Weaver first pick. That one made, I guess, a little bit more sense here. This Dawnbreaker, though, what do you think about this one coming in as a first pick?
I believe they used it as a support earlier in their match against Cuba. So she's very flexible for sure. She can play any role, and she also really deters any aggression, because if you try to kill someone, she shows up, healing, stun, get away from my guy. So she has that similar feeling to Silencer. But Nyx Assassin is a great counter. Are they going to Silencer? They're going to go with the Lina. Okay, ADN is a great Lina player. But Nyx Assassin is fantastic against Dawnbreaker, because when she does her ulti on anywhere on the map, he can walk in and use his spike carapace and stun her globally. So it's a very good hero. Another thing is that she has Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer are both AoE spells. It's very easy for him to trigger with his spike carapace. So overall, Nyx Assassin is one of the best counters against Dawnbreaker. And who are they going to go with? They go with the Invoker. That's more global presence, though. Very interesting. Brazil, they just want to be able to jump anywhere on the map and get down. I wouldn't be surprised if they go with the Spectre.
Do you think that this is maybe a support Invoker as well? Have they maybe shown their support lineup already, or is this going to be still a flex Invoker, do you think?
Well, I mean, for them, they might know. Like, they might have decided we're going to pick. But
yeah, but we wouldn't know.
We would know. The only thing we can only assume it's a flex, right? Because it's like until we see a mid or another support picked, it's like, yeah, well, which one is it? Even the Dawnbreaker has been played as a carry and as a like she's been played every role.
Oh, that's true. We gotta keep in mind as well. They did play a +1 LC last game, so they might want to have a bit of fun here, right? We talked about how the picks, they don't really matter in this game. You might not want to show your hand here, so maybe pulling out something like a +1 Dawnbreaker might not be too off the tables here.
I think that Paraguay wouldn't be in the situation where they can hold back though. Like if you're up against a team, even if a strong team, if they're fooling around, you better do your best because there might be the only chance you can actually take a game off them. And tomorrow these guys face off against the best of 3 that does matter. Like that winner goes to Singapore.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, we did see a bit of ads for the Singapore tourism board as well. It's a pretty nice country, if I do say so myself. I think these teams definitely want a chance to represent their countries in Singapore here.
The Singaporean like Singapore. It's a great tourism country. It's really good, Singapore.
Tourism board paid me off before this.
I would like to say the same thing, but
It's not a bad country. It's definitely a good place to holiday.
Oh no, I meant like where I'm from. Can't really say, hey guys, let's go to the war-torn country. That's tourism right there. But my wife loved Singapore when she visited. She was like, Singapore's amazing, so clean.
That's the thing that everyone says, but it's definitely sanitized in its own way. I mean, with that in mind, though, it's a great place to host esports tournament. Global esports game 2021. It's gonna be in Singapore. Great place to have it. I mean, I think these teams, they definitely want a chance to, show off what they got at an international tournament here as well. For a lot of these players, I mean, besides Team Brazil, right? Because we talk about how they have 2 TI players. Besides that, Paraguay especially, I think they would love a chance to compete at an international level.
Interesting pick by taking out the Magnus here. We could, I mean, it's very it's not clear. I don't want to say it's very clear, but it's very likely that it's going to be the Magnus offlane, the Lina mid, and the Nyx Assassin 4. But they're showing their hand, and I like this. Nyx Assassin, the problem is that he's not a very good laner. We talked about how the laning stage for Paraguay was really weak in game 1. Same thing's happening here, and Night Stalker is a great counter for the Magnus. Of the 2 offlane, I was checking the win rate. I was writing an article about Magnus earlier, and the best 2 offlaners are Venomancer and Night Stalker. Both provide a lot of vision. Both make it very hard for Magnus to use his Blink Dagger. Night Stalker can jump in and use his silence. If you're a Venomancer, you can just throw a Plague Ward, poison him, and he can't blink. But both of them function upon the idea of providing vision and preventing him from using his spells. And
would you say that the key here is not let the Magnus come in, not let him RP, not let him blink on toss, that kind of thing? Is that going to be the key here to shut down the Magnus pickup on the side of Paraguay?
Sorry, you're talking just as I was sipping water.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, the thing is, you do have the Lina as well. Night Stalker is good against both. Like, he's good against all of these heroes because once he's on top of them, they could build Force Staff on the Nyx Assassin and the Magnus, but Lina definitely doesn't. So yeah, you can shut them down, but if you're smart on Paraguay's side, what you do is make sure these 3 people are not next to each other. So there's no way you can silence all 3 of them at the same time. And there comes the IO. Huh?
I'm actually quite surprised to see this one drop that low in the draft. Very high priority at TI.
It was, but IO I think was overtaken by Earthshaker as the most picked hero. I think she's still the most banned, or Rubik is the most picked, and IO is a very popular hero for sure. But during TI, very unsuccessful, a 38% win rate only. So even though the hero, by the way, speaking of global presence, we now have a 3rd global ability.
That's true, yeah.
And there comes your 5. All right, so the Paraguay, no tricks. 5 Bane, 4 Nyx, 3 Magnus, 2 Lina. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about the Bane in this game. I would have preferred if they took a Silencer. I'm not sure why you would take Bane when Silencer is available against Dawnbreaker.
Right. That's definitely true, right? Is there a situation here that you can see the Bane maybe excelling against some of these picks? He won't do great against Invoker, right? Because he gets outranged so heavily. But maybe, I don't know, maybe Night Stalker?
I mean, it's hard to say. Like they must have an idea that they
yeah.
He is a strong laner. Like that. Put the point is, if you're talking about position 5 that's a strong laner, Bane is one of the best laners to have. He's just fantastic in that. I do believe that the Brazil side getting stuns on the Bane will be a bit difficult. Dawnbreaker It's just not going to be very... It's going to be hard for her to get the Starbreaker on him. Io has no stuns. Night Stalker has a mini stun, but jumping all the way to the back line is going to be a bit difficult for him. Invoker... So it's like getting... You should be able to get Fiend's Grip off in like half the fights at least. You should be able to get a good Fiend's Grip off. But again, there is still a Silencer. Like, that is still the premier pick against the Dawnbreaker, who could be a carry for all we know. Yeah, they are banning, both sides are banning carries, both sides assuming the other side needs carries, so they do assume it's going to be a support Dawnbreaker, and the carry is going to come out here for Brazil.
10 seconds remaining.
What do they want to go with here? The best carry to have against Magnus is Wraith King. Because even if you get bursted down, you just rise up again. You're like, the big combos, Magnus, you said the Horn Toss. You Horn Toss, you skewer him, you kill Wraith King, he just comes back to life and his team shows up. Yeah, so Wraith King, and Wraith King also doesn't care about anything from the Bane, anything from the Lina. He will be annoyed a bit by the mana burn coming out from Nyx and Bane early on, but once he's level 20 with the shot, he won't care for it. So I think Wraith King is a good option. Unless it's a Dawnbreaker carry.
I mean, if you got to consider the fact that so many position 1s are banned away as well. Troll Warlord, Tiny, you have the Ursa, Slug, Morphling getting picked up. What do you think about this one?
He's going to be able to probably turn to the Magnus and just be able to fully benefit from the Empower. You turn to Magnus, you empower yourself, you can skewer someone back in. Just the Empower is so much, like 75% extra damage is huge on a hero who goes with crazy agility. It does put him at a bit of a risk because if Bane gets a Nightmare off of you and you're the high agility, you're gonna be dead. Because remember, there's Lina, Nyx, there's a lot of stuns on the Paraguay side. If any one of them catch you, you're dead. The Morphling. There's plenty of burst damage.
Well, they do have a decent amount of saves, right? You have the Dawnbreaker, the IO, not true save, but you have some healing at least.
That is true, but when you have 400 HP total, it's like, I really need to be healing, like a billion every millisecond. And Luna can just bring him down with Laguna Blade. So, I mean, he's the player who would know. I just find it very interesting that they go with the Morphling over the Wraith King. But they might have gone Wraith King if it was a bit more of a serious game, to be frank with you. They might be like, no, they might be just like, what if they could be saying, what if Wraith King was banned? What would we do? And let's play it that way. Paraguay, though, there's going to be their carry in the last pick here. Let's see. I don't know if Wraith King is solid for them there, but there is Mana Burn Invoker, so actually, I take that back. It's not as good as I thought. They want something. Wait, Ursa's banned, Slark's banned, Gyrocopter's banned.
Many things are banned. That's a problem right now.
Tiny is banned. Juggernaut's still in the pool. I don't know if that's something you want to go with. They go with
Chaos Knight.
Strong laning. Like, you look at Paraguay's, their laning is way better in this game compared to one, because Chaos Knight with the Bane, I mean, I think that I still prefer it if it was a Silencer over something over the Bane, but still, that's a pretty strong, group of damage, decently tanky. I like the Chaos Knight here. This is going to, by the way, both Paraguay has two players named ADN. So then I'm like, well, which one's the mid and which one's the off lane? Because they both ADN. But I believe that ADN Lina is mid and ADN Magnus is the off lane. Just to be sure.
It seems a bit more straightforward on the side of the Paraguay draft, right? But if you were on Team Brazil, how would you say this draft is gonna stack up?
What do you mean, like going to late game?
Yeah, like no, as in like who's gonna go where, right? Like the Morphling is gonna be one, but other than that.
No, they already showed
Invoker and Dawnbreaker support. Invoker mid, Dawnbreaker sub.
No, you can already tell just from players because Analog is their mid player.
It's a bit of a spoiler, yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to go with the IO position 4 and Dawnbreaker position 5. And this is something that became more popular during TI because that people were really. At first, they were saying, let's play IO as a 3. We get him the Greaves, we get him the Magic Wand upgrade, I believe it's called the Holy Locket. We get so much sustain. But then they realized that, you get a lot of sustain, but you really don't have like an off lane. You just basically have a support. So they moved it to position 4, where she still gets it much faster, but no longer the position 5 IO that we used to see.
Yeah, that's definitely something we need to look out for as well. A little bit slower on the healing, but you're gonna have a true position tree in the form of this Night Stalker. And we talked about, I think we mentioned a little bit earlier on, the Night Stalker is gonna be so effective against some of the heroes that we see come true from Paraguay.
Yeah, actually, when you look at how fast Brazil's lineup is going to be, by the way, you got like Night Stalker going in with his flying vision, extra movement speed, and being boosted up by the IO is going to be very hard for the Paraguay team to be like, oh, how do we disengage against this flying crazy Batman? And he goes there just to break the vision. He's just checking for wards, by the way, for Night Stalker. Tower vision is less than tower attack range. So if you sometimes can walk into the tower, if it hits you and you're just at the edge, that means that they have a ward there spotting you.
Definitely very interesting little tidbits here.
Oh, by the way,
I love that he's having the high five as well.
Oh, this is actually another trick that they used to do. What they do is they high five if they're in the trees, and if someone high fives them back, that means that they have vision of them.
30 seconds to battle.
Like, I just not high five them back.
Well, that's the thing. What if you walking in and you high fiving just for random, then you just somebody else? It's crazy to think about, but a lot of these things that we think are just for fun, they're not for fun. They're like real.
Yeah.
I remember at there was one of these events where there was a ball that you can, when the player touches, like football.
That. Yeah.
So what they used to do was they would kick it into the fog and see if it bounces off anyone. So they know that if it bounces off, that's how they use cosmetics. The
little things are not so little after all, it turns out.
It's a big deal. I'm always often surprised by the sort of the creativity that people have and the high level where they're like, oh, this mechanic actually has more impact than we thought. It's not just a cosmetic.
Well, when you're playing against the best in the world, that's definitely, every little edge you can get is going to help. I think Dawnbreaker is going to get a pretty good trade here. He has Double Venom as well. All right.
Yeah, as long as he gets close. And he's up against 2 melee people. Yeah. And he took the Celestial Hammer. The reason he took the Celestial Hammer is that if he gets skewered into the tower, which is unlikely, he's like, I need to find a way to get out of there. So I have the Celestial Hammer. So I don't care if I get skewered. Pretty crazy. But level 2, once the Spike Carapace comes out, that will be... I mean, it's not going to bite him in the butt, but it's going to make it a lot more difficult to play.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about strong laning as well, right? It's not looking like the off lane, rather, Paraguay is going to have the best time here. But the safe lane of Paraguay, is that the one that we want to look out for right now?
For sure. Chaos Knight and Bane, you have a good amount of control. You got, ooh, nice stun. RDO taking big hits here. And ADN, is he going to be okay here? There's still no waveform on the Morphling, but it's not even, is it actually going to matter?
There we go. Upper Venom, paying dividends already.
That 12% slow, and he's going to get and die.
Really wants it. He's going to catch up to it in time. There we go. And you know what the best part is? Yeah. Gets taken down, he's going to TP Barry back, full health.
Full health, full mana, the courier kill is like worth more. He actually gets, actually gives them a bit more gold and he dies 3 more, but
That's what we talked about, right? Strong laning, and Tio Lacar just gets taken down in a blink of an eye. Basically a one-hit.
I mean, Paraguay, they have Arima on like a pretty strong laner, like we said, and ADN is playing on his best here, which is the Lina. Like in game 2 against Cuba with the Lina, he was able to carry them. So in this game, he's doing a lot better than he did than the previous matchup where he was Ember Spirit. Yes, he's behind the Invoker, but in this situation, you might be saying like, guys, I'm gonna try my laning stage. I'm not gonna win it, but at least I'm not gonna suffer as much as I did last time.
But would you say that in this matchup, Lina has to win it, or he'll fall behind, or is that not a concern?
I think that in general, Lina is considered like one of the best laners anyway. Like you can basically win any matchup in terms of CS. So he shouldn't lose it by too much. Like he shouldn't be doubled or tripled in terms of CS.
Right, that's definitely something we need to keep looking out for. A nice little pull here from the side of Paraguay. Gotta make sure Chaos Knight can get a bit of a lead and farm here. Now, if we look at these two team comps, right, how do you really think they're gonna play out as we progress in the game?
For Brazil side, they can go very aggressive because you remember you have the global Dawnbreaker, you have Sunstrike when it's available, and of course you have the relocate from IO. So you have a lot of people who can just show up. 3 people can show up randomly with a Sunstrike coming. So there's just it's very difficult if you're playing on Paraguay side. Paraguay side though, definitely gonna have to put the Magus empowering the Chaos Knight. He's gonna farm, but the rest can play pretty aggressive. It's just they have more downtime, a lot more downtime. Fiend's Grip is a long cooldown. RP is a long cooldown. So when in between fights, like when let's say both teams get in the big clash, they're even. Brazil can straight away fight again.
Ooh, Telecom might just get taken down right now. Again, he's falling solo. Is really faster than IO. Those who would just get away from this. So would you say that Paraguay, they have a bit more pressure to do well in the laning phase, to do well in the early game?
For sure. Like if you are behind against a global lineup, it's very hard. even being even is going to make it pretty difficult. But like Paraguay leaves the laning stage even, that's kind of best case scenario for them. They're 1k gold behind right now, but that's okay. That's not too big of a deal. Oh, he gets the stun off?
Yeah, he gets the stun off. We have Dawnbreaker coming in as well. They really want this Lina. I mean, the EMP is just going to get counted out. You have the stun. Tornado comes in. I think they know they got the kill. Yeah, you see Analog just walk away. That's going to be a nice little kill there onto the Lina.
He's too cool to stay for the day. Like, he's dead. I'm out of here.
The cool guys don't look at explosions, right? That's the meme, right?
Dawnbreaker, you finish her off if I haven't. Night Sucker, he's gonna go for phase boots first. So and look at that. Look at the damage Dawnbreaker can do. This is a support Dawnbreaker, by the way.
Yeah, he does so much damage in the laning phase. Just a bit of a bully against this Magnus right now.
And like Magnus completely zoned out basically. Like this is, it's not ideal, but again, it is better than game 1, which for Paraguay.
Game 1, he was suffering on the Bloodseeker as well.
Yeah, I mean he was being killed. They're 2 for 2 right now. Brazil obviously is ahead, but Paraguay, you might be playing to say like, hey guys, let's like learn from these games. Let's try different strategies and see what sticks.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a key consideration as well, right? You got to make sure you have a solid game plan coming into the best of 3 tomorrow, and this is a great chance to test things out.
I mean, how often do you get to preview your opponent, right?
You get to have a practice match.
We'll play with them today, and then we'll kick their butts tomorrow. You know, like, this is what you tell your team. The thing is,
if we lose, guys, we still have a matchup tomorrow.
Oh, top lane, they do have a Dawnbreaker here. I think this is still a bit aggressive though with these two. It is nighttime though, so
they have the card as well. Do you think they can dive this one?
I think they definitely want to. Like you can see, oh well, Bane's the one you want to go for, but we don't want to look at him. It's too brutal. Kids, don't look at the Bane being killed.
Let's look away from the Bane. He has not just gotten taken down right now, and Rima instead. He might just fall. There we go. Not really much for us to look at. It's the 3-man unit. We talk about how strong Night Stalker is. We talk about how strong Dawnbreaker is right now, empowered by that IO. They will just take them down.
I'm slightly surprised no one considered going to the top lane because they don't remember they killed the Bane, then they went to kill the Chaos Knight. In the meantime, the rest of Paraguay was like, nah, they'll be fine. Yeah, they're okay. But
out of permission, right? So like, I don't know, maybe Lina, maybe someone else, they want to turn this one around. I don't think they can. He's gonna TP back and die again. It's very likely right now. Chaos Knight, he's not in a great spot. You have the Night Stalker at night chasing you down.
Oh dear.
TPs do come in. You have the Bane right here trying to keep his position 1 alive. So much healing, so much damage though. Brazil, they are just too strong right now. They get the kill. They get the kill again. They get the turret. They're going to chase down Bane. That's going to be, like you mentioned, right? So much aggressiveness from Brazil.
I mean, their lineup is just really good at this sort of gameplay. And like Paraguay, I'm surprised they're not matching it. Like you can see the Lina's at the base. Like she teleported back to heal. Like at this point, and Lina is the most farmed here on Paraguay side. So she's your strongest fighter. And she's not joining when everyone else is. So it's... Magnus, once he reaches level 6, he also needs to like put in his head that, hey guys, I have to help my team. It's a bit of bleeding that's coming out from Paraguay. If they can stem it with a couple of kills, the next time Brazil's aggressive, that might help. Otherwise, like going into, even if they were 4k behind at 10 minutes, that's bad. They're 4k behind at 7 minutes and a half. That's a nightmare scenario.
Well, it's better than last game, right? That's the consolation
prize. We can't keep saying that. I mean, we do, but
the counterpoint is they drafted more for lanes this time.
Yeah, and if they lose, but the thing is, Nyx Assassin is a pretty crappy laner. Like even though they drafted for lanes, they didn't go all in. When I feel like they could have gone with, like I said, Silencer and something like a Spirit Breaker. Something that can actually fight a bit earlier on, or. I mean, well, maybe not Spirit Breaker, but like Spirit Breaker's fine. Even they had taken Dawnbreaker for themselves. Some support that can just do something early on.
What do you think it is that Paraguay is looking for? Are they looking for stuns? Are they looking for ganks? Are they looking for brawling potential?
They're looking for level 6 on the Magnus, which they have. Now they might consider taking a fight somewhere. They do have, I mean, they have level 6 on Magnus, they have level 6 on the Lina. This is sort of their best chance. And okay,
Magnus is not having a great game.
He might RP.
Skewed away. I think he gets taken down here. There we go. So much agile means he just gets taken down.
They do get a trade at least on the Dawnbreaker, but they do lose their Nyx Assassin at the same time. And ADN, Against Analog. Oh, he's got the people. He's level 8. Like, this guy's doing a really good job for himself. He needs to help the team out a bit more.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, like, he's doing fine for himself, but he needs to look for opportunities to help his team who are gradually falling more and more behind. Chaos Knight died twice already. Magnus zoned away from farm, gets taken down solo by the Morphling as well. Not a great game state to be in. 6,000 gold lead at 9 minutes here. There we go. They do pop the Night Stalker ultimate.
Nice stun.
And looking for the Lina. Yeah, very nice stun. EMP comes true as well. They will just find out not much you can really do in the situation. IO, Night Stalker chasing you down. What can he do? Courier gets killed as well. Actually, no, it's Analog's Courier gonna drop to the turret, I think. And it's gonna be a very rough game state for Paraguay.
One thing I've just noticed is that Analog, he is making sure he spams as much of his EMP as possible because he wants to make sure Lina has no mana. And oh, they might be losing the assassin here.
Yeah, because not really much for us to talk about. He's just dead.
If Lina has no, oh, here we go.
No, nothing happened. We didn't see anything.
Oh, well,
Nothing
I mean,
on your screens right now.
For a second, I thought he cancelled it, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a good bait. That it was actually used. Oh.
Yeah. Very rough spot to be in. But you were mentioning points about EMP spamming.
Oh yeah, EMP, because the Lina has no mana, she's not going to be a threat, because remember, she's all mana, all her spells are mana, but Invoker, he's just like EMP, she has no mana to go into fights. That's why we saw her in the base so often, that's why she's not helping her team, because Invoker's doing a great job making sure that she is not combat ready.
That's a fantastic point as well, right? Keep her low, make sure she can't rotate. She's strong, but if you have no mana, what are you really going to do, right? That's a fantastic point as well. I think everyone in Brazil, they really know what they need to do, and that's, you know, kind of expected, right? From when we mentioned a team like this, with the pedigree that they have, you know, they're definitely more experienced than a lot of the teams they're facing off against here.
And both their supports are still level 4. Even if one of them takes a tome and reaches level 6, that still leaves the other one low level. And it's like, all right, who do I care about more? Who's my favorite child? You know, is it going to be?
Right?
I mean, the thing is, like, Bane's a good one, but if you have Nyx, Assassin, Invis, you might be able to get pickoffs.
Yeah.
So it's like, you want both, but it is a really tough situation for them.
Yeah,
I'm surprised more and more offlaners are not going the magic wand. I'm seeing the next Night Stalker doesn't have a magic wand, and I'm wondering if I'm missing something, because I used to think like everyone would get a magic stick, every single person. Now it's like not as common. Oh.
What is this? They spot out a Rima. He's trying to take some stacks. Not going to clear that one very well. You have the Dawnbreaker here. You have the Invoker here. Not much you can do. IO comes in. Night Stalker comes in. They get a buy one, get one free deal right now. They want to just take down the Chaos Knight. They get the Nyx. They get the stacks. And Brazil, once again, you mentioned this, right? The global potential.
It's like wherever you go. And by the way, we haven't even seen Dawnbreaker Ultimate yet. Like,
yeah, true.
Like if Invoker, not Invoker, Morphling finds someone, you can actually see, like, basically everyone from Brazil show up and help. Like, that's how crazy their draft is.
And I might be wrong on this, but I want to take a quick look at the Invoker's items, because I feel like, he doesn't have the BOTs here, but I feel like he might be going for that one.
They might go for either that or the Hand of Midas. That's usually the build. It's either one of these two. But he does have the Vessel, and that's just so much damage. And then you can see, like, Bane's dead just from the Vessel.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge for sure, right? But do you think it's a bit late maybe to get he just double vesseled him, but it's fine because you're gonna get the kill. Is that a bit late to maybe get the Midas?
I mean, there's no like if you rushed it. Oh, let's see. Adrian, he's waving his hands. Like, can you make it out?
He can go. Yeah, he just wants a high five, the poor guy. He gets skewered away. Magnus gonna chase down Magnus once again. Adrian, nowhere to go really.
I mean, it could be too late, but it's also like, even if some games, if you rush it, you can get by like 10 minutes. So if he gets it like within the next few minutes, it's not that late. It's just more like, is Brazil really the team that actually goes for Midas? I don't think so. They're more of a team like, I don't want to farm, I just want to kill people. So why would I get items that give me gold when I can get items that give me kills?
Yeah, and getting lots of kills will give you lots of gold as well. And that's exactly the Brazil MO so far this series. We have the Night Stalker IO combo, just getting put to sleep, and it looks like they will be able to get away. At least Chaos Knight will be able to get away. Bane will likely have to pay with his life. I love what we saw right there. I do believe the IO took the sleep off his Night Stalker.
Yeah. He's like, why? I don't need to. Oh man, Kinchi's gonna die again.
Yeah, not really much you can do right there. Kinchi just gets taken down, and yeah, good team play. You're just running them down. This is why we talked about the aggressive potential.
The humanity, you know, it's like, it is. Oh, Arima's. probably losing his life as well.
Yeah, it's not great, right? You have your support die for you, and then you just die after as well as +1. It's a tough spot to be in.
Have you? I feel like at this point we'd be like, hey man, have you seen any good movies recently? Because oh, there you go. Io shows up.
Yeah, this is why we talked about the global. Yet again, this time it's a Magnus coming in. And we were talking about how it was kind of closer than the last game. All of a sudden, it's even more brutal.
Yeah, it is. It's... I mean, I just... You look at it and you're like... At the end of the day, you just have to say one team is just better than the other. And there's not much... There's only so much adjustment you can do with one game of experience. Like Paraguay, you know, if they play together, and remember, a lot of these players may not know each other. They just might have been drafted into this because they're all from the same nationality. You know, where Brazil, you do have 2 TI players and 2 top 40 players, and the last guy's no joke. Like he's like rank 150 in the world, so he's a huge player. I think it's FCR. So with Paraguay, you might not have the same ranking, and people don't know each other. But...
What is this? Beam's grip, but he has the Dawnbreaker save. That's why we talked about Dawnbreaker's coming in to try to save that, but Laguna Blade gonna be enough damage to take him down. Dawn will fall as well. Io not being here to add on to the saving potential means that, wait, hold on a second, no way he lives. There we go, just gets taken down at the end of that one. You even get the tip coming in for FCR, the man that we were just talking about.
That's why he wasn't a TI. See, if he was a TI player, that would never happen. Yeah, but like getting caught is it's like at some point someone's gonna die. It's no big deal. But the interesting move by Nyx Assassin, he actually had Spike Carapace active, but he decided not to use it to try and get the kill on the Dawnbreaker. So that was a very good play by him.
Yeah, that's definitely true as well. And now looking at the game state, you did just invest a lot of resources there to take down the Night Stalker, to take down the Dawnbreaker. But Invoker's been farming. Morphling's been farming. Is this enough for Paraguay?
At some point in a lot of these situations, you have to say that this is the best I'm gonna get. So I like it's sometimes when we're playing a game and doing like it's a bad game, like guys, the only way we can win is we defend high ground. I'm like, yeah, that's not really much of a strategy, but it's the best thing we can get right now. The same thing for Paraguay, getting a couple of kills and not losing anyone. I think that's a dream scenario for them. So if the enemy team farms, it's like it's better that they farm the creeps than they farm our heroes.
That is a very astute way to put it as well. That's definitely true here. And let's take a look at the game state right now, really. Paraguay, you do have the Shadow Blade here on the Lina. Maybe it's time to start making these picks, but what's this? It's a repeat of last game. They get a timing.
It's almost at the same time as well, by the way, right?
Yeah, it is. With no DD this time, though. That's the thing.
It's a little bit slow. By the way, they went for look at Invoke. He's going for the solar. He has a solar crest, and he's gonna put Alacrity on the Morphling. That's so much damage for him to deal with.
Yeah, now Morphling's gonna have the Aegis as well. He's gonna have the Solar Crest. He's gonna have the Alacrity, and this Morphling's gonna be a big issue to deal with. I mean, he doesn't have many items, but I think he's ready to go.
I like how he's got so much items. He actually has to backpack an item that's worth 1,000 gold. Like, as if it's like this cheap thing. And Kinchi knows, but can he get any team to help him out? Oh, careful.
Analog doesn't know, I think. That's the thing.
No, Analog doesn't know, but... Oh.
But Kinchi knows, yeah.
Alright, time for our Magnus to put on his collapse mode. Like, dude, you know, just like you see in all the pubs, mode collapse. Like, turn it on, bro. Yeah. We really need it right now.
But that's the thing. He doesn't even have his Horn Toss yet. He really just needs the RP. And I think if Brazil respect that, what can he really do?
And even if he gets the Horn Toss, by the way, it doesn't have a stun like before, so you can actually like waveform out of it.
Yeah,
so
that's a huge nerf though.
That was a huge nerf. They did the damage is earlier than before, which means that you can't you will take the damage, which is nice. That was a small like buff, I suppose.
It's not worth it.
No, it's not at all. Like you lose your playmaking potential for basically nothing.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, but look at this Morphling right now. He's having the time of his life, really.
He's got a Solar Crest on him, he's got Alacrity on him, he's got an Io on him, and he's got an Aegis.
Dawnbreaker waiting to go as well.
It's... Oh, RP? Oh, okay, he gets one.
Not the best target. You just get the Invoker and immediately Dawnbreaker Ultimate comes in. Night Stalker dives your back line. They cut your team in half. Magnus gets taken down. They're going into the next assassin as well. So you're not going to find anything. Chaos Knight pops his ultimate. And that's going to be just that you still have the Aegis on the Morphling. They're gonna chase you down. You're next to your base, but you can't do anything. That's gonna be 3 kills right away from Brazil. They get you high ground turrets, and what is this? They GG out of it already. They know they don't stand a chance at this one.
Yeah, there's really no comeback mechanic. At least in game 1, when they had the Tiny, he was farming the whole time. He's like, oh, he's farming so well, we might have a chance if he gets, you know, like ultra giga fat.
Giga fat.
Giga Chad mode, you know.
Yeah.
But in this game, it's like Chaos Knight is just pretty slow farmer in general, and you're lost. Like you weren't going to win you didn't win the laning stage with a laning stage like lineup. There's no way he's going to come back in terms of farming. So it's like, yeah, just call it. I respect that they respect their time. You know, they're like it's over. So why should we keep trying?
And I mean, it's not the end of the road for them, right? So that's also an important factor for them. Consider they you know, they still have the games tomorrow to look out for. That's something you want to rest for, you want to plan for, and you can't blame them for that one as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like you can go back now and watch the replays a lot, and that'll help.
There's a lot of watching to do.
There's a lot of watching to do. Like everybody, we're gonna watch it. You know, everybody, like bring your parents as well. We're all watching this if anyone can see something. But this is what we expected from Brazil. They are looking like the top team in general. Like we know that Great Britain is representing Europe. We know Mongolia is representing Southeast Asia. I haven't been able to see who exactly is there, but it's hard to think of a better team than Brazil right now. Like with what they have, they just look so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree as well, right? And the pedigree that they have, the fact that you just mentioned TI players, and that's really all you need to say. Team Brazil looking like a powerhouse for sure.
And that's all from us for the day. We do want to mention that this is the Global Esports Game. It's brought to you by the Global Esports Federation. They'll be hosting this tournament in Sentosa, Singapore. We already have 2 teams going, Mongolia and Great Britain. Tomorrow we'll be coming back with the final match between Paraguay as well as Brazil. The winner of that match represents South America. I'm Atomo. This is Omo. On behalf of production, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
This time, it will be different. This time, I'll say yes to everything.